Chapter 160, Chapter 31, Overwhelming. Chapter 160, Chapter 31, Overwhelming. Zephyr was the protagonist of the demon world in Knight Saga. He was a strong warrior and magician, but he never stood alone on the battlefield. As a commander, Zephyr ruled the battlefield with his loyal subordinates and soldiers. In-gong stood on the wall and looked down at the battlefield. His line of sight was filled with barbarians. There were over 10,000 of them. This wasn't like the army of eastern barbarians he'd fought in Takur. Their numbers were several times that, and the army was at least 3 times stronger. In-gong couldn't fight using Zephyr's method, as he lacked the forces to fight against a big army. Then what should he do? In-gong took a deep breath. There was another protagonist in Knight Saga. The protagonist of the human world was the warrior, Locke. Locke wasn't a prince. He had trustworthy companions whom he shared life and death with, but he didn't have a loyal army of thousands who would die for him. Locke was a leader, a mighty warrior who brought hope to a desperate battlefield. It is irrational. Locke's style of fighting was different from Zephyr's, so he was always at a disadvantage in a fight. He was the brave warrior who advanced toward the Demon King's palace. After passing through tens of thousands of soldiers to reach the Demon King, Locke finally became the hero who killed the Demon King. Locke's method was different from Zephyr's, and In-gong had to fight using it. In-gong would become a one-man army who would reverse the situation. However, Locke was strong and had learned Knight Saga's SS rank technique, the warrior's sword. I don't know. In-gong let out a long breath. The SS-ranked Divine Sura authority created a flow of aura which was breathtaking. He had 3 equipment from the Elder Dragon, and Amida had tuned them so well that they were incomparable to normal S-rank equipment. Master. Green wind became a breeze which wrapped around In-gong's whole body. She was just like Beatrice was to Locke. Truth be told, it didn't matter if she was lacking in support when compared to Beatrice. Green wind only had the strength of the wind. However, unlike Beatrice, she was always with In-gong. If he had to choose between Beatrice and green wind, In-gong would choose green wind without any hesitation. Moreover, it wasn't just green wind who accompanied In-gong. Conquer. From the depths of his soul, the voice of the white woman with red and blue eyes was heard. The power of conquest continued to increase. In-gong felt a sharp sensation on his lips, and divine sparks rose over Amida's newly created dragon scale greaves. It was the final flame, the woman who took In-gong's first kiss. For reference, the second one had been green wind. Somehow, it didn't feel like he had been kissed twice, but a kiss was still a kiss. In-gong laughed and made a fist, then he concentrated aura and magic power on Earthquaker. Anastasia had said, "What can you do alone?" Her words were right. It was impossible for In-gong to overthrow an army alone. However, In-gong didn't have to take out the big army alone. Karak. Using Night Watch's power, In-gong hovered in the air slightly and used call. Karak was a capable aide and knew why In-gong had called him. Instead of asking questions, he walked over to the disconcerted Anastasia. Karak's role was to act as Anastasia's escort. He would be able to protect her from blind attacks on the battlefield. In-gong shifted his gaze toward the sky and the ground, prioritizing them both. It was definitely far from Zephyr's battle style. Moreover, Zephyr wouldn't be here in the first place. Anastasia was a competitor for the throne. So, from Zephyr's point of view, it would be best to just let her die. However, In-gong was here. It wasn't because Felicia had begged him to save Anastasia. Nor had he calculated that saving her would improve their relationship and gain a political favor. In-gong wanted things to change. He wanted to destroy the ending of Knight Saga where all of the Demon King's children died. I like this about Master. Green Wind said suddenly, as though she had read his heart. In-gong smiled and separated White Eagle from Black Eagle. The two of them shone with a green light and started to revolve around In-gong. Let's go, Green Wind. Let's go, master. No further preparation was needed, and In-gong rose up into the air. The power of conquest spread out, focusing everyone's attention on him. Like a warrior, In-gong flew forward like a flash toward the closest wyvern. The dark blue night watch made a rough trajectory in the wind. Quack-a-cocking. There was a huge roar. In-gong accelerated past the wyvern instantly, with White Eagle and Black Eagle breaking its neck. As red blood splashed out from the wyvern, In-gong was already flying toward the second wyvern. There were continuous roars, and In-gong accelerated past each wyvern. It wasn't long before the seventh wyvern fell to the ground. The loud sounds in the sky, along with the falling wyverns, were enough to make a strong impression. The number of eyes staring at In-gong increased. There were still a few wyverns left in the sky, but In-gong's next goal was the ground. While soaring in the sky, In-gong changed direction suddenly. He dived toward the ground and stretched out his right hand, grabbing Ascalon from his inventory. He then unfolded the Dragonbane Ascalon's super special move. In-gong appeared as a lightning bolt as the charging lance struck the neck of a huge monster. The monster couldn't endure the horrific shock and collapsed instantly. Astonishment and shock ensued as the monster cried out with pain. As Dragonbane was stronger against dragons, the monster wasn't killed with one blow. However, In-gong didn't mind. The important thing wasn't to stop the monster's breath, it was enough to show that the monster could be neutralized by a single strike. More gazes gathered on him. The battles on all sides of the fortress subsided, and as all eyes stared at him, In-gong inhaled deeply. He placed Ascalon back in his inventory, while he climbed onto the neck of the monster. Black Spectre. A dark blue fog spread out. The flapping sounds of hundreds of wings caught everyone's ears. The dark fog started from the neck of the monster, crossing more than 100 meters to reach the main force of the barbarians. It was a fearsome sight. The black fog descended and swallowed everything in its path. Despite the flapping wings, loud screams could be heard clearly. Then the sound of the wings stopped. The dark fog dissipated, and a white light emerged. In-gong raised the king's flag once again, then he spread out the power of conquest. The red energy of war, which had been covering the barbarians, was destroyed. There were hundreds of barbarians at In-gong's feet, but none of them were able to shoot their bows or throw their spears. In-gong had overwhelmed them temporarily. The whole battlefield looked at him, and he stared out at what was before him. He looked at Actius, the king of the western barbarians. In-gong already knew what to do next. He wasn't a warrior who led through fighting like Caratus, the king of the eastern barbarians. Actius was a cowardly ruler. Therefore, he was always away from the main area of his first attack. Bedora. A monster standing beside Actius opened its mouth at Actius' command. The monster was a horned drake, a land-type dragon. It was a monster whose body was 30 meters long, and it ran on the ground with 4 feet without any wings. A fearsome power was focused on the giant horn on the forehead, and a pillar of light 3 meters in diameter shot out from its mouth. It was a fearsome breath incomparable to that of the wyverns. In-gong glared at it. Instead of using Blink, he combined White Eagle and Black Eagle before him. Following Night Watch's super special move, Black Spectre, he used White Eagle's super special move this time. Absolute Area. The moment the red pillar hit White Eagle, the sky turned red. The pillar split into hundreds and thousands of pieces, alternating their direction toward the sky and the ground. Then someone screamed. This was just the beginning. Kwang! 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 A heavy rain of light poured down from the sky. Confusion and terror spread every time a ray of light hit the ground. Actius panicked and so did the horned drake, who shot out the breath. However, In-gong didn't wait for either of them. The dark fog exploded once again under the torrent of light. Blink. In-gong used Blink 3 times in succession to break through the zone of heavy firepower. He then drew back his right fist as he moved forward. His target wasn't Actius. In-gong focused all the power of his quad-core on one point. Then he used one attack. Following Night Watch and White Eagle, it was Earthquaker's super special move. True Destruction. In-gong struck the neck and chest of the Horn Drake. The power of destruction sprang out and crushed the Horn Drake's body. Kwaong. It was like thunder had struck the ground. The power of destruction, which combined both aura and magic power, seemed to break both the sky and the earth. The Horn Drake didn't scream. Its head simply fell to the ground, and once the huge body collapsed, it caused the earth to shake. Dust and dirt rose up. Surprised by the sound of thunder near him, Actius gasped. He couldn't comprehend the situation and was paralyzed by what happened. It seemed like a terrible nightmare. The other barbarians were the same. It was pointless to see how many had died and how many were left. The only thing that remained in their heads was the power of the destruction. There was a calm in the storm. Once again, the black fog exploded in the midst of the tension, anxiety, and fear. With the last blink, In-gong landed on the ground in front of Actius. In-gong was tired as well. He had used 4 successive super special moves, but he couldn't stop here. He had to finish it properly. In-gong gathered his remaining aura and magic power as he stared at Actius. He took out various scrolls he'd received from Felicia from his inventory as well. Wind, fire and lightning exploded in all directions, causing a disruption in the surrounding area. Actius was overwhelmed by In-gong and moved quickly. Instead of rushing toward In-gong, he started to escape urgently. He had already witnessed In-gong's movements, so he didn't stop. It was as In-gong thought. In Knight Saga, Actius would escape if there was any sign of danger. It happened when Actius was convinced he couldn't keep fighting or win the battle. The barbarians around Actius panicked. They fell into confusion and didn't run toward In-gong, nor did they escape with Actius. Instead of attacking the barbarians, In-gong burnt the banner of war which was next to Actius. The flag played a central role in supplying energy to the battlefield, so the effect was indeed enormous. The aura of war covering the whole battlefield was removed, causing further confusion. That wasn't all. Green Wind appeared next to In-gong and shouted toward the sky. The barbarian king has fled. 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 The amplified voice spread over the sky of the battlefield. There were those who couldn't see the entire battlefield, so it was easy to be deceived. Moreover, the spirit of war which had been controlling the barbarian spirits had disappeared. It wasn't possible for the barbarians to maintain a sense of calm. The ranks of the main body, who had actually witnessed Actius fleeing, collapsed. They were also witnesses to In-gong's overwhelming ability, so they chose to escape instead of fighting him. As dozens of barbarians ran away, the flow quickly grew to hundreds and then thousands. Those at the left and right wings, which were distant from the center, were confused by the movements of the center. It was the same for those on top of the fortress. Anastasia blinked with a dumbfounded expression. She couldn't believe everything that had happened before her eyes. At that moment, Karak shouted from in front of Anastasia. "Princess! Now!" Anastasia's eyes widened, and she immediately understood the situation. It was now the time to give support from the rear. The barbarians' escape was just a temporary phenomenon. In order to spread that phenomenon to all the barbarians, military power was necessary. Anastasia pulled out a potion and drank it. After recovering her magic power forcibly, she gave a command she had never imagined would be shouted today. "Open the gates. Support Shutra." And the whole battlefield began to transform. The barbarians, who had lost the energy of war, were no longer immune to spirit magic. The result of Anastasia's long-term spirit magic was really frightening. The completely deceived wyverns then poured energy shots toward the barbarians. The individual barbarians were not controlling the monsters, the nightmares were. Complicated commands were not needed. Simple control was enough to make the monsters go crazy. There were thousands of troops in the central fortress. It was unreasonable to pursue the barbarians who outnumbered them. However, the barbarians had suffered considerable damage while escaping. There were those who were trampled by their own allies or killed by a raging monster. Anastasia pretended to pursue them aggressively. This meant that the barbarians couldn't stop moving. She didn't drive the barbarians in one direction but scattered them in every direction. In-gong looked at the mini-map while sitting on White Eagle, up in the air. In-gong let out an involuntary sigh of relief. There was still some aura and magic power remaining, but his physical and mental strength were completely exhausted. So, he was really glad. As expected from Anastasia. It was a timely response. Moreover, her ability to dismantle the barbarians was really like art. She was really capable. In-gong closed his eyes. He wanted to fall asleep, but this place was the battlefield. Moreover, In-gong wasn't alone right now. Master, did I do well before? I mimicked what the lycanthropes did at Tucker. In-gong stroked Green Wind's head as she sat next to him. In-gong laughed as he recalled Green Wind spreading the news that the barbarian king had escaped. Yes, well done. He took off Earthquaker and stroked her head with his bare hands. Green Wind looked at him with a pleased expression and said, Master. What is it? You were really cool today. Green Wind spoke honestly, and the effect was powerful. In-gong shifted his gaze to avoid Green Wind's eyes. Then the voice of a woman was heard in In-gong's ears. You have led a desperate battle to victory. Title, Great Hero has been acquired. Your level has risen. In-gong smiled with satisfaction. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 2. Chapter 161, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 2. Level 38. In-gong looked at the level displayed in his status window with a satisfied expression. I will soon be level 40. In Knight Saga, something special happened every time his level went up by 10. The usual thing would be raising the level of a special skill which couldn't be raised in normal ways, or acquiring a new special skill. Even among the other levels, level 40 was a special axis. Occupation upgrade, or an additional occupation. Both of them were like their names suggested. An occupation upgrade was to shift an existing occupation into a higher position, or to gain an additional occupation which wouldn't normally be possible. At level 40, he was able to choose only one of them. However, both options made him stronger, not weaker. Upgrading was the most conservative choice. There was no big change in the way he would use his abilities, since this was just a shift to a higher position within the existing occupation. Upgrading would only improve its effects. On the other hand, In-gong had to consider gaining an additional occupation as well. Synergy could be created in different ways, depending on which occupations could be combined with his existing occupation. Now that my occupation is protagonist, what would happen if I upgrade protagonist? Would something like fake protagonist come out? In-gong laughed and closed his status window. He didn't know what additional occupations would emerge, so there was no point in worrying about it right now. He hummed lightly before feeling a gaze on him again. Green Wind was obviously staring at In-gong. Master. Ha? In-gong said as he stroked Green Wind's head. Instead of her usual expression, she blinked a few times before aiming her lips at In-gong's cheeks. It was a kiss on the cheek, with a duration too short to be something special. However, In-gong's eyes widened with surprise. Greenie? He looked at Green Wind with a face which seemed to be asking, what are you doing? I suddenly wanted to do that. I told you before, but Master looks cool today. Does Master dislike it? She once again kissed him on the cheek. It seemed to be an extension of the normal affection which Green Wind aimed at In-gong, but In-gong couldn't help flinching. Unlike the hugging, he wasn't used to this yet. Master, you are cute as well as cool. I think that Master is really good. Green Wind laughed and hugged In-gong's arm. A heavy weight was weighing down on his arms. At that moment. What are you doing? What, is the hero playing around now? It was a rude voice, but it wasn't unwelcome. In-gong turned to see Karak on a big black horse. In-gong cried out reflexively. No? By the way, what about Anastasia Nuna? Karak was supposed to be Anastasia's escort. So, it was somewhat strange that Karak was now alone. Karak laughed like it wasn't a big deal. Princess will come soon. It seems like she wants to thank Prince. I told her I would go ahead and give you the news. When In-gong looked at the mini-map, the barbarians were running away. Rather than chasing the barbarians aggressively, the forces of the central fortress celebrated the end of the battle or healed the wounded. I think you are even cooler today. General Vandal will be surprised. The nightmares were surprised. My shoulders were raised with pride. Karak had been watching In-gong since time with the Red Lightning Tribe until now. So, his face was full with strong emotions. I didn't do that much. In-gong replied as he shrugged, while Green Wind hugged his arm again. Yes, Orc. Master is cool. You should continue to praise him. In these cases, Karak and Green Wind fit well together. Karak laughed and knocked on his chest. Prince was very cool today. I am proud to be Prince's aide. Yes, you were awesome. Karak didn't show his pride through his actions like Green Wind but expressed it through words. Some more time passed by, and as he talked with Karak, another person approached Anastasia. A few nightmares, including her aide Chandra, were following her. It seemed they had headed straight to In-gong's location after finishing the battle. In-gong looked at Anastasia in silence after Green Wind lost her solid form. Anastasia was riding a unicorn which only a pure woman could ride, despite being a succubus. Speaking of which, Anastasia had been fairly quiet in Knight Saga as well. She wore a white dress with low exposure and gave off an elegant impression. If I just look at the clothing, Felicia is more like a succubus. Even now, Anastasia was wearing solid armor. Her hair was tied up, so it wouldn't interfere with fighting, and she didn't have any feminine embellishments. Nevertheless, she was very beautiful. Despite her blunt facial expression, she was the daughter of Titania Necrian and a succubus. Once she was within talking distance, Anastasia jumped down from the unicorn and stood before him. There was a gentle smile on her face as she spoke. Thank you for your help. I was able to escape from a difficult situation today thanks to you. Unlike Felicia and Caitlin, In-gong felt a sense of distance from her. However, her words weren't untrue. In-gong looked into Anastasia's eyes. He didn't have the talent to read things just by looking, like the Sword Duke or Demon King, but In-gong could see some things. Just like Felicia and Caitlin, Anastasia had a slightly different look from the version of her in Knight Saga. Well, the situation between the children of the Demon King isn't bad yet. It was only after the winter of year 515 that she had become really wicked in Knight Saga. All the negative emotions between the children of the Demon King, such as rivalry, hatred, and a sense of crisis, had been stirred up by Richard and Zephyr. However, right now, it was year 512. The children of the Demon King didn't hate each other yet. In-gong had confirmed this fact at Baikal's tea party. Although Anastasia had argued with Felicia at the tea party, there wasn't any sense of enmity or rivalry. Her attitude towards Felicia was more because she was skeptical about the reason why Felicia had chosen someone else. I can make a difference now. Fortunately, Anastasia didn't see them as enemies yet. In-gong had also appeared out of nowhere to save her, and Anastasia wasn't a shameless woman. Moreover, this was an emergency situation. Rather than compete, they had to combine strengths. Her tone was a bit hard, but her eyes and voice were soft, so In-gong felt satisfied. He smiled at her and said, "I am glad to help. It looks like I barely made it in time." Felicia Nuna was very worried. I was as well. Anastasia was somewhat confused by In-gong's worry, but that only lasted for a moment. She soon smiled with joy, and her smile was more sincere than before. "I think I understand a little bit about why Felicia chose you," Anastasia murmured in a small voice. She asked In-gong, "It might not be suitable right after the battle, but I need to talk to you because it is urgent. Shutra, what are your plans for the future?" Although the barbarians surrounding the central fortress had been driven out, the other fortresses were still in the hands of the enemy. As time went by, new enemies would surround the central fortress. After taking a deep breath, In-gong made eye contact with Anastasia. His height had grown, and he was almost at eye level with her. "I've thought about it roughly. Before that, I want to ask you one thing. Where is Victor Hyung now?" Victor and Anastasia had always been together, just like how Chris and Caitlin were one set and Felicia and Sylvan were another set. However, he couldn't find Victor anywhere on the battlefield. Anastasia responded to In-gong's question in a quiet tone. "Victor Orabioni went on a mission outside the fortress. He is probably heading south now to rally the lizard men." Her expression and voice showed no signs of resentment for Victor, who had come to rescue her. No, maybe she was just hiding it inwardly. Anastasia changed the topic. "Shutra, you might be expecting this, but it is likely to be the work of the Paran clan's chief, Birkentox. Do you know anything about his current movements?" "It isn't clear, so he is probably going east. Unlike the south, the eastern troops are more likely to join Birkentox." The fact that almost all the fortresses in the west had been taken over meant Birkentox had at least an agreement with the orcs. Most of the forces in the east were orcs, so there was a good chance they would cooperate with Birkentox, along with the western orcs. In-gong recalled what he knew about Birkentox. The Paran clan chief was a careful and thoughtful person, so it was unexpected that he would rebel while knowing about the greatness of the Demon King's palace. Perhaps the cause is the War Knight. It was just like how the War Knight had reached out to the eastern barbarians. This led In-gong to think the reason for Birkentox's rebellion was the War Knight. Perhaps Birkentox had become an apostle of war like the eastern barbarian king. In-gong put off thinking about the War Knight. The important thing right now was to escape from this isolation. As you can see from today, the Western barbarian king, Actius, is cowardly. As long as I jump onto the battlefield, he will want to give up. Furthermore, he won't reduce the number of troops around him. It is a good situation for us. It was one of the reasons why he didn't bother pursuing Actius. His escape would buy In-gong more time and opportunities. But even so, it won't buy us that much time. It is just that the barbarians won't surround the central fortress. In-gong's fingers drew a picture in the air. Soon, they saw a map made of green magic power in the air. Anastasia looked at the map and said, "Shutra, are you planning to abandon this fortress?" "It is a strategic decision." "Is Nuna willing to do so?" Anastasia nodded silently. If the barbarians hadn't created an encirclement, she would have escaped. Felicia Nuna is heading to the north with a unit of golems. We will move to the 12th base using the shortest distance. We can join Felicia Nuna there and work with Victor. In-gong drew a few new lines in the air and asked Anastasia, "Can the wounded people move?" "It is possible if we don't worry about saving recovery magic potions and magic. Some wyverns and monsters were captured this time, so we can move somehow. Rather, the problem is the movement speed. We may be stopped before we get there." The distance to the 12th base wasn't short. Additionally, it wouldn't take long for the news about today to spread around. So, there was a chance they would get caught from the back or the side while running toward the 12th base. It wasn't just Anastasia. The nightmares expressed concern as well. However, Carrick laughed as he judged the distance from the map. Once again, faster than the wind. Faster than the wind? Anastasia asked In-gong what it meant. She seemed to think it was the name of an operation. In-gong shrugged and asked a question instead of answering. Anastasia Nuna, are you good at recovery magic? Recovery magic? Recovery magic. In-gong grinned, and Anastasia nodded as she felt an ominous feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 3. Chapter 162, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 3. The news that Actius had been routed didn't make its way to many of the fortresses and bases near the central fortress. This was because Actius prioritized fleeing to a safe area, rather than spreading what happened. The barbarians, who occupied each fortress and base, weren't informed by Actius but by the forces which scattered in every direction. It had already been a day since the battle of the central fortress. The Piran clan chief, Birkentox, arrived at the 9th stronghold, the largest warehouse in eastern Curtis, before hearing the news about Actius. At first, he didn't believe it. No, it was unbelievable. It was an impossible situation. The troops had been overwhelming. Moreover, thanks to the energy of war, the nightmare specialty of mental magic could be ignored. It was simply impossible for the barbarians to be defeated, although the battle might take longer than expected. How? How on earth? Actius was clearly a coward who only thought of his own safety. However, he wasn't stupid. Rather, he was cunning and clever. He would fight to win and needed to be strong to had become the barbarian king. Yet he had been defeated in a single day? It had been a siege and yet he had been routed? What the hell had happened? That wasn't the only thing he couldn't understand. There were some unbelievable stories mixed in. In the midst of a siege, a white light had appeared and massacred the wyverns in an instant. A white shield and black shield defeated the monsters attacking the gates. A man in a dark blue cloth fell across the large army and killed a horned drake with one punch. They didn't know what happened, but a rain of fire had poured down from the sky. The first story was somewhat understandable, but the next two weren't. The monsters brought by the Western barbarians were gigantic monsters. One of those monsters had been taken down with one blow? Additionally, the one who had done it was a normal species and not a giant? Birkentox instantly thought of the 5 captains of the Demon King's palace. He had only encountered Gallied, the leader of the Suras, but that was enough. It was possible for a captain of the Demon King's palace. In that case, all the stories spreading around wouldn't be a problem. No, he would be able to believe them even more. Birkentox shook his head. A captain couldn't appear at the central fortress. They were somewhere else, not at Curtis. It was clear the stories were exaggerated, as it was very common for those defeated to inflate the enemy's power and rationalize their defeat. Yes, it's common. However, it wasn't just a rationalization. On a battlefield, there were many factors which could cause the soldiers to reject the situation, such as an uneasy psychology state, the shock of being defeated, the fear of death, and so on. But even so, Birkentox didn't jump to any conclusions. Even if the process was exaggerated, it was clear Actius had lost. There might be a mixture of intermediate-level generals at the enemy base with a combination powerful enough to match a senior general. It was an unexpected variable. Did Anastasia have a strong succubus as a supporter? Birkentox laughed suddenly. As expected from Anastasia, she had hidden a trump card. Birkentox looked down at the large map the Perron clan used. He was currently in the 9th Orc stronghold, so he wanted to review the current situation. Actius had retreated to the north. Victor was headed southwest to contact the Lizardmen, and Birkentox was currently in the east. 6th Princess Felicia Doomblade and 9th Prince Shutra Ignus were at the southernmost tip of Curtis. Perhaps their goal was to join the Lizardmen in the southwest. And there is Anastasia. Birkentox made a decision. The original plan had been to leave the task of defeating Victor to Actius, while Birkentox would head south to isolate Victor by defeating the Golems. However, he now had to do something else. Birkentox would head west personally. After defeating Anastasia, he would lead the barbarians and seize all of Curtis. There was no reason to delay the decision. Birkentox stood up instantly. And Felicia looked toward the northwest. It was the direction Joo In-gong had headed in. She had been marching for 2 days with the Ghulam hunters, including Galing. Their destination was the 12th base, which Joo In-gong had designated as the meeting point. There was no way she could hear news from the north. Therefore, Felicia looked at the north with uneasy eyes several times while using recovery magic on the Golems. He is okay. Felicia touched her forehead slowly. She was able to know this because she was a member of the King's Knights. Joo In-gong was currently safe. This also meant that the central fortress was still standing. It is really ridiculous. He had gone alone to save Anastasia Uni in the central fortress. It was even more absurd that Felicia believed Joo In-gong could do it. He just needs to get there in time. Then he will do it. This time as well, Shutra will show a wonderful appearance. Felicia took deep breaths as she calmed herself, but she couldn't help laughing. It isn't the same without Shutra. Felicia's main task was to use recovery magic whenever the soldiers were exhausted, in order to maintain their marching during the day and night. However, it was much better than when they had been in Evian. She didn't have to worry about being exhausted due to overusing her magic. Shutra is really too much. It was really exciting every time. Felicia muttered with a smile as she looked toward the north. As she recalled something, a different worry formed in her mind. Anastasia and Shutra, the heads of 2 factions. Are they still doing well? Felicia felt an ominous foreboding. And faster than the wind. Faster. Faster. As they became accustomed to the slogan, the central fortress defenders shouted it repeatedly as they ran frantically. It had been a day since the battle. As soon as the wounded soldiers were recovered, Joo In-gong and Anastasia left the central fortress while leading 3,000 defenders. Due to the vast majority being infantry, the march was forced to slow down. However, Joo In-gong didn't tolerate it. Green Wind's protection of the wind lightened the legs of the central fortress defenders. Joo In-gong's flag of light enhanced their physical abilities as well. After the first preparations, Joo In-gong ordered the central fortress defenders to follow him. Then Joo In-gong continued. He ran forward, but it wasn't a frenzied rush. Regardless of the magic and periodic rests, there was a limitation to their physical strength. However, Joo In-gong didn't allow the defenders of the central fortress to collapse. Anastasia was located in the middle of the pack and used recovery magic periodically. Thanks to that, the central fortress defense troops didn't collapse from exhaustion, but she was mentally exhausted as she ran. The nightmares used a magic spell which paralyzed the reasoning of the central fortress defenders. Of course, the nightmares had to run endlessly as well. The effect of the nightmares' magic was effective. The fortresses and bases had received the news about the rout late and were unable to respond to the sudden movements of the central fortress defenders. They only blocked the road after the situation was already over, but it wasn't their fault. The central fortress defenders just had an abnormally fast speed. Thus, the central fortress defenders were able to pass through the fortresses without experiencing any battles. Take a short break. Break. Break! Once In-gong stopped in place, the nearby soldiers shouted and spread the command. The 3,000 soldiers sat down without hesitation. In-gong looked at the mini-map. They had almost left the northwest area of Curtis. There was now only a little bit left. Of course, it was hard to feel at ease as it was obvious the enemies would plan something after adapting to the unusual speed of the central fortress defenders. In-gong looked at the mini-map continuously as he moved from the front of the procession to the middle with Carrick. It was to see Anastasia. Surely, she hasn't fainted. In-gong remembered Felicia's and Daphne's stats and hurried. Then he involuntarily let out a cry of admiration. Oh! Unlike his expectations, Anastasia had a fairly straight posture. She was sweating, but she wasn't lying on the floor like Felicia or Daphne had done. Are you okay? Anastasia blinked at In-gong after hearing his words. Her expression was somewhat weaker than usual. Do you normally make Felicia do this? Her voice was relatively restrained, but it was mixed with resentment, irritation, and nausea. Instead of answering, In-gong just laughed. It was at that moment that In-gong heard Green Wind's voice in his ears. Master, there are enemies. The voice came from White Eagle, which was floating in the sky. In-gong hurriedly shared his gaze with Green Wind while opening the mini-map. Like Green Wind said, a group of people were running this way. There was approximately 500 of them. It wasn't a large number, but the problem was that they were armed cavalry, and they were designed to grab the ankles of the infantry troops. If they delayed too long here, they might be surrounded by enemies on all sides. After confirming the movement path of the cavalry, In-gong closed the mini-map and shifted his gaze. It seemed like there was a dusty place in the distance. Shutra? There is a pursuit. After hearing In-gong's words, Anastasia hurriedly turned in the direction he was looking at, and her eyes shone white as she used magic. They are cavalry. There are approximately 500 or 600 of them? Anastasia frowned as she finished talking. After seeing the type and number of enemies, she thought the same thing as In-gong. Despite their physical strength having been maintained by magic, the central fortress defenders were mentally exhausted. They had no problem running forward, but fighting was difficult. I'll stay here and buy some time. Nuna should lead the troops forward. Anastasia's eyes widened at In-gong's words. In-gong shrugged and continued speaking. It is impossible to defeat them, but I can buy some time. I will fight in moderation and join you guys later. He had White Eagle and Black Eagle to protect him. If he mixed and matched techniques properly, he would be able to prevent any troops from passing by In-gong. Wah, I have truly grown. He was thinking about stopping 500 cavalry alone. Although the scale was smaller than yesterday's, they might rush toward the 3,000 troops, so he couldn't choose the option of flying over the enemy heads like he had done yesterday. It was dangerous and hard work. After In-gong's words, Anastasia thought for a moment before making a determined expression. Then she replied in a quiet voice. No, I'll stop them with you. I am the one responsible for the forces of the central fortress. It is unreasonable to make Shutra do this. It was a problem associated with her sense of honor and responsibility. The nightmares beside Anastasia gazed at her with an admiring expression. But In-gong was different. Well, yes. Then I'll leave it to Nuna. Let's go, Carrick. In-gong said lightly before turning around. Anastasia became confused. She didn't think that In-gong would agree like this. It was unreasonable for Anastasia alone to block 500 cavalry. She would be able to use various mental magic to get rid of them, but she was exhausted right now. Moreover, it was highly likely that mental spells wouldn't work if they were surrounded with the red energy of war like the barbarians. While Anastasia was panicking, Carrick stared at In-gong and said in a loud voice, Prince. In-gong turned around at the call. He shrugged and handed the flag of light to Carrick. Carrick, please guide the defenders. Don't worry. Carrick grinned as he raised the flag of light. Due to the effects of the king's flag, the defenders of the central fortress started to stand up. In-gong looked at Anastasia and said, "Did you think I was really going to leave it to Nuna?" Anastasia pouted at the playful question. Her expression was restrained, but he could feel the emotions behind it. Looking at this, Anastasia is also cute. In Knight Saga, he had just thought of her as a bad girl. Zephyr and Richard ruined her. In-gong moved to the rear of the procession with Anastasia. Anastasia looked down at In-gong from her unicorn and asked bluntly, "Let me ask again, is it normally like this with Felicia and Caitlin?" A little more severe, . The two people had to experience this repeatedly. Anastasia's eyes widened at In-gong's answer. She looked cute, but now wasn't the time to flirt. In-gong equipped Earthquaker on his right arm, and his gaze sharpened. They're coming. Under Carrick's guidance, the central fortress defenders started to spring again. Their speed seemed slow enough for the cavalry to catch up with them. Anastasia drank a potion while staring at the cavalry. Anastasia's nightmares, who followed her, were ready to fight. "Shutra, let's talk later," Anastasia said, and In-gong nodded. They charged toward the cavalry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 4. Chapter 163, Chapter 31, Overwhelming Number 4. Swords and bows were both weapons which could be used in a fight, but their usage was different. It wasn't just the sword and bow. There were various types which existed in the huge category of swords, and there were many ways to use them. Strength was the same. Vandal was strong, and among the senior generals, he was the one with the strongest brute force. It was probably possible for him to take out a monster with one blow. However, he couldn't attack dozens of people at the same time. So, it was impossible for Vandal to confront an army alone. Among the senior generals, there was a man called Vicarolo. He had the nickname of one-man army due to his actions being enough to rival an army. Vicarolo was a powerful necromancer. If the number of bodies was enough, then he could create a majestic undead legion anytime and anywhere. He didn't distinguish between friend or foe when raising the corpses, and it didn't matter to him as long as he could overwhelm the other side. Additionally, he preferred massacres since that would lead to more corpses. This meant Vicarolo was able to fight an army alone, but it didn't mean he was definitely stronger than Vandal. In fact, Vandal would be the victor if they competed in a one-on-one fight. Anastasia's strength was different from In-gong's. She was a magician as well as a born enslaver. Anastasia's unicorn, Windwalker, charged forward. She wasn't charging toward the cavalry but passing by them. The area which the 500 cavalry occupied was more than she had imagined. Even if Anastasia was a brilliant magician, it was impossible to strike such a large area all at the same time. Moreover, her purpose wasn't to exterminate the cavalry, as it was enough just to cause confusion and break the will of the enemy. This was the same as what In-gong had done at the central fortress. The orcs and kobolds, which made up the cavalry, weren't surrounded by a red aura. Due to this, Anastasia was able to utilize her specialty. After witnessing Anastasia's charge, the cavalry changed to spears or swords, instead of a bow, in order to attack Anastasia as she rushed past. There was the sound of yelling, and 500 cavalry charged, causing the earth to shake. Anastasia chanted a spell while looking straight at the cavalry. Then her purple eyes flashed, and something unexpected occurred. Hi-hing! Hi-ing! As Anastasia watched on, the horses reared up abruptly. They also shook their bodies roughly to try and drop their owners. At most, it only happened to 20 of them. However, it was important since they were on the outskirts. As the front suddenly stopped moving, the formation of the cavalry became a mess. There were those who fell off when bumping into the riders in front of them or from trying to stop quickly. Anastasia continued to use her magic to enchant other horses. The nightmares running alongside her poured all sorts of attack spells toward the orcs on the ground. Anastasia's unicorn was uniquely intelligent. Windwalker moved lightly and maintained a proper distance from the cavalry. He seemed to walk around the cavalry in circles. However, there was a problem with Anastasia. She couldn't rest after a big battle and had a hard time running all night. Moreover, it wasn't just running. Her body and mind were extremely exhausted from using recovery magic several times. Anastasia felt dizzy while charging forward, and as she frowned from the pain, dozens of cavalry members shot arrows at her. There also were a few who came rushing toward her. Anastasia gritted her teeth. The nightmares acted to block the arrows, while Windwalker ran harder than before. Then In-gong plunged forward. White Eagle and Black Eagle created a force field which fended off attacks from In-gong. 5 fireballs flew from his fingertips toward the cavalry which was running toward him and exploded. The soldiers and horses collapsed, but there were 500 cavalry members, so there were still many remaining. A group of them rushed over the fallen ones. In order to surround the party, the cavalry members moved in different directions and aimed arrows and firebombs. Explosions occurred everywhere. Windwalker jumped over the explosions and avoided the cavalry. However, then Windwalker shook his head because his back had become lighter. Anastasia's eyes widened. She was in the air, and In-gong's arm was wrapped around her waist. The moment an explosion occurred in front of Windwalker, In-gong had grabbed Anastasia. The confused Windwalker continued to run around the cavalry. The nightmares also ran along with Windwalker, slowing down the speed of the cavalry using magic. Anastasia confirmed the distance between the party and the cavalry before turning to In-gong. His face was close to hers because In-gong was holding her with one arm. "Are you okay?" In-gong smiled lightly, and Anastasia frowned. She glanced at In-gong's arm around her waist and said, "Shutra, you shouldn't grab the waist of a virtuous woman at any time." Even if he hadn't grabbed her, she would have escaped thanks to Windwalker. "Yes, Master." Master was wrong. "You should grab my waist." Green Wind whispered to In-gong. Instead of asking what she was talking about, he just restored his breathing and didn't speak. Rather, it was more important to drop Anastasia off somewhere. Shutra. Anastasia asked him suddenly. Instead of responding, In-gong continued flying toward Windwalker. After putting Anastasia back on Windwalker, he reversed the position. Green Wind whispered again. "Master, the orc in red armor seems to be the leader. He is shouting orders." In-gong agreed. After a glance at Anastasia, he flew forward using the power of Night Watch. The cavalry had split in two and were surrounding Anastasia. In-gong moved his gaze away from her. There was no time to deal with all 500 cavalry members, so the best tactic was to strike the leader. White Eagle and Black Eagle revolved around In-gong and blocked the arrows. In-gong shot toward the orc in red armor. And after losing their leader, the cavalry opted to escape instead of fight. The damage to the cavalry was quite large. A few horses had fallen to the ground due to Anastasia, while others were killed or injured through direct combat. In-gong sighed with relief as the cavalry ran away. By using divine Sura authority while being protected by White Eagle and Black Eagle, In-gong had great power. However, he couldn't handle hundreds of enemies. The super special moves had a limited number of daily uses, so he was glad they had given up early. After restoring his breathing, In-gong looked at Anastasia. Instead of rejoicing in the victory, she seemed to be enchanting one of the wounded enemies who seemed to be in a decent condition. She was either trying to interrogate the enemy on the spot or enchanting him to ride with them. "Nuna, we need to hurry. Anastasia nodded as In-gong rode over on White Eagle. They had to hurry in order to catch up with the central fortress defenders. With In-gong at the forefront on White Eagle, the party ran forward again. Some time passed by. They found the central fortress defenders where they were running, and In-gong moved to the front of the line on White Eagle. While holding the flag of light, Carrick shouted, "Prince!" Carrick's stamina and endurance were comparable to In-gong's. So, his face and voice were filled with welcome instead of fatigue. However, the soldiers around them were different. Everyone's expressions showed that they were suffering. Below the king's flag and protection of the wind weren't enough. In order to move faster than the wind, recovery magic was necessary. "Anastasia Nuna! Please!" In-gong shouted as Anastasia barely reached the front. Anastasia's expression became momentarily tearful, but she soon restored her expression. She repeatedly cast the recovery magic over the 3,000 central fortress defenders. I am exhausted. Prince is really too much. After the frantic sprint, the central fortress defenders were able to reach the 12th base. However, the price was great. The central fortress defenders seemed like they had their souls sucked out, while Anastasia was lying on the back of her unicorn. She was sweating and gasping for breath. I had a feeling this would happen. Felicia, who had arrived at the 12th base first, said while staring at Anastasia. Anastasia was an excellent magician in many ways, but this was probably the first time she had collapsed due to magic power exhaustion. Felicia stared at her with sympathy and then gazed at In-gong with narrowed eyes. In-gong just grinned and pretended not to know. "I'm here, Felicia Nuna. Were you worried?" The bright smile made the most of his Gandharv beauty, so Felicia couldn't help laughing. "You aren't hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine." In-gong knocked against his chest, and Felicia sighed with relief. She had been very worried about In-gong. So, she was glad that he had returned safely. Felicia covered her face with a fan and said, "Let's settle this situation first. We need to greet the troops of the 12th base." The 3,000 soldiers were collapsed on the ground. In-gong nodded at Felicia's words and gazed a little further away. The lizard man Makulpan, the leader of the 12th base, was running this way. And Birkentox, who arrived at the central fortress, felt more confusion than anger. The central fortress was empty. He understood up to here. Birkentox had been expecting it to some extent. There was no reason for Anastasia to be sitting in the central fortress when Actius had loosened the encirclement. However, he hadn't thought it would be so empty. It wasn't just the troops of the central fortress. The warehouse was completely empty. There was no evidence of the food, weapons or other goods which would have been stored in the central fortress. Surely, they hadn't brought the items with them while running away? It was crazy. Emptying a warehouse wasn't easy. The central fortress was the supply base for the fortresses near the western limit line, so it stockpiled a tremendous quantity of supplies. Just taking them out of the warehouse and packing them would take a full day. There was a problem even after the warehouse was cleared. As the amount of supplies being carried increased, the movement speed would slow down. Wasn't it better to lighten their body as much as possible in order to run away? Yet surprisingly, Anastasia had done it. Moreover, they had escaped the western part of Curtis in just one day, so Birkentox wondered about what type of magic had been used. Every one of the fortresses, which had missed Anastasia, said the same thing through the communicator. Their movement speed had been too fast, the marching speed of the infantry hadn't been normal. Therefore, they hadn't been able to block the infantry properly due to their unexpected speed. Now, Birkentox could only laugh. Fourth Princess Anastasia Nikrian. He had known she was capable, but he hadn't expected this. She far surpassed his expectations. Birkentox controlled his emotions. It was just a change in order, but this way, he could bring all the Piran clan members together. I can use this time as well. The Piran clan warriors were already gathering from all over the place, and the number of Warren members who had pledged allegiance personally was over 100. Birkenstocks gave orders to each fortress and base in the western region. Hit the 12th base. Smash it so that not one trace remains and show our strength to all of Curtis. The troops of the western area all obeyed Birkenstock's command. Except for the barbarians led by Actius, all the forces of the west started moving. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Chapter 32, Giants. Chapter 164, Chapter 32, Giants. Anastasia woke up. It was warm. She felt a bit fuzzy, but it wasn't bad. Soft. The sheet touching her back and the blanket covering her were soft, and the clothes she wore weren't sweaty or rough. Are you awake? Anastasia moved her eyes as a voice was heard from next to her. Instead of her aide Chandra, she saw the red eyes of a beautiful dark elf. Felicia. Anastasia sighed and closed her eyes, she remembered. She was amazed she had managed to keep using magic until they somehow arrived at the 12th base. Felicia, sitting next to the bed on a chair, pressed gently against Anastasia's shoulder when Anastasia tried to raise her upper body. Felicia shook her head. Just lie down. You are still a bit dizzy. You used magic until you were exhausted, so the aftereffects will last for a while. Aren't you tired due to the traveling? Your waist and hips will hurt a lot. Writing a mount for a long tone was more difficult than one would have imagined. Anastasia opened her mouth unconsciously. You are familiar with it, . Well, I did faint several times in the same manner as Uni. Don't worry too much. You will be fine after a day of sleep. Have faith in the people with experience. Felicia winked, and Anastasia gave a small sigh. That is even worse. Huh? Instead of explaining, Anastasia looked around the room. It was a large but neatly furnished room. There were candles lit up in various places of the room, warming the air. How long was I collapsed for? Around half a day or so? It is now night. Relax and rest a little more. Felicia said in a pleasant tone as Anastasia was exhausted right now, and the situation was different from Baikal's tea party where there was an exchange of nerves. Anastasia laughed at this aspect of Felicia. Indeed, it was due to this that she valued Felicia. In fact, she had been a little upset at the last tea party. Felicia had suddenly pulled her feet out from Anastasia's faction and attached them to Shutra. So, she had annoyed Felicia a little bit more persistently than usual. Anastasia let out a long sigh. She turned her gaze back to Felicia's face and said, Shutra, he was great. Our Shutra really is great. There was no need to wait for the reaction. Felicia spoke while covering her face with her fan, but her long ears twitched. She sounded really proud. Anastasia laughed brightly. I thought you changed paths due to future aspirations, but that isn't it. It is because Felicia has another reason. It would be a lie to say it wasn't for political calculations, but there seemed to be an emotional aspect involved. Well, somehow, I feel slightly bad. Felicia didn't seem to worry too much about what Anastasia thought. However, Anastasia buried both her anger and sadness and said, Shutra saved the central fortress in a really cool manner. Really? It was the right bait for Felicia, and so Anastasia kept a watch on Felicia's ears. He has a lot of mysterious tricks and many powerful magic items. The way he took all the supplies in the central fortress. He didn't tell me how, but it was amazing. HRMM. That is Shutra's secret. Please note that I knew before Caitlin. Shutra told me first. Her fan was covering her face, but her eyes could still be seen. It was clear that she was smiling from ear to ear. Why are you so smug over there, ? Felicia coughed instead of answering, and Anastasia laughed again. This time, she managed to sit up and said, "Call Chandra. I'll get dressed and meet up with Shutra and the leader here." Anastasia was currently wearing only a thin negligee, which probably belonged to Felicia. It was impossible for Anastasia to meet anyone while she was dressed like this. "Shouldn't you rest a little longer?" Felicia asked again with worry on her lovely face, but Anastasia shook her head. "Shutra and the leader will wait. But Birkenstocks won't give us that time." Unlike In-gong or Felicia, Anastasia knew Birkenstocks. Although she never noticed his betrayal, she knew how competent he was. "I understand. Wait a bit." Felicia stood up instantly. The north and west of Curtis are under the influence of the traitor, Birkenstocks. The eastern part seems to be close to the west. In fact, except for the southern area around the forest, almost all of Curtis has been taken. McCulpin, the lizard man and head of the 12th base, pointed to a large map of the battlefield spread out on the table. The story was roughly as expected. As Anastasia frowned, McCulpin looked over at her and said, "Prince Victor is currently rallying the lizard men at the swamp. He will be delighted to hear that Princess is safe. Yes, I am also glad that Orabioni is safe," Anastasia said in a dry tone, and McCulpin shifted his gaze like he had made a mistake. Felicia, who guessed the general situation, sighed and changed the topic. "I think half of the Warren clan has joined Birkenstocks. It seems like the Warren clan were the ones who destroyed the transportation formations in the first place. The Warren clan were giants who wandered all over Curtis. If they struck simultaneously, they could attack all of Curtis at the same time." "And the Ghulam clan?" "They are with us, but their numbers aren't as high as the Paran clans. 20 Ghulam hunters have come with us here." Felicia shrugged in reply to Anastasia's question. There were few hunters left in the village because many hunters had gone to hunt far away. Anastasia swallowed her saliva. She turned to McCulpin and asked, "Anyway, is there any news about Artman?" "No, it is likely that he has joined Birkenstocks, but Artman was a magician and a senior general of the Demon King's palace. He had been sent to Curtis last year and seemed to have joined Birkenstocks during that year." What had Birkenstocks used to convince Artman? In the first place, why had Birkenstocks decided to rebel against the Demon King's palace? However, it didn't matter. Anastasia had to look at the situation right before her. Then she spoke to everyone in a quiet voice. "If I were Birkenstocks, I would come here. He will probably come with all of his troops, and he'll try not to repeat the same mistakes." It was clear that Actius' defeat had made a strong impression on Birkenstocks. So, he would give priority to this side over Victor. There isn't enough time to wait for support from the Demon King's palace, but all the bases with long-range communicators were under Birkenstocks' control. Although the Demon King's palace might have noticed the destruction of the transportation formations, it was possible they didn't know the exact situation regarding Artman and Birkenstocks. The Demon King's palace would believe in the senior general, Artman, and the Paran clan, which had been around for hundreds of years. Anastasia closed her eyes. If Felicia and McCulpin were in this position, they would have considered a full retreat. However, it wasn't just the two of them in this position. Anastasia looked before her with a sense of competitiveness and asked the other child of the Demon King about how to break the crisis. "Shutra, what would you do?" The enemies were many and strong. The 100 Paran clan members alone were hard. Additionally, the barbarians and forces of Curtis followed Birkenstocks as well. However, Anastasia had a voice which was mixed with anticipation. Shutra had managed to defeat 30,000 people at the central fortress. In-gong folded his arms slowly, then he answered Anastasia's question. And Birkenstocks rushed forward. He didn't waste any time in the central fortress. The 10th base was the one closest to the 12th base. Actius, who had fled to the north, didn't move himself but sent new barbarians to the west of Curtis. The barbarians rode on the back of quick monsters and hastened to the tent base. Artman, the senior general of the Demon King's palace, headed for the tent base as well. He was a powerful magician who had led his magic squad and the Warrens, and destroyed Curtis' entire transportation formation system. After leaving the central fortress and reaching the tent base, Birkentox joined Artman. He waited one day for the quick barbarians to reach the tent base. Then he rushed forward once again in order to not give Anastasia time. One day passed by. The Piran clan and orcs joined 7,000 barbarians and reached the 12th base. The walls of the 12th base weren't high. All the bases and fortresses of Curtis were built to deal with barbarians, not giants. The walls of the central fortress had been an unusual case. The height of the walls of the 12th base was approximately 10 meters. It was a height which felt like a neighbor's wall to the Piran clan, which averaged 10 meters in height. Additionally, there was Artman, who had octopus-like hair, slender limbs and 7 tentacles. He could feel the magic power of the nightmares on his purple skin. It was clear fourth Princess Anastasia was at the 12th base. There isn't just one succubus. There is also the smell of the magic power of a dark elf. It is clear that 6th Princess Felicia is also present. Artman delivered the message to Birkentox through magic. Birkentox focused his eyes on the soldiers along the walls of the 12th base. Indeed, Anastasia could be seen among the soldiers. She had her hair tied up and was wearing white armor as always. It is a little surprising. Although he urged the troops to move, Birkentox also kept in mind the possibility that the 12th base would be empty. It was because Anastasia wasn't the type to engage in a reckless fight. There was no siege here, unlike at the central fortress, so she could choose to escape. Anastasia being here meant that she thought there was a chance of victory. Birkentox made a decision. No matter what Anastasia had prepared, he would break through it using force. Birkentox rode a monster and gauged the distance from the 12th base. It was a long distance which arrows couldn't reach, but the giants were 5 times the size of normal species. Birkentox raised his sword up high and distributed the aura of war to the orcs, barbarians and Piran clan warriors. The atmosphere heated up, and a shout broke out among the soldiers. Charge! 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 The united shouts shook the heavens and the earth as the Piran clan warriors rose up from the ground. It was truly spectacular. 100 giants stepped on the earth, so the sound was truly terrific. The surging momentum seemed to stab the sky. The troops of the 12th base felt a fear of death just by looking at the rush of the giants. It seemed helpless for someone with the ordinary strength of a person. The leader of the 12th base, Makulpan, couldn't breathe. Even the Gulam hunters, who were giants like the Piran tribal, felt fearful and gulped. The passage of time couldn't be felt properly, feeling both short and long. Anastasia formed tight fists, while Felicia bit her lip where she was beside Anastasia. The distance narrowed down, and the sound of the Piran clan became louder as they neared. Death. The troops couldn't help gulping. It was like they were going to be swept away by a tsunami. The moment the soldiers of the 12th base thought this, Anastasia stared up at the sky, and Felicia shouted loudly as if to shake off the fear. Shutra! It was time. This was a moment they had calculated for in advance. The Gulam hunters, including Galing, stared up at the sky with respect. Artman looked up, and Birkentox also sensed something. High above the sky, where no one paid attention due to focusing on the Piran clan, there was something diving down, pouring down from the heavens. Kwaong. There was a huge roar as it tore through the atmosphere, and lightning struck among the rushing Piran warriors. It was a huge sword. A giant sword struck the ground and stood there proudly, like it had always been there. Birkentox saw it. Then the Piran clan warriors and everyone else stopped moving. They turned reflexively toward the direction of the sword. It was instinct and irresistible command engraved in their souls. The Giant King's Sword. And the person before the sword. In-gong stood afloat above the Giant King's sword and had one hand placed on it. Due to the dragon heart, he was emanating the strong power of a dragon. At this moment, something happened. The Giant King's sword began to glow, and a white aura spread out. The red aura which covered the bodies of the Paran warriors was peeled off at once, and the Paran clan warriors could no longer resist. They fell to their knees instantly, bowing before the Giant King's sword. The Paran clan warriors worshipped the great dragon warrior. Draken Kechatullah. Draken Kechatullah. Inside the 12th base, the Gulam hunters shouted, and that call soon spread. The Paran clan warriors opened their mouths and cried out the name of the great dragon warrior. Draken Kechatullah. Draken Kechatullah. It was the name of the great warrior who led the giants and fought against the evil red serpent god. Everyone on the battlefield was amazed. The sight of 100 giants on their knees was like the scene from a myth. However, it wasn't a myth. This was a reality. Therefore, there were conflicting emotions. The soldiers of the 12th base were amazed, while the orcs and barbarians were overwhelmed with surprise and fear. In-gong's gaze moved to a distant place. Despite being confronted with the Giant King's sword, there was only one giant who didn't shout the name of the dragon warrior. It was Birkentox, the apostle of war. The Giant King's sword shone once again, and In-gong roared on the battlefield. Conquer! The white woman shouted from the depths of In-gong's soul as the equipment of the elder dragons cried out loudly. Birkentox was confused, but In-gong didn't wait for him to understand. The conquest knight rushed toward the apostle of war. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, Chapter 32, Giants Number 2. Chapter 165, Chapter 32, Giants Number 2. The Paran clan and Gulam clan shared the same roots. Just like how the Gulams worshipped Draken Kechatullah, the great dragon warrior, the Paran clan also knew about the great warrior who confronted the serpent god. The 100 members of the Paran clan repeated the chant, and the blood of the Giant King, which had been diluted and weakened as the years passed, was revealed in this moment. This wasn't an old, made-up story. It was a part of history, and it was true. The Paran clan were on their knees and felt embarrassed about not being able to move, but they were convinced. These were the instincts the giants shared with the Giant King's sword. However, it wasn't just the Gulam and Paran tribe members on the battlefield. The Warren warriors knelt down as well. Then the wandering warriors, fighters at the limit line and hunters of the forest yelled simultaneously. Draken Kechatullah! Draken Kechatullah! Unlike the Paran clan running in the lead, the Warren warriors were among the soldiers. So, the orcs and barbarians next to them fell into a greater state of confusion. Artman, a senior general of the Demon King's palace, was amazed at the power emanating from the Giant King's sword. He realized the power was an ancient force that was thousands of years old. Artman opened his mouth in order to shout, but as the three giant clans continued to chant, the gazes of everyone on the battlefield naturally turned to one place. Birkentox was looking at the same place like everyone else. He was both an apostle of a war and a giant, so he felt many things. His instincts clashed with the power which had been given to him. The dragon warrior was back. It was the same person as the one who caused the miracle in the battle at the central fortress. He was at the end of the Giant King's sword. The Paran clan warriors were currently on their knees and under the influence of the Giant King's sword. It was only a matter of time until they would attack the barbarians under the name of the Dragon Warrior. Draken Kechatullah! Birkentox exclaimed, but his call was different from that of the other giants. He resisted the power of domination emanating from the Giant King's sword because he was an apostle of war. Putting hatred and anger in his cry, he rushed toward In-gong. The red energy of war soared from his body, and Birkentox's huge body swelled even further. Then Artman's command spread throughout the battlefield. His magic power awoke the minds of the shaking orcs and barbarians. Attack the base. Artman had also seen that it was only a matter of time before they would be attacked. However, retreating now was the worst possible thing they could do. They had to reverse the situation before the Piran clan warriors were taken away. He needed to induce a melee. Additionally, Birkentox had to cut down the dragon warrior. The orcs and barbarians ran among the giants. Even without the Piran clan and Warren clan, there were more than 10,000 troops. Moreover, the walls of the 12th base weren't that high or solid. They could destroy them even without the power of the giants. Go! Artman shouted again with his magic power and shifted his gaze. At the center of the battlefield, a red aura was just about to clash with a white one. Birkentox! Artman shouted. At the same time, the red energy of war rose from him. Birkentox wasn't the only apostle of war on this battlefield. In-gong felt the strong power of war, but he didn't have time to glance around. Instead, he looked straight ahead. The force of Birkentox, who was rushing with a sword and shield, was truly terrifying. The moment Birkentox swung his sword, In-gong turned into a dark mist and used Blink to jump over Birkentox's sword. He aimed his fist at Birkentox's chin. Explosive power rushed out. Birkentox's head turned to the side, but he didn't fall down. As he was pushed back, he tried to strike at In-gong with the shield on his left arm. In-gong clung to Birkentox. As Birkentox twisted around, his left arm hit the place where In-gong had just been floating, and divine sparks poured out as In-gong struck Birkentox's neck. Bake! There was a huge sound from the blow. Birkentox couldn't withstand this attack, his knees shook, and his posture collapsed. In-gong's strikes didn't end there. He didn't have the slightest intention of delaying the time. White Eagle and Black Eagle struck Birkentox's chest. Rather than a stab, it was closer to pushing away using a force field. Birkentox fell to the ground and felt a violent anger. The body of a giant, along with the added power of war, meant that he wasn't hurt much, but he had already allowed 3 attacks. In-gong knew it as well. That's why he moved even more. His right arm reached out and grasped at the air. Once again, he crossed the space with a dark fog. Papang! It was a relatively short distance, so the sound of the fog explosion rang out. In-gong exited the dark fog at Birkentox's chest, aiming his right hand at it. However, he wasn't aiming with his fist as he was now holding Skull Crusher. A sound which shook the heavens and earth exploded. Kwang! Skull Crusher's super special move was a terrible blow without concentrated aura, so only half the power emerged, but that was sufficient. The breastplate Birkentox was wearing became dented, and a groan of pain emerged from Birkentox's mouth. In-gong then released Skull Crusher, and upon returning it to his inventory, he moved his right and left hands. Each hand was using a different power. A fireball emerged from In-gong's right hand and exploded in front of Birkentox's face. The power wasn't great, but it was enough to prolong Birkentox's pain. As such, Birkentox couldn't breathe properly. Quiet! Birkentox struggled as In-gong flew upwards vertically. Birkentox followed In-gong with his eyes, and he hurried to get up, shouting with pain and anger. Then there was a scream from Artman. Birkentox! Artman wasn't only looking at Birkentox, he was looking a little further ahead. In-gong gathered strength in his left hand. As a result, something moved across the space like an explosion. Piak! The Giant King's sword flew like a dagger and pierced Birkentox's chest. However, In-gong hadn't moved it with just telekinesis. The Giant King's sword itself had the power to fly. It wasn't a deep strike, but it pierced the armor, and Birkentox flinched back. Then In-gong used his third blink. It wasn't toward Birkentox but toward the front of the handle of the Giant King's sword. Birkentox instantly realized what In-gong was going to do, but there was no time to stop it. His red, bloodshot eyes stared as In-gong pulled back his fist, aiming it at the handle of the Giant King's sword stuck in Birkentox's chest. Gigantic piston. It was like knocking a nail with a hammer. The white aura exploded, pushing the Giant King's sword deeper into Birkentox's chest. The tip of the Giant King's sword emerged steadily from Birkentox's back. Cough. Birkentox coughed up blood, while In-gong reached out toward the Giant King's sword. Instead of pulling the sword out of Birkentox's chest, he called it back into his inventory. The Giant King's sword disappeared instantly, and blood rose from Birkentox's chest as the wound lost its stopper. It was a massive blow. Birkentox was now unable to keep himself steady. Instead of pursuing Birkentox, In-gong added the power of the dragon and conquest to White Eagle. As soon as the conquest coat of arms emerged on White Eagle's surface, White Eagle accelerated and pierced Birkentox's injury. Then a white and green light emerged from it as it carried out In-gong's command faithfully. Quackakung. White Eagle and Black Eagle were separated, and they entered Birkentox's chest, generating a green force field. Birkentox's heart and blood vessels were destroyed. Finally, Birkentox collapsed. The life of the best warrior on the western limit line was shattered, and the red energy of war was consumed by the power of conquest. Noom. Then Arkman used his 7 tentacles to prepare 7 magic spells simultaneously. In-gong turned toward Arkman and shouted, "Felicia!" Felicia responded to call and crossed the space. As she appeared before In-gong in the air, she let out a scream reflexively. Kayak? Felicia had been standing on a firm wall only to suddenly appear in the air. However, she didn't fall. In-gong stretched out his right arm and wrapped around Felicia's waist firmly. Felicia barely maintained her posture as she chanted a spell without any signs of resentment. This was just before Arkman's magic was completed. No, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a few individual spells had already been completed. Felicia tore a scroll, which Anastasia had spent all night making for this one moment. It was a multi-counter spell. This was an object prepared in order to snipe Arkman. The moment the scroll was torn, 7 magic spells were triggered. Arkman's magic was countered. The magic, which was just about to be completed, exploded. The individual spells, which had already been completed, ran away from Arkman's influence. The strong curses, which had been aimed at In-gong, covered Arkman. Arkman vomited from the pain. He was a senior general, and he had used his mighty magic to bring disaster to the battlefield. However, he couldn't do that now. The first button had been broken. The Giant King's sword had made him too impatient, and Birkentox's crisis had also forced him to act hastily. The power of the 2 princesses played a role here. Felicia, a powerful magician, used the surprise scroll created by Anastasia, who was known as a monster in magic. No matter how senior the general was, it was no use if Arkman couldn't use his talent. Felicia continued with another spell, and the white conquest coat of arms appeared on Felicia's forehead. She used a simple yet powerful magic. Silence. It was silencing magic. After Anastasia's spell destroyed the opponent's magic, Felicia prepared a spell which would stop the opponent's magic itself. Arkman was a more powerful magician than Felicia, so it was difficult for her to use silence on him. The duration was short, and there was a serious penalty on Felicia, which prevented her from using another spell while it was still active. However, it didn't matter. Felicia wasn't the only one there. Pa-pa-pang. Dark blue fog exploded in rapid succession. In-gong used blink twice in a row and aimed his left hand. His right hand was holding Felicia, as his left hand aimed toward Arkman's heart. There was no way that Arkman, a magician, could endure In-gong's brute force. Some of the amulets he wore to protect his body were broken. Arkman staggered back as his tentacles moved. He tried to attack In-gong, but this time, Felicia moved. She had prepared many things with Anastasia in order to repel Arkman. Once In-gong broke the amulets, she stretched out her arm from within In-gong's arms and pulled the trigger of a metal device attached to her right arm. Arrows were fired at close range into Arkman's chest, and the poison covering the arrowheads had a fatal effect. Arkman was weakened by the curses he had prepared himself and was no longer able to endure them. Then In-gong struck Arkman's neck. The dwarf long sword in his hand flashed, and Arkman's head rolled onto the ground. "Your level has risen." The woman's voice was heard in his head. Level 39. Level 40, the special level, had not been reached yet. However, the woman's voice continued. "After taking down 3 apostles of war, your understanding of the apostles has grown. The power of protagonist body is activated. The power of conquest is activated. Experience and understanding." As a result, he was able to use it. The level of the King's Knights has risen. The level of Call has risen. The level of Conquest Knight has risen. Conquest Knight, Apostle Appointment LV1 has been learnt. Apostle Appointment. An Apostle of Conquest. Shutra? Felicia looked at In-gong. Instead of answering, In-gong held on tighter to her waist. He escaped from the soldiers around Arkman and rose up into the sky. "Master?" Green Wind whispered in In-gong's ears. Instead of explaining, In-gong just smiled. Then he looked at the battlefield from a high position. As he looked at the 100 Paran clan warriors, the orcs and barbarians were rushing to attack the base. "Let's finish this fight." In-gong reached out into the air and took out the Giant King's sword from his inventory once again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Chapter 32, Giants Number 3. Chapter 166, Chapter 32, Giants Number 3. Helviti, one of the Paran clan warriors, was gripped by fear. However, it wasn't because he was overwhelmed by the fear of the battlefield. His body wasn't listening, but it was different from being tired or unable to move properly. Helviti knelt down without knowing it. As the coldness of the ground touched his knees, his mouth opened. "Draken Ketchatullah." He was surprised by the voice which emerged from his body, and there was a deep emotion in his heart. Helviti was scared. It felt like his spirit as well as his body was being taken over by something. He moved his gaze desperately. That was the only part of his body he could move freely. Unfortunately, he couldn't see behind him. However, if he could, Helviti would see the huge sword flying at a fearsome speed like a thunderbolt. What was going on? There was a big roar from behind him. Shortly afterwards, the power dominating his whole body weakened, and his heart sank down in his chest. Helviti stood up immediately, and the same was true for the surrounding Paran clan. They looked back urgently to check the situation. Helviti was shocked. Birkentox, the leader of the Paran clan who had been believed to be an invincible warrior, had collapsed with a big hole in his chest. The orcs and barbarians in the alliance were also baffled. Many of them were rushing toward the 12th base without knowing the situation, but the ones nearby were staring at Birkentox in horror. Helviti blinked several times in disbelief before looking around for answers. He then saw Belavaki, a veteran and strong warrior of the Paran clan. Follow his words. He will give commands. The moment that Helviti thought this. Up! Up! Someone shouted. The thunderbolt struck again. A huge sword descended from the sky and struck into the ground. Helviti immediately knew what would happen after. Draken Ketchatullah. Helviti knelt down in the direction of the sword and shouted loudly. The same was true for the other Paran warriors, including Belavaki. It works extremely well. In-gong muttered as he watched the Giant King's sword on the ground and the Paran clan kneeling down again. The feeling of dominance was better than before because they were disturbed by Birkentox's death. Shutra. My posture. At that moment, Felicia's voice was heard. Despite In-gong's arm around her waist, she felt some uneasiness. In-gong turned to Felicia and nodded. He lifted the light-weighted Felicia and raised his left arm to her legs in order to put her into a sideways stance. This was the so-called princess holding position. Felicia is a real princess. While he was thinking this, Felicia was surprised by his sudden movement and hugged In-gong's neck hurriedly. Then Green Wind's voice was heard. It wasn't a small whisper in his ear, but a great call. Birkentox is dead. Artman is dead. My master has defeated the two traitors. The voice from the sky enveloped the earth. Unlike Green Wind's usual voice, it was a very sacred and majestic voice, like the voice of a god from heaven. It was definitely a performance. The orcs and barbarians were shaken, and the soldiers and Gulan hunters on the walls of the 12th base didn't miss the chance to respond to Green Wind's call. Birkentox is dead. The Piran clan have succumbed. Hooray, Your Highness! Repel the traitors. The emerging cries quickly consolidated into one voice, and the momentum of the rushing troops was truly broken. The orcs and barbarians panicked and couldn't hit the 12th base. Master, how is it? Did I do well? Green Wind's normal voice was heard as she asked for praise. In-gong nodded and looked back toward the base. He couldn't fight with Felicia in his arms, so he had to return her to the wall. It would be nice if there was a reverse of call. Something like return. As In-gong thought this, he flew diagonally toward the 12th base at a fast speed. In-gong felt the joy of riding a roller coaster, but Felicia swallowed her scream and hugged In-gong's neck tighter. Regardless of whether they were enjoying it or not, the two of them were able to reach the wall at a fast speed. The soldiers on the walls looked up at In-gong and cheered, with Karak and Delia among them. Prince! Karak exclaimed as he looked at In-gong. In-gong stopped around 10 meters above the wall and shouted with a pleased face. Karak! Receive this! Receive? Delia blinked and Felcia, who was pleased to see the cheering soldiers, looked back at In-gong. Karak, who could read In-gong's intentions more accurately than anyone else, was astonished. Prince? Shutra. Felicia cried out anxiously. In-gong acted instead of responding and threw Felicia toward Karak. Felicia's biggest fear was falling, so she screamed as she fell 10 meters. Karak immediately threw his shield aside and opened his arms. All the soldiers swallowed their astonishment. Kayak. Felicia, who was screaming, lowered her voice involuntarily. Karak smiled bitterly with his arms wide open. Felicia's descent was very slow, and she seemed to be flying smoothly. It was thanks to In-gong's telekinesis. Shutra, you! Felicia landed safely in Karak's arms and shouted at In-gong. She sounded like a young girl since she had truly been scared. In-gong smiled and saluted Felicia. It was at that moment that Felicia really has it hard. Your actions are similar to the Sword Duke's. A voice filled with admonition was heard in his head. In-gong knew the voice. Anastasia? It was clearly message magic. He turned in the direction of the message magic and saw Anastasia. She was standing above the gates as she spoke to In-gong. Shutra, please keep a hold on the Piran clan. I'm going to finish this fight. Both Birkentox and Artman had died. It was natural for the morale of the enemies to reach the bottom, especially with the mighty Piran clan warriors disabled. If the leader had escaped, like Actius, then the enemies might not be completely destroyed. So, this was an opportunity. She could win easily if she opened the gates and led the troops out. As expected from Anastasia. Anastasia definitely wouldn't waste this good opportunity. She was clearly thinking about building up some merits with this. It was a situation where In-gong had already established the first merit, but the second one was still available. It wasn't bad. However, this wasn't because she was obsessed with merits. Perhaps this action resulted from her sense of responsibility and duty. However, In-gong had no intention of following Anastasia's will. I won't just keep hold of them. What? In-gong didn't answer Anastasia's question. He took a deep breath and shot off toward the Giant King's sword. No one could restrain In-gong. The Paran clan warriors on their knees could only see In-gong. Additionally, there were enemies who were still confused. After reaching the Giant King's sword, In-gong gathered aura and magic power produced by his quad-core and concentrated it on his right hand. In-gong still wasn't clear about the relationship between the Giant King's sword and the giants. However, there were some things he learnt after repeated experiments with the Gulam clan. The Giant King's sword had the power to rule the giants, and that force responded to the magic power of a dragon. The larger the magic power, the stronger the command would be. In-gong poured the magic power into a large jewel attached to the guard of the Giant King's sword. Then he used the dragon's roar of command. Draken Kechatullah commands you. The Paran clan. Stand up. The Paran warriors raised their bodies instantly. The sight of hundreds of giants standing at the same time was truly overbearing. My name is Shutra Ignus, the 9th prince of the Demon King's palace. In-gong's voice was amplified by Green Wind's magic. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it shook the whole battlefield. All eyes turned to In-gong, and the name of the 9th prince was carved into their heads. The wicked traitor, Birkentox, who deceived the Paran clan is dead. The Paran clan. Wake up from Birkentox's delusion. It is time to show your loyalty, which has never changed in your long history. The bad one was Birkentox, and he had died. Thus, the Paran clan had room for salvation. In-gong didn't know the details, but he didn't think that all of the Paran would have rebellious thoughts against the Demon King's palace. It was likely they had just been following the orders of their chief, Birkentox, as the Paran clan had been loyal for hundreds of years. Of course, if they agreed with Birkentox, then he planned to punish them. However, it was possible to be lenient on the ordinary Paran clan members. If the Paran clan, which had acted as a barrier on the western limit line, disappeared, then it would be too damaging to the Demon King's palace. In-gong once again poured magic power into the Giant King's sword. There were some Paran clan members who were really moved by In-gong's speech, but there were also those who weren't moved. Thus, In-gong decided to use a coercive method. Draken Kechatullah. Draken Kechatullah. The Paran clan shouted. Whether or not the reverence in those cries were true or not, the Paran clan seemed to have turned completely in the eyes of the orcs and barbarians. Additionally, the Paran clan weren't the only giants on this battlefield. Hooray, Your Highness the 9th Prince! Hooray! Follow the prince, ... The Gulam clan shouted loudly, and the soldiers on the walls followed suit, filling the battlefield with voices calling for In-gong. Anastasia laughed bitterly. She had been completely buried under In-gong's light. It can't be helped. The most important thing was to win, so it wasn't a bad feeling. Anastasia opened the gates. At first, she planned to be at the front to gain some merits. Now, the fight was as good as done. Among the orcs, there were those who threw their weapons down and surrendered, while the ranks of the barbarians collapsed as they ran away. It was a reenactment of the pursuit which took place at the central fortress. Master, you have a villainous face. But that face is also good. The slightly dangerous feeling is very attractive, . Green Wind whispered to In-gong, who shrugged and looked down at the battlefield. And not just Birkentox, but the senior general, Artman, had died as well. 2 leaders of the rebels had been removed at the same time. Once this news spread, it was clear that all of Curtis would be shaken. There were still a considerable number of rebels left in the north and west, but they had no focal point. Although the Western barbarian king, Actius, remained, he was king of the barbarians, not Curtis. So, he couldn't become a focal point for the forces in the north and west. As soon as the battle was over, Anastasia spread the news. Most were pleased by this remarkable news, but others couldn't hide their confusion. Victor, the third prince and Anastasia's brother, couldn't follow the fast-paced situation. It had only been a few days ago that he had collected troops to crush the rebels and take revenge for Anastasia. Now, his sister had survived, despite his abandonment. Moreover, she hadn't simply survived but had achieved victory as well. Victor had gathered his troops to help in the battle at the 12th base, only to hear that they had already won before he even arrived. It was once again a great success. Both were very good news, but he was embarrassed. He felt like he had been acting stupid alone. Aside from Victor's circumstances, the 12th base continued being busy. I surrender. Belavaki, a senior warrior of the White Warriors, spoke on behalf of the other Paran clan members. He had been vice-captain of the 100 White Warriors and opposed Birkentox's rebellion, causing him to be demoted. In-gong had no intention of killing all the Paran clan members, so he was very pleased with Belavaki's presence. He had also shown his skills next to Birkentox in Knight Saga. Belavaki's eyes were filled with honor and admiration as he gazed at In-gong. It wasn't just because of the giant king's sword. The Paran clan tribe admired the strong, and In-gong had defeated Birkentox, their strongest warrior, which made him worthy of praise. In-gong left the issue of the surrendered 100 White Warriors to Belavaki. He had been able to neutralize the Paran clan due to the giant king's sword. As soon as the most urgent problem of the Paran clan was over, In-gong met with Anastasia and Felicia. There was a lot of work to clean up after the battle, especially since a lot of people had surrendered this time. When it was all over, it was already late at night. In-gong lay down on his bed in the 12th base, and the semi-solid green wind created a cool wind by In-gong's side. He had a lot to think about. In-gong had to figure out the relationship between the giant king's sword and the giants, as well as figure out why war had been behind the rebellions. A plan was also needed to clean up the north and west. However, In-gong put all those troubles away because he had something much better to think about. I was patient. He'd had to devote himself to other things for hours, despite gaining a new skill. Moreover, it wasn't just a skill. It was a apostle appointment. Now, shall I take a look? What was the effect of apostle appointment? It was only level 1, so how many apostles could he appoint? Additionally, who should he prioritize to appoint as an apostle? There were many candidates in his head, so it was an unexpectedly pleasant problem. Master, you seem to be very cheerful. Yes. In-gong grinned as he opened his skills window and examined the new conquest skill, Apostle Appointment. And Shutra, choose me or Carrick. Master, I believe in Master. I definitely believe in you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Chapter 32, Giants Number 4. Chapter 167, Chapter 32, Giants Number 4. Felicia, who was wearing a white nightgown over pearl pajamas, crossed her legs on the chair and narrowed her eyes. She stared at In-gong sitting on the bed and opened her eyes. So, to summarize, the 4 knights each have the power to appoint an apostle. The Eastern barbarian king Karatas and Birkentox whom we fought today were the apostles of war? That's right. In-gong nodded. Felicia paused before saying to In-gong. Now, as the conquest knight, Shutra is able to appoint an apostle. Exactly. Approximately 10 minutes ago, In-gong had called Felicia to his room to explain briefly about the apostles. The story was quick because Felicia had already seen Karatas and Birkentox. So, what is the difference between an apostle and being a member of the King's Knights? an apostle was able to receive the strength of one of the 4 knights. However, this was also the same for the king's knights. After Felicia became a member of the king's knights, she gained confidence in her stamina and magic power. In-gong scratched his cheek and explained to Felicia. It is a bit strange, but if we say a king's knight is just a subordinate, an apostle would be more like family? The relationship is a little closer. The king's knights can consider themselves as minor apostles. Is it like the difference between someone you know and someone important? Well, a little bit. It was a somewhat strange analogy, but the meaning was there. Felicia bit her lip and turned her gaze slightly away before asking In-gong again. Are there any restrictions on making an apostle? For example, every time you make one, the power of the knight weakens. Felicia was sharp. In-gong sighed and replied. It is like Nuna said. The power of the knight is needed in order to make an apostle. In my case, it is the power of conquest. Is it the concept of becoming weaker to give strength to an apostle? If 1 point was subtracted from 10 strength, he would only have 9 points left. Felicia's question mixed with the worries in In-gong's head. That's not it. It's more like collecting magic power to use a powerful spell? I'm exhausting my accumulated power to make an apostle. That depleted power will be restored over time. His power would be slightly weak immediately after creating the apostle. However, it wasn't a permanent loss, so he could bear it. But there seems to be a certain limit on the number of apostles which can be sustained with the strength. That is why I need to do some research. Currently, In-gong's apostle appointment was only level 1. There might be some innovative changes once it reached a higher level. And there are the cases of the other knights. The War Knight had put forth several apostles. The Apostle of Death, who had appeared in Thunderdoom Fortress, had a much stronger power of death than the power of war Birkentox and Arkman had. Additionally, the Famine Knight didn't have even 1 apostle. His power of famine was weaker than In-gong's power of conquest. The main reason for the gap between the knights was time. How long they had been a knight, and how long they had handled the power. The War Knight and Death Knight were obviously very old. Otherwise, the current situation couldn't be explained. HRMM, then Shutra, how many apostles can you appoint now? Just 1. In-gong shrugged as he replied to Felicia's question. Felicia sighed and crossed her legs in the opposite direction. This is why you need advice. Yes, I am worried about who to appoint as an apostle. He could only make 1 person his apostle right now, so he was worried about it. Felicia narrowed her eyes and asked. Who are the candidates? All of the king's knights. If I had to add anyone else, maybe Caitlin Nuna and Chris Hyung? Caitlin and Chris? I trust both of them. The 2 people had taught him aura and divine beast authority. He had already established an alliance with both of them even before he formed a relationship with Felicia. Felicia twisted her lips at In-gong's words and spread open her fan to hide her face. Then she said, wouldn't it be better for the first one to be among the knights? Her ears were twitching slightly. It was at that moment that Green Wind appeared suddenly beside In-gong in her solid form and nodded. Princess is right. Master, I think so as well. It should be within the king's knights. According to Felicia and Green Wind, Chris and Caitlin weren't knights, so they were eliminated. Felicia, who had a strong sense of pride, said quickly. As a non-combatant, shouldn't Nyatra be subtracted? That's right. Princess' words are very correct. It is good if someone other than Nyatra is an apostle. Nyatra was quickly eliminated. And General Vandal is too far away, isn't he? There are many times when he won't be together with you. He isn't with Prince. Once again, Green Wind agreed with Felicia's words. The 2 people carefully excluded Vandal and Sylvan from the candidates. Well. So, now, there are 4 candidates? Felicia glanced at In-gong with expectant eyes. In-gong tried to hold back a laugh as he told Felicia and Greenwind. In fact, I have already set the candidates. 3 people. 3 people? Nuna, Greenwind, and Carrick. There are 2 reasons for selecting these 3 candidates. In-gong raised his fingers one by one. First, they need to have a long experience with the power of conquest. Second, they need to be someone emotionally close to me. It is good to have someone who meets those conditions in order to have a more efficient apostle. Karma had always followed In-gong, so she had a long experience with the power of conquest. However, she was unfortunately eliminated because of the second reason. Felicia made a satisfied sound after hearing the 2 reasons from In-gong. Greenwind then pulled at In-gong's arm and asked, Master, then it is me as well? She had been with him for a long time and was emotionally close. As Greenwind's eyes gleamed, Felicia quickly folded up her fan. No, Greenwind is always with Shutra. The apostle should be someone who is able to fight independently. Both the barbarian king and Birkentox had moved apart from the war knight. As Felicia swiftly eliminated Greenwind as a candidate, she opened her fan with a large sound. Shutra, choose me or Carrick. Her tone indicated that she was feeling a little bit impatient. Greenwind ignored Felicia's words and grabbed In-gong's hand. Master. I believe in Master. I definitely believe in you. In-gong finally laughed. He looked between Felicia and Greenwind and asked, Do you both want to become stronger? Becoming an apostle would make them stronger than they were now. Felicia avoided In-gong's gaze as she replied, It isn't like that. Just. Master, I want to be your first apostle. Greenwind suddenly interrupted. Her passionate voice seemed to be trying to reach his heart. Then In-gong looked at Felicia. Nuna as well? I don't care about being your first apostle. I just like to be first. Well, I see. In-gong's eyes narrowed, and Felicia's ears turned redder. She eventually cried out. Anyway. Decide quickly, me or Carrick. Master. Instead of answering, In-gong nodded a few times before getting up from his seat. He had a new proposal in order to make it fair for everyone. Call Carrick and ask him. And. I don't know what an apostle is, but I think it should be Greenwind rather than Princess. After being invited, Carrick heard about the situation and said that with folded arms. As Felicia and Greenwind looked at Carrick for different reasons, Carrick explained in a relaxed voice. Doesn't Greenwind always fight with Prince? So, if Greenwind becomes stronger, Prince will as well. If there is only one apostle, then I think it is right to strengthen Prince's power. After all, the most important thing is the Prince's safety. As expected from Carrick, it was a reasonable and relevant reason. Oh. Orc, you are a good guy. It seems that I have misunderstood you. Carrick laughed at Greenwind's words. Then how do you normally see me? I saw you as an orc. Greenwind said bluntly, and Carrick laughed again. Then is it decided on Greenwind? In-gong asked all of them to be precise. Then he looked at Felicia, who covered her face with a fan and said, Lots. Ha? Let's draw lots. All 3 people have good reasons. Even as she spoke, shame grew in her voice. Carrick clicked his tongue. Princess, obsession is bad. Am I acting obsessed? You are obsessed. Obsessed princess. Greenwind added, dealing the heaviest blow. Felicia stared in disbelief, and her long ears sagged. It was at this moment that In-gong couldn't bear it any longer and burst out laughing. Well, actually, there is no reason to argue. What does that mean? Carrick blinked as he asked. Felicia and Green Wind both stared at In-gong. In-gong shrugged and replied. The Apostle of the Conquest Knight is a little special. The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse had different powers. Therefore, the creation of an apostle was slightly different for every knight. Now, I can appoint one apostle. If it were the same as other knights, then I can make only one fixed apostle, but the Conquest Knight has an ability that makes it different. The King's Knights. With a crown on his head, this was the power of the Conquest Knight, who was born with the fate of a king. The Conquest Knight can upgrade any knight to an apostle. It is a temporary, non-permanent upgrade, so I can change the person receiving the upgrade, depending on the situation. The members of the King's Knights were already like minor apostles. So, it was a type of power-up which turned minor apostles into real apostles. Thanks to this system, Karma can become an apostle as well, It was a bit of a sorry story, but if he had to prioritize the appointment of an apostle, Karma was the one in the lead. She would become the first one to receive the apostle appointment, and he would change the apostle depending on the situation. Karma was one of the most important people on missions due to her great mobility. After hearing In-gong's explanation, Carrick shook his head and pointed at the chair where Felicia was sitting. Is it just like that big chair? As it grows, the number of people sitting on it at the same time can increase? Exactly. As expected of Carrick. Yes, it was a decent analogy. Green Wind nodded. However, Felicia was different. She stared straight at In-gong and said, wait a minute. Then why didn't you say that from the beginning, ? Things would have gone a lot faster if he had said that first. At Felicia's question, Carrick and Green Wind also looked at In-gong with curiosity. In-gong shrugged and replied. It was cute seeing you argue with each other over who should be first. In particular, Felicia. Felicia's face turned red at his words, and she fanned herself angrily. Her expression was now grouchy. Carrick shook his head while Green Wind narrowed her eyes. Some time passed as they talked. As Felicia stretched out with weariness, Carrick asked like he suddenly remembered something. Prince, then should you give apostle appointment a try? Who will be the first apostle? Even if apostle appointment isn't permanent, there still has to be the first apostle. He once again had a logical and valid point. Felicia and Green Wind asked at the same time. Shutra? Master? In-gong laughed awkwardly. And? Can I really be the first? Karma, who was invited to In-gong's room in the middle of the night, asked Felicia and Green Wind. Although she knew very little about the Conquest Knight, it soon became clear that Felicia and Green Wind placed great meaning in being the first apostle. Poor Karma's shoulders sagged, while Carrick put a big hand on her shoulder and said reassuringly. This is the most fair solution. If he chose either Felicia or Green Wind, the one who wasn't chosen would be out of control. Felicia and Green Wind both had the same expression on their faces as In-gong turned to Karma with a somewhat tired expression. Karma, close your eyes. Karma closed her eyes, and In-gong reached out toward her. Then the conquest coat of arms emerged on Karma's forehead. The new power of the King's Knights, the apostle promotion. In-gong gave Karma strength, and a pure white light enveloped her body. And? What did you do that you didn't sleep all night? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, Chapter 32, Giants number 5. Chapter 168, Chapter 32, Giants number 5. Next to the main office of the 12th base, there was a space provided for meetings. Anastasia, who had settled in the meeting room earlier than anyone else, looked between In-gong and Felicia with a slight frown. What did you do that you didn't sleep all night? I heard that a number of people came and went from Shutra's room. During the night, there had been many visitors to In-gong's room. In-gong shrugged and replied. Just, well, this and that. HRMM. Anastasia's eyes narrowed. Felicia noticed and quickly intervened. Now, didn't you say there were many things to discuss today? Let's start quickly. Yes? Anastasia couldn't help smiling at the cute sight. It was because she hadn't seen Felicia's charm for a while. However, that didn't last long. Anastasia restored her refined expression and glanced at In-gong and Felicia. It's about the disposal of those who surrendered. Currently, there were more prisoners than troops being held at the 12th base. If they didn't move quickly, it was clear a disturbance would occur. Those who surrendered or were captured could be mostly divided into 4 types. The Warren and Piran giant clans, the orcs who were originally soldiers of the Demon King's palace, and the barbarians who came from beyond the limit line. The barbarians aren't a big problem. We can handle them as usual. The future of caught barbarians was always one of 2 options, execution or slavery. In-gong had already experienced this after fighting the Eastern barbarians, so he didn't pay much attention to it. For the Demon King's palace, the barbarians were enemies. So, mercy couldn't be given to them. Felicia frowned and said, Are the original army members the problem? That's right, especially the Warren and Piran clan. Anastasia took a sip of tea instead of sighing. In contrast to Felicia and Caitlin, every move of Anastasia's was as elegant as a true princess. However, she seemed a bit more relaxed this time. Her voice and eyes were filled with fatigue. In other words, we have to punish the orcs properly. The commanders should be executed, but we don't need to take the lives of the ordinary soldiers. Just think of it as they were following orders. Anastasia wasn't particularly generous as it was a practical concern. Many rebels still remained in Curtis. Now that Birkentox, the leader of the rebellion, was dead, they would be watching. They needed to decide whether to surrender or continue to fight. Tough punishment would just increase the rebels' will to fight. Now was the time to release the stranglehold on their necks. It was clear that the soldiers would surrender if they could live. The real punishment will be after Curtis has calmed down. Anastasia swallowed those words and continued explaining. But the Warren and Piran clans are different. The Warren has directly damaged the Demon King's army. They destroyed the transportation formations, and the soldiers guarding them. The Piran clan members who surrendered were Birkentox's bodyguards. They couldn't be handled in the same manner as regular soldiers, particularly the Warren clan. Due to succumbing to In-gong's influence, the Piran clan had killed less than the Warren, who had killed hundreds of soldiers. But Uni, executing all the giants is unreasonable. I thought so as well. The loss of manpower will be too big. Moreover, it may increase the survivors' will to fight unnecessarily. The worst thing about a civil war was that no matter which side won, the overall power would be weakened. In particular, thousands of soldiers would be required to replace the Piran clan giants who had excellent combat power. It wouldn't be easy to create a great number of new troops. There was more. The number of Piran clan members reached up to 1,000. It was a number which included the young and the old, but there were still hundreds of Piran clan members left. There needed to be some way for them to live. Otherwise, there would be a desperate battle for survival. Anastasia opened her mouth after a short silence. However, this time, we have no choice but to kill many of the captured Warren. Among the 100 Piran members, the ones close to Birkentox should be executed. The rest of the giants, like the orcs, will be given appropriate punishment. It might be cold or calculative, but the Warren were wanderers and didn't really help in the defense of Curtis. They were troops which didn't need to be replaced, and the aftermath of their deaths would be small. There was no mercy for those who had destroyed the transportation formations and killed hundreds of soldiers. In that sense, the 100 members of the Piran clan were lucky. If they had actively engaged in battle with soldiers of the Demon King, they wouldn't have received such a light punishment. In-gong nodded with a heavy expression as they discussed things like implementing heavy taxes over the next few years. It isn't bad. Moreover, Anastasia Nuna is in charge of Curtis. So, I will respect Nuna's will. I will follow Uni's will. The atmosphere sank after discussing executions. Then after hearing In-gong and Felicia's answer, Anastasia sighed and opened her mouth to speak again. Okay, the matter of punishment has been settled. The following issue is regarding the rest of the rebels. Anastasia pointed to the map of Curtis spread out on the table in the meeting room. Colorful sculptures represented the position and number of the current forces on the map. It is clear that the East will collapse when touched. The problem is the North and the West, but I don't think it will be that difficult. From the beginning, the East had simply been watching the situation. They weren't stupid enough to rebel after Birkentox died. On the other hand, the problematic North and West had no focal point. Birkentox had used his best cards in order to finish the battle at the 12th base quickly. As a result, it had brought catastrophic losses to the rebels. Birkentox had lost his life, the second leader, Artman, had been killed, and the 100 giants had been absorbed into the Demon King's army. The rebels still had Actius, but he was a barbarian and couldn't be the center of the rebels. There was also a very high probability that Actius would run away instead of fight. So, Actius and the barbarians would probably rush back over the limit line. Excuse me, Shutra. There is something I want to ask you. Anastasia turned to In-gong. She paused for a moment before saying with a slight smile. Can you leave recapturing the North and West to me and Victor Orabioni? Anastasia was beautiful, overly beautiful. Her thin neckline revealed a smooth collarbone and white skin, enough to drive a man mad. Her small shoulders, busty chest and narrow waist covered by thick clothing stimulated one's foolish imagination. Additionally, she had a nice scent. Her beauty was enough to make someone lose their soul just by looking at her. She smiled at In-gong, but there was no smile back. As expected, it didn't work. Anastasia frowned while sweating. Although she had the strange eyes of a succubus, she was staring at In-gong in her usual elegant manner. Felicia guessed the situation and shot up from her seat. Uni! Felicia, did you give the tears of a dark elf to Shutra? You're really too much. Did you really have to give that away? You didn't even ask me. Anastasia looked sad, and even Felicia's heart seemed shaken. However, Felicia also had the tears of a dark elf which made them virtually immune to mental attacks. Uni, do you really have to use your beauty against your younger siblings? Anastasia responded to the grouchy words with an elegant smile. I knew it wouldn't work. She still seemed elegant despite the rude words. Indeed, it was a truly graceful appearance. Felicia's mouth opened and closed like she had no words, while Anastasia turned her gaze back to In-gong. She stared at In-gong without using any enchantments and said, Shutra, what do you think of my request? It was a political demand. In-gong had already gained large merits during Birkentox's rebellion. He had rescued Anastasia, who was in charge of Curtis, and in the process, he had defeated the barbarian king, Actius. He had personally killed Birkentox, the rebellion leader, and Artman, who had turned his back on the Demon King's palace despite being a senior general. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he had virtually shut down the rebellion alone. If In-gong recovered the North and West as well, then Anastasia and Victor would be truly ridiculed. Anastasia had some small merits. She had played a role in defeating Actius, escaping the Central and commanding the whole army at the 12th base. However, Victor really had no merits. Moreover, he had abandoned his sister callously. It was obvious that he would be scorned when compared to In-gong, who had broken through an army of 30,000 enemies alone. The only merit possible for him was recapturing the North and West. That way, he could maintain his pride at the Demon King's palace. However, for that to happen, In-gong would need to yield that merit. Anastasia felt nervous under her mask of calmness while In-gong stared at her. Instead of annoying Anastasia by dragging out the time, he answered immediately. There is one condition. Tell me. In-gong glanced at Felicia. Last night, Felicia had foreseen that Anastasia would do exactly this. So, he had decided on a condition with Felicia. Later in the future, you will help me once, regardless of your own interests, using all the power that Nuna has. Recapturing the North and West was post-war work. There was no need to go crazy because he had already gained huge merits. So, he would prefer for Anastasia to owe him a debt. Anastasia frowned at In-gong's demand and replied. Shutra, I am a princess of the Demon King's palace. I won't cooperate with anything that goes against the Demon King's palace. Then let's put it as a favor as long as it isn't against the Demon King's palace. I am also a prince of the Demon King's palace. I have no intention of doing anything to go against that in it. That was actually the case. Stopping Zephyr's ambitions and killing the War Knight and Death Knight were good things for the Demon King's palace. Anastasia lowered her eyes like it couldn't be helped and nodded. Okay, let's do that. I also owe you my life. I will do well if you ever have a request. Anastasia told him before turning back to Felicia. She then laughed and continued. So, don't worry about it. I won't forget about this. I will repay everything in full. Are you sure Shutra isn't asking for too much? Felicia smiled and shrugged at the words. I am on Shutra's side. You should be on Uni's side. Anastasia whined, but that just widened the smile on Felicia's face. Anastasia laughed as well. From the beginning, her whining has been a joke. It is better than I thought. In Knight Saga, Felicia and Anastasia had always been on the same side. Their conversation at the tea party had been fairly tense, but that seemed to be due to a misunderstanding. In that case, Anastasia Nuna, I'll head to the southwest with Felicia. Anastasia tilted her head at In-gong's words. To the residence of the lizard men? Yes, I would like to look at the ruins and surrounding areas. Felicia Nuna would also like that. Felicia was someone who loved visiting ruins. However, that wasn't the only reason. He wanted to dig deeper into the secret of the Giant King's sword and the giants. Galing had said the lizard men were also told the story of Draken Ketchatala. It was an ancient mystery, so they might know more about the Giant King's sword and Dragon Warrior. Yes, go if you want. Anastasia had no apparent reason to refuse. And In-gong left the 12th base the next day. Anastasia stood on the wall and watched In-gong's group head west, and she sighed without realizing it. It had only been a few days. She still remembered the central fortress when she closed her eyes. Victor wouldn't come. He had abandoned Anastasia. His behavior was understandable. There had only been a low chance of victory. It had been a situation where it would have been easy for them to die together. That's why she didn't feel resentment. Neither could she reproach him for it. Instead, she had a different idea. What would Anastasia have done? If Victor was trapped in the central fortress, would she have gone to save him? Would she really have given up on Victor? Anastasia laughed bitterly. Then she remembered another family member. She had escaped the crisis because of Shutra. I'm still soft, Anastasia muttered. Her mother, Titania, was always worried about her being too soft. Maybe this softness was something she had inherited from her father, the Demon King? However, she didn't hate it. She remembered the words Baikal used to say when she was a child. Anastasia, we aren't enemies. We are competitors running towards the same goal, and we can lead each other to a higher place. He was truly soft. When she thought about it, he truly was a fool of a brother. I don't dislike it, She didn't dislike Baikal's words. In fact, she was able to confirm it this time. Shutra's face popped up. She couldn't forget about the time when he came to rescue her. Everyone is soft. Anastasia shrugged and smiled brightly. And, Master, why are you laughing like this? You look stupid. I also like that about Master. It's just, I feel good. In-gong looked at the wall of the 12th base with aura-enhanced eyes before turning back to the front again. It was truly comfortable being on Maybach's back after a long time away. There were 100 soldiers behind In-gong, and all of them were horsemen with their own mounts. There is a long way to go, and isn't the party small? We'll be faster than the wind. The new soldiers smiled without thinking, but the others were different. Their bodies flinched reflexively. Maybach was the same as he recalled what had happened in Evian. In particular, Felicia showed a dramatic reaction. Shutra, did Nuna do something wrong to you? Her face was really cute. In-gong suppressed the urge to pinch her cheek and laughed cheerfully. I'll be in the lead. And Prince, you shouldn't bully Princess. It doesn't matter how fun it is. Carrick admonished him while Green Wind appeared beside In-gong in a semi-solid state. It was for the sake of protection of the wind. In-gong looked at the west again. He could smell a large forest from the wind. Go! In-gong pulled out the flag of light, and Green Wind used protection of the wind on everyone. They moved toward the west. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Chapter 33, Victory. Chapter 169, Chapter 33, Victory. Curtis was a rainy and wet area, with the lizardmen residing in the swamp region. The lizardmen called the swamp area Kalungpwoga, with many spectacular cities. As there wasn't much hard ground to build on, the lizardmen built on the swamps and lakes. It was obvious, but it was impossible to build ordinary buildings on a swamp or lake. Therefore, the buildings in Kalungpwoga had two forms. One form was a ship. These were buildings in the form of large or small ships. Due to the chains connecting the ships, there was a sense of stability, just like standing on the ground. The other form was a floating building. It was made by embedding long pillars into the swamp and then building on top of it. It was an ignorant way to use trees, but the area nearby was a forest. There were many giant trees in the forest, so there was no shortage of wood. Carrick walked along a bridge made of little ferry boats. It was a hot and humid area, so his whole body was sweaty. The lizardmen soaking in the swamp greeted Carrick. They were the common people of Kalungpwoga, not soldiers of the Demon King's palace. In-gong's group had arrived in Kalungpwoga this morning, and it was now noon. This was the hottest time of the day, and it truly felt like it. There was no one who wasn't sweating. Normally, the trip would take 4 to 5 days, but In-gong's group had made it in just 2 days. They had heard that In-gong's group was coming, but the lizardman couldn't help feeling astonishment and admiration. Those from the Demon King's palace are truly great. I think so as well. Carrick laughed at the admiration of the lizardmen soldiers who guided them around Kalungpwoga. There was great admiration for the faster-than-the-wind method. However, the soldiers who had experienced the faster-than-the-wind method for 2 days felt dislike for it, rather than admiration. Kalungpwoga consisted of mainly one-story buildings. Carrick crossed a large building and arrived at a room. Princess, are you okay? Felicia, who was lying down in the middle of the room, replied loudly to Carrick's question. Do I look okay? Well, it seems like you have a problem with the heat, rather than exhaustion. Like Carrick, Felicia was sweaty. The Dark Elves' high-exposure clothes didn't help in stopping the heat of Kalungpwoga. Yes. It seems like you are getting used to this. Have you become stronger? It seems so. She had become strong, but this time it was because In-gong had controlled the pace. There was no urgent reason, so he didn't feel the need to drain Felicia. "Carrick, please have some of this." The sweating Delia handed out a drink in a large metal cup. It was a cold drink to cool him down. "Thank you. Everywhere in the swamp is hot." Carrick smiled after emptying the cup. Felicia stared at Delia's red cheeks, wondering when her aide's tastes had distorted, before asking something else. "Shutra?" They had arrived together, but she hadn't seen him since. Felicia had collapsed as soon as she arrived at the accommodation. Carrick replied with a laugh. "He is talking to the officers. He wanted me to come and check on Princess. It is because Princess is very precious." HRMM. "You say that, but he won't stop teasing his Nuna." Felicia complained while covering her face with a fan. Carrick chuckled when he saw her twitching ears. "Princess' face is truly bright." Indeed, a smiling face suits Princess better than a grim look. "I think that all smiling women are pretty, but Princess seems especially beautiful." The compliments flowed out as naturally as water. The contents weren't that unusual, but it was important that the speaker was an orc. Felicia smiled with admiration. "Carrick, you really are an orc, right?" "I am an orc." "I don't know why you keep asking me this." "Carrick is special." Delia replied in a soft voice, with a hint of pride mixed in it. Felicia resisted making a comment and changed the topic. A new visitor had come to chat. It was In-gong. "Ha? You're here already?" The talk ended quicker than expected. In-gong responded, and with the drink Delia handed him, he sat down in a chair situated opposite Felicia. "How are you?" "Not bad." "What did you talk about?" In-gong shrugged at Felicia's question and then said, "I just listened to the situation of the locals. I also heard some things about Victor Hyung." Victor had headed to the northwest 2 days ago, leading a group of lizardmen. It was his mission to take control of the west while Anastasia recaptured the east. Therefore, there was no chance for In-gong's party to meet him. Well, there is no reason to encounter him. Victor was truly embarrassed by his work at Curtis, so it would just be uncomfortable meeting him. He is a prince. He was also just as good-looking as Anastasia. Then while In-gong was still thinking, Felicia asked, "Is there something special?" "No. The story is predictable. Victor left because he was embarrassed." "I can imagine." Felicia looked away and shrugged bitterly. It was at this moment that a lizard man, who had been guarding the entrance, entered the room at a quick pace. "Your Highness. The priest has arrived. She wants to see Prince." His face and voice were quite excited. In-gong cocked his head and asked, "Priest? From the inner sanctuary?" "Yes, Your Highness. The priest of the Dragon Temple." Felicia's eyes shone at the words, Dragon Temple. The Dragon Temple was the spiritual home of the lizardmen living in Curtis. The lizardmen, who believed themselves to be the dragon's descendants, not only admired dragons but also made them objects of their faith. The Dragon Temple was located deep inside the forest and was the headquarters of their faith. In-gong could understand why the soldier in front of him was excited. According to the lizardmen, the priests, who lived in the Dragon Temple, were closer to being dragons. In other words, they were closer to being nobles, although the meaning was different to what it meant in the Demon King's palace. The lizardmen felt admiration and love toward the priests of the temple. They really believed the priests were superior to them. By default, the priests lived deep in the forest and rarely met ordinary lizardmen. So, the soldier was excited just from having a short conversation with the priest. Apart from the soldiers, the reason why Felicia was excited was simple. The Dragon Temple was an ancient ruin which had been passed down for thousands of years. "I'll meet her right now." Felicia cheered quietly at In-gong's answer. The soldier also replied with an excited face. I understand, Your Highness. I will call the priest here. The soldier exited as quickly as he had entered. It was around half an hour before the soldier returned. And In-gong and Felicia sat side by side and peered down. The lizard men had heard rumors the priest was coming, so that they had gathered. 41 people were staring silently with a serious look, so the auditorium felt even hotter. Master, they are coming. Green Wind whispered in his ears suddenly. The priest was wearing a white robe and a hood over her head. She stepped before In-gong and Felicia, then she took off her hood slowly in an elegant motion. At that moment, the whole room was filled with silent admiration. The priest was a woman. Unlike the other lizardmen with dark green or blue scales, she had very beautiful silver scales. The shape of her face was very neat, and the blue eyes felt soft and powerful. Despite being a different species, In-gong still thought she was pretty. The reaction of the lizardmen was more intense. In their own terms, her beauty was truly devastating. Is she roughly in the same class as Anastasia and Felicia? He saw Felicia every day, so he had become accustomed to it. However, she was a tremendous beauty. In-gong recalled Anastasia, who had used the succubus attraction, before shaking his head. Anastasia was certainly incredibly charming at that time, but this was different. She couldn't be compared to the pure priest in front of him. In-gong recalled Green Wind's sacred expression and Caitlin's bright smile. The priest was similar to that. The lizard-man priest bowed to In-gong's party. This humble girl greets Draken Ketchatella, the great dragon warrior. Her voice was like rolling jade, and the lizardmen in the auditorium were thrilled, like fans seeing an idol singer. In-gong was worried they would faint. Felicia responded with a wide smile. I am 6th Princess Felicia. This is 9th Prince Shutra. It is good to meet you. Thank you for your warm welcome. This girl is Moriyu. The priest revealed her name to In-gong and Felicia. This time, In-gong was the one who asked a question. Moriyu, why did you come to see me? Great Dragon Warrior, the High Priest wants to see the Dragon Warrior. Please visit the Dragon Temple. The lizardmen in the auditorium let out sounds of admiration. This time it wasn't due to Moriyu's beauty. The Dragon Temple in the forest was a closed-off place. They had never imagined someone would be invited there directly. Even Victor hadn't been invited to the Dragon Temple. When they thought about it, that wasn't the only surprising thing. Moriyu showed up exactly on the day that In-gong had arrived at Kalungpwoga. This was despite the fact that In-gong's group had shortened the usual schedule by 3 days. Was there an oracle? Felicia pulled In-gong's arm slightly. She looked quite calm, but that was just on the surface. Her 2 eyes staring at In-gong had a strong desire to run to the Dragon Temple right now. Quickly. Yes? Quickly, dot. Felicia's voice rang only in his ears. In-gong nodded and looked back at Moriyu. In-gong wanted to visit the Dragon Temple too. After all, he had come to Kalungpwoga in order to find out the story of the warrior Draken Ketchatella. Thank you for the invitation. I will make the visit. Thank you for your response. This girl will guide you. Moriyu answered with a sincere voice before bowing to In-gong. He could feel clearly the sadness of the surrounding lizardmen. 2 hours later, In-gong left Kalungpwoga and headed to the Dragon Temple. And everything inside the forest was still huge. The towering trees reminded him of buildings, and the bugs were still horrible. The carnivorous plants and wild beasts didn't change. They hid in the natural environment of the forest and sought a chance to eat. The weather was hot and humid. It was much more humid than the large forest near the Gullam village, and there were also deep swamps and lakes. The most terrible thing was that the journey was long. Unlike the exploration with the Gullam hunters which had lasted just 2 days, they had to travel for 3 days this time. The Dragon Temple was located deep in the forest, and In-gong was able to see why the priests lived a closed-off life. The temple itself was so remote that it was naturally isolated from the outside world. Despite all these problems, the journey with the lizardmen was quite pleasant. There were few attacks. In-gong's party didn't move on foot. Moryu brought some dragon-like creatures from the Dragon Temple, and they were huge like the creatures in the forest. There were animals resembling tyrannosauruses and triceratops lined up, so the beasts of the forest didn't appear. There were also quite a few lizardmen escorting In-gong's group. Altogether, there were 60 escorts, who all had a strong desire to visit the Dragon Temple. Thanks to the special incense of the lizardmen, there were no flying insects around them. The most exciting thing was the lizardmen's traditional clothes to help with the heat. Strange. In-gong looked at himself with a surprised expression. In-gong was dressed completely different than usual. He was wearing only short pants, with gold ornaments decorating his body. However, he wasn't cool just by taking off his clothes. The ornaments created a comfortable environment using magic. Even in this humid weather, Moryu was able to wear her hood thanks to magic. Still, I feel strangely ashamed in this outfit. Felicia looked at herself with a slight frown. She was dressed in a similar manner to In-gong. However, her style was slightly different from In-gong's. Felicia's gold ornaments overlapped with each other to look like clothes. Therefore, her waist and thighs were exposed, but her shoulders and arms weren't. In-gong didn't see it as any different from Felicia's usual clothes, but she thought differently. Prince, stop looking. Princess is shy. Carrick laughed while shaking the gold ornaments that he too was wearing. Delia and Karma, who were dressed in a similar manner to Felicia, were ashamed. When looking at Delia's thighs and Carrick's biceps, In-gong thought that this style suited Carrick the best. Then the fourth day passed. Felicia was now accustomed to the new outfit and felt no shame as she gazed at a distant place. She was filled with awe. Beyond the swamp was a giant lake, and the lake was shining with the bright blue from the sky. However, the real surprise was something else. There was a huge building floating in the air above the surface of the lake. It was a large and beautiful palace with a rounded roof. There was no rain, yet there were several rainbows. Beautiful. Felicia cried out. In-gong nodded with agreement. It was the Dragon Temple, the lizardman's spiritual home. In-gong felt his dragon heart respond. The heart was throbbing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, Chapter 33, Victory Number 2. Chapter 170, Chapter 33, Victory Number 2. At the lake shore, a white boat was waiting for In-gong's party. It was wide and long, but it was a transportation ship, so it didn't have a roof. Only one person was on the boat. Moryu climbed onto the boat first and bowed politely. In-gong understood intuitively as to what she meant. Only In-gong's companions could visit the Dragon Temple. The 61 lizardmen were In-gong and Felicia's escorts. By requesting for them not to enter the temple, it could be interpreted as being rude. However, In-gong didn't mind. If the Dragon Temple was plotting something, then he would just destroy the conspiracy. Looking back at Felicia, it seemed like she also understood the general situation. She agreed with a wink and climbed onto the boat first. Then she was followed by Delia, Karma, Carrick, and finally In-gong. The lizardmen realized belatedly that they couldn't visit the Dragon Temple. They were upset but chose to wait on the shore instead of making a fuss. They respected the authority of the Dragon Temple and were also faithful to In-gong and Felicia. The boat carrying In-gong's group moved quickly despite having no sails. After moving 100 meters, they arrived at the Dragon Temple where several priests in hoods were waiting. Draken Kechatella, we greet the great dragon warrior. The priests removed their hoods and greeted the party. Looking at them, In-gong could understand why ordinary lizardmen called the priests of the Dragon Temple as those who were closer to dragons. The male priests were 1 or 2 heads taller than ordinary lizardmen, and their scales were bigger and thicker. The female priests were beautiful like Moriju. Each time they moved, their scales seemed to shine. The high priest is waiting for you inside. A male priest, who acted as the representative, said politely to them. The priests acted like they were facing the dragon warrior, rather than the royal family of the demon world. The priest's interest was focused solely on In-gong. Rather than complaining about that fact, Felicia urged In-gong on. She wanted to enter the temple quickly. Please guide me. In-gong refrained from laughing as he instructed them, causing all the priests to get up at once. Despite their big size, their steps were light. When they got closer, the temple itself looked like a huge dragon. The white plates attached to the outside of the temple looked like dragon scales. Inside the temple, the ceiling was high and simple, and it shone like bright, white light in the sun. Moriju and the priests continued straight ahead, and a big room soon emerged in their sights. There was cold water flowing along the rim of the room, with a small waterfall on both walls. Felicia let out a sound of admiration as soon as she entered the big room. However, it wasn't just due to the sacred feeling of the room. Felicia's gaze was sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the lizard man in the middle of the room. The high priest greets Draken Kechatala. I would also like to greet you, Princess of the Demon King's Palace. Felicia was the first to bow to the high priest. She had a bright smile on her face. I am delighted to meet the descendant of the great dragon, Felicia said elegantly. In-gong agreed with Felicia's words in his heart. It is real. The lizardmen claimed to be descendants of a dragon, but they were very different in comparison to the draconians. However, the high priest was different. Wings sprouted from his back, making him look much more like a dragon than the draconians, who had a human-like appearance. It was enough to make one believe he was a polymorphic dragon, instead of a lizardman. The high priest was an old man, and the deep look in his eyes proved that. Draken Kechatala, the great dragon warrior. I would like to speak plainly. You are here because I have something to tell you. The high priest didn't waste time with unnecessary rhetoric. Among the lizardmen, he was particularly gigantic. He stared into In-gong's eyes and said, a few days ago, the dragon warrior awakened the giant king's sword. Thanks to this old body, I can finally be sure that the dragon warrior is back after a long period of time. High priest, do you have a giant king's sword here? Felicia asked. The high priest shook his head. The dragon warrior only had one giant king's sword. Instead, there is something which can be called the brother of the giant king's sword. It is this. Like In-gong and Felicia, the high priest was dressed in golden ornaments, and he lifted up something which was hanging from his waist. It was a beautifully painted horn. This is the dragon's horn. Just like the giant king's sword, it has the power to rule the lizardmen. It has been sleeping for a long time until it woke up a few days ago. There were several large gems embedded in the horn, and the gem on the giant king's sword shone with a similar light. Great Dragon Warrior, you may wonder why these things exist and why they respond to the Dragon Warrior. From now on, I will tell you everything I know. The high priest took breath deeply for a moment. Then his gaze looked far away, like he was engrossed in his memories. The giants were divided into 3 during the turbulence of time and lost their traditions. We lizardmen have also forgotten most of the traditions and our mission after so many years. I am the only one who can remember, just barely, some things that occurred in the past. It hadn't been 1,000 years, it was much longer than that. Draken Kechatala, the warrior who fought against the evil red serpent god. The giants and lizardmen were created to help the dragon warrior. These species were born to fight the evil red serpent god. Treasures, Felicia said suddenly. The swamp mammoths they'd had to fight when they faced the Red Lightning tribe were treasures of the great Enkidu, and the swamp mammoths lived with the lizardmen. The high priest smiled. You can say that they are like treasures, just on a larger scale. The lizardmen and giants were made by the ancient dragon. Are you talking about the elder dragons? The high priest shook his head at Felicia's question. I don't know for certain. However, the creation of the lizardmen and giants happened at least 10,000 years ago. The elder dragons known today aren't that old. 10,000 years. That was a large unit of time. Once again, Felicia asked hurriedly. High priest, do you know about the indigenous species? They certainly existed. But they disappeared 10,000 years ago. Their civilization was destroyed by the wicked red serpent god. This was the first time In-gong had heard this story, but he was convinced that it was true. Ruins of the indigenous species could be found all over the demon world, and such large destruction wouldn't occur naturally. But you can rest assured. The red serpent god has disappeared. It is thanks to the work of the indigenous species and the great dragon warrior. There was a kind smile on the face of the high priest. He looked proud of his ancestors. In-gong asked. High priest, what is the dragon warrior? The dragon warrior refers to a person with the heart and soul of a dragon, an agent of the sacred dragons to maintain the world. In-gong currently had a dragon heart because of ankle, but according to the words of the high priest, people like In-gong existed 10,000 years ago. High priest, do you know about the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse? The high priest's eyes sharpened at the question, and he expressed a fierce hostility. They are called the Riders of Destruction, the unique people who fought with the evil red serpent god. Dragon warrior, can you take this? The high priest handed over a ring. The ring was made out of platinum and embedded with a blue gem. This is something that one of the elder dragons, the recorder Torres, left at the Dragon Temple 1,000 years ago. In-gong received the ring. Then miraculously, the size of the ring was reduced to fit In-gong's finger. Shutra. Felicia said in a somewhat uneasy voice. However, In-gong smiled reassuringly at her. The ring was a relic of an elder dragon. Until now, the relics of the other elder dragons had accepted In-gong as soon as he touched them. It was as though they had been waiting to be conquered. In-gong exchanged one final glance with Karak before putting the ring on his index finger. At that moment, he heard a man's voice in his head. I am the recorder Torres. In-gong was in the dark, and he heard the voice coming down from a high place. He raised his head and saw a huge dragon's head with beautiful white scales. The magic was triggered, just like with ankle. In-gong sensed it intuitively. This wasn't a conversation. It was a one-sided notification, like a recorded video. Torres's voice continued speaking. There isn't a lot to tell. I don't know how long it has been or what is going on. Therefore, this story will be brief. Many thousand years ago, the civilizations, which had been rooted in the demon world, were destroyed. The records were destroyed and history was lost. It was an evil red serpent god who destroyed the world. The red dragon of the apocalypse, the beast who sings for the end of days. The ground started burning, and a huge presence emerged. It was a red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns. The presence of the red dragon itself was a huge catastrophe. Just by spreading its wings open, it seemed to cover the sky, like a shadow bringing death to the earth. The fight from thousands of years ago ended with failure. The red dragon died as well. But it was difficult to say that it was a victory. Civilization was destroyed, and only a handful of species were left to build up a civilization again. The preceding elder dragons were wiped out. So, the world had to be built up from scratch again. No species had a history longer than 10,000 years. The oldest records belonged to the Dark Elves, who had only preserved 7,000 years. The elder dragons were all dead, and there was a new generation of 6 elder dragons. They were the 6 elder dragons whom In-gong knew. And yet, they remained. In the darkness, there were 4 flames of different colors: the white conquest, the red war, blue death, and black famine. They are called the 4 riders of the apocalypse. Those who craved for the end of the world along with the red dragon. They didn't disappear. It was only the red dragon who was gone. The elder dragons, including myself, knew that the other riders would always be back. Finally, they returned after thousands of years. Torres showed some records of the past, and In-gong sensed that it was 1,000 years in the past. Violent Cultine was the first to suffer a fatal injury. It was due to an attack from one of the strongest and fiercest of the 4 riders, War. With only one fight, Cultine lost almost all of his power. In-gong remembered Cultine's lair. There was evidence of fighting where the language of the indigenous species was carved. The next one attacked was Watcher Ankle. But her case was different from Cultine. Conquest. She was in the fight. Torres' voice was filled with emotion, but it wasn't hatred toward the enemy. I fought with Ankle against Conquest in war. It was a fierce battle, but we were finally defeated. I suffered a fatal injury, and Ankle couldn't avoid dying. But shortly before dying, Ankle said something to me. I could also feel it in the course of the fight. Conquest didn't want the destruction of the world. She didn't want civilization to be erased from the world once again. Conquest mourned the destruction from thousands of years ago. In-gong's heart throbbed. The appearance of the white woman, deep in his soul, came to his mind. It felt like when he was fighting the famine knight. The great Enkidu didn't believe Ankle and my words. The cruel Talia also said that we were misled by the wicked enemies. Just as we want to protect the world, the riders want to bring about the end. It is their instinct. The record which remained at Thunderdoom Fortress. The 4 riders were going against the 6 elder dragons. But I wanted to believe it. No, I had to believe it. Ankle had faced Conquest head-on. Torres himself felt the Conquest's sorrow. Torres took a deep breath, then he spoke with heavy fatigue. Soon, there will be a big fight. It is a big fight between the elder dragons and the 4 riders of the apocalypse. I will face Conquest in that fight. And with the soul of Ankle by my side, I will free Conquest. That fight had been 1,000 years ago. And since that fight, the elder dragons had disappeared from the world. The great Enkidu abandoned his lair, and the cruel Talia disappeared. The guardian Kaian faded into the background of history. I will need to risk my life. Maybe I'll fail, but I think it is worth it. Torres smiled. That smile was really warm, and it resembled that of Watcher Ankles. I don't know what happened later. I am a recorder. Thus, although I know the past and present, it is impossible to get a glimpse of the future which has infinite possibilities. But I will make a prediction. Torres gazed at the sky as his voice shook the entire world. This record won't be transmitted to anyone else. But I also hope that it will be transmitted. If this record isn't transmitted, then it means the first fight against the riders of the apocalypse ended in our complete victory or our elder dragons were defeated. The fact that this record was passed on means that Conquest was liberated from her fate of ending the world. Torres looked at In-gong again. However, Torres was no longer a huge dragon. He was now a white-haired youth wearing loose robes. Conquest Knight, the fact that this record was communicated means that the fight didn't end in either side's victory. The fight between the 4 riders of the apocalypse and the elder dragons has been postponed to the future. That was indeed the case. After 1,000 years, the knights who followed the will of the riders of the apocalypse had appeared. Conquest Knight, one who wants to maintain the world, not one who craves the end. Even if the gamble is successful, I don't know what Conquest's state will be. Maybe she can't even communicate properly with you. Gather the equipment of the elder dragons. Become a Conquest Knight and Dragon Warrior. The fight in the future won't be a direct confrontation between the riders and the elder dragons, but a fight between the Knights of the Apocalypse and the Dragon Warriors. If you have the strength of both, then you can surpass the other Knights of the Apocalypse. In-gong could understand this, and he now realized the reason why the equipment of the elder dragons had been conquered is though they had been waiting for him, and the reason why Enkel's soul and dragon heart embraced In-gong. This was the process of becoming a conquest knight and dragon warrior. It is time. This is the last record. Conquest Knight, I pray for your victory. And Conquest, I will be fighting you soon. Torres stared at In-gong and saw the white woman within In-gong. Although it was just a recording and there was no interaction between the two, In-gong could feel Torres' gaze. The white woman was no different. I hope you have been freed from your prison. Don't be sad anymore. Torres smiled. In-gong felt the emotions of the white woman. Sadness and joy flared up violently within him. Then the young man disappeared, and beyond the darkness, there was a huge white dragon. I am the recorder Torres. My record will end here. Torres turned back and vanished into the darkness. However, In-gong was able to see it, Conquest's memory. She recalled Torres' end. He had smiled at Conquest until the end. Watcher Enkel and the recorder Torres. They were the ones who had liberated Conquest. The level of Conquest has risen. The level of Conquest Knight has risen. Armament has been acquired. Dragon Warrior LV1 has been learnt. Dragon Words LV1 has been learnt. In-gong closed his eyes and listened to the voice of the white woman from deep in his soul. And the War Knight looked at a deep hole in the ground. It was a place which the species of the demon world called outside the limit line. The area outside the limit line was an abandoned land which used to belong to the indigenous species. The War Knight laughed, and it was like the fire of war. In front of the War Knight, there was the body of a huge white dragon. It didn't seem dead, and the War Knight knew its name. He had directly witnessed the fight 1,000 years ago. Since that day, the dragon had been a hateful enemy he would never forget. Since the War Knight first awoke again, he had been searching for it. The War Knight could feel the emotions of war, and like the red flames, she sang with a violent anger. The recorder Torres, the cursed elder dragon who had corrupted Conquest. For a moment, he had tricked her into being sympathetic toward her enemies. Conquest was the leader of the riders. The riders had lost her and scattered. Even now, after they had woken up again, war was separate from death and famine. She could only feel them dimly. It was a terrible feeling of loss. The biggest sadness was that Conquest was no longer with them. Then the War Knight discovered that his apostles had vanished and that the Conquest Knight had intervened. The War Knight had been with war for over 1,000 years. Therefore, it was fair to argue that the War Knight was war. The recorder Torres' soul had died 1,000 years ago on that day. The body before him now was just a shell. War caused a huge fire which burnt Torres' body. The War Knight stared at the flames and went into deep thought. Death's plan was underway. It wouldn't be long until the separate pieces of the plan that the Death Knight had laid out carefully would come into fruition. The War Knight left the hole. He stepped beyond the northern limit line toward the land where the Death Knight was located. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, Chapter 34, Gathering. Chapter 171, Chapter 34, Gathering. 1,000 years ago, there had been a big fight. No matter how good the fight was, the result didn't necessarily benefit them. No, as a matter of fact, it was our defeat. The great Enkidu remembered that day. It was an unforgettable day. Enkidu had taken down famine. He had smashed the lowly rat, but famine wasn't destroyed. Enkidu succeeded in hitting his essence, but that was all. The rat had lost his power and ran away. Guardian Kean had fought against death, but he hadn't won either. Both Death and Kean had suffered critical damage. The cruel Talia had struggled as well. If only her opponent hadn't been the hateful war. She would have won if it had been against famine or death. However, her opponent had been war. The most brutal one among the four riders had overwhelmed Talius. If the event had occurred a little later, Talia would have died. The recorder Torres had caused the incident. So, Enkidu didn't know what Enkel's soul and Torres did. The result was what had been witnessed. Conquest and Torres destroyed each other. However, Enkidu, who dealt with the power of destruction, was able to see it. Conquest's and Torres' forms of destruction were different in nature. The destruction of Conquest was destruction for renewal. Torres had attempted to break Conquest and let her be reborn again, away from the other riders. The idea was absurd, but the plan was partially successful. He didn't know if Conquest was truly liberated, but it seemed like it. Silly bastard. Stupid bastard. The price was too big. Enkel's soul, which remained beside Torres, disappeared. Her soul was lost forever. Torres' case was even worse. He had been destroyed. His essence itself was broken and scattered across the world. Kean couldn't accept Torres' ruin, but that was just desperation. Torres had died. No, it was more than death. After that, it was chaos. He fought against the raging war. Death and Kean destroyed each other's essences. Enkidu couldn't remember the end of the fight clearly. He had been exhausted at the end of a long battle, and when he recovered his spirit, everything was over. Then Enkidu realized. The four riders of the apocalypse and the elder dragons had been destroyed. Since that day 1,000 years ago, both could no longer exist in the world like they'd done in the past. However, the fight wasn't finished. It was just delayed. Talia had escaped in a weakened state and fallen asleep. Enkidu himself had gone into a deep sleep. Kean had said before he fell asleep that after waking up, the fight wouldn't be a direct confrontation between the four riders of the apocalypse and the elder dragons. The ones who would decide the fate of the world would be the four knights selected by the riders and the dragon warriors with the power of the elder dragons. Dragon warrior. One who received strength from the elder dragons. I will reproduce the first dragon warrior. Draken Kechatala. These were the last words Kean left behind. Draken Kechatala had been the strongest dragon warrior who preceded the elder dragons, and he had played a decisive role in defeating the red dragon of the apocalypse. 10,000 years ago, when the red dragon and the older elder dragons had been annihilated, he had died as well. However, his blood was still being transmitted through one species. Warrior. A miracle had been born among the humans, an incarnation of the first dragon warrior. Enkidu lifted his head to the sky. Everything in the world seemed so far away. Dragon warrior. There wasn't just one warrior. The Conquest Knight was one as well. Thanks to Torres' sacrifice, Conquest had been reborn in the world and chosen her knight. Enkidu recalled the story that the War Knight had said when he appeared before him. He remembered the rude provocation of War, who had just woken from a deep sleep. What would be the result of the fight? The great Enkidu gazed far away. He looked at the land in the north, beyond the limit line. And Ingong opened his eyes and saw the white woman alone in the darkness. She was inside Ingong's head. She was a woman with white hair, and her red and blue eyes were gentle. Ingong now knew that she had been destroyed on that day 1,000 years ago and born again. As a result, she escaped from the fate of ending the world. However, it wasn't a complete liberation. She was resisting that will even now. Conquest wasn't complete. The evidence was that she couldn't converse with Ingong, despite being in the depths of his soul. Why was she resisting the end of the world? What made her reject the reason for her existence? In-gong looked at the white woman. She smiled and stroked In-gong's head gently. Then In-gong closed his eyes. The white woman's touch was warm, and he wanted to sleep comfortably under her gaze. However, he opened his eyes again. This time, it was in reality, not his consciousness. "Oh, Prince. You're awake, dot." As soon as In-gong opened his eyes, he saw Karak's face. He had just been looking at the white woman, so In-gong had a gloomy expression on his face. Why isn't it Felicia or Green Wind? Maybe even Delia or Karma. He would rather see a beauty than Karak as soon as he woke up. "Ha, you sound disappointed." Karak clicked his tongue, but he was smiling. In-gong smiled as well and raised his upper body. Then he saw that he was in a large room with a stone bed. This is the Dragon Temple. Prince was asleep all day. High Priest said not to worry since it isn't a big deal, but, are you really okay? Karak looked In-gong up and down. Although his face was still ugly, it was good to see his concern for In-gong. "I'm fine. I feel very refreshed, dot." "Then here is some cold water to wake you up." Karak laughed and handed him a glass of cold water. The inside of the Dragon Temple was very cool, unlike the outside which caused one to perspire just from walking a little bit. In-gong drank the cold water and looked around slowly. The ring of the recorder Torres was glowing on his index finger. The fourth equipment of an elder dragon. The ring was called El Ragra. Unlike the other three equipment In-gong had obtained so far, this wasn't used in direct combat. It was instead a secondary support equipment. In-gong stroked the gem on the ring. It felt warm like Conquest's touch. It was at that moment that he heard a voice outside the door. Draken Kechatella, the great dragon warrior. It was the voice of the High Priest. In-gong nodded and Karak opened the door. High Priest. The High Priest had appeared exactly when In-gong had awoken. Moreover, there was someone else standing behind him. Shutra. Felicia smiled excitedly as she ran over and shook In-gong's arm. Hey. This place is really great. It is full of extremely old records. Ah, why have I only come here now? It would have been nice if I'd known of this place earlier. Indeed, Felicia. Although it was an ancient ruin, the Dragon Temple itself was a valuable archive. The High Priest looked at Felicia like she was a young child and explained with a warm smile. Princess has been looking around the Dragon Temple. It seems like she really likes the records room. Yes, it's the best. I've been there all day, but I want to stay longer. Her voice was dripping with a lingering attachment. In-gong's mood improved when he saw Felicia's pleased appearance and then playfulness rose inside him. Hook, what the? So, you left me unattended here all day to go somewhere else? Even though I was unconscious? He gazed at Felicia with disappointment, and she blinked, looking confused and embarrassed. Ha? Ah, no, that. The High Priest had said it was okay. In-gong had looked like he'd just be sleeping, and Karak had said he would stay. Delia hadn't been worried either and thought that seeing the records room would be a good diversion. However, Felicia couldn't babble anything out. As she gazed around and couldn't figure out what to do, a new voice interrupted. Master. I kept staying beside Master. Isn't that good? It was Green Wind who had become solid. In-gong stroked Green Wind's head and said, Yes, you are nice, Greenie. That's right. I am nice. Princess is bad. Felicia became more perplexed by Green Wind's words. She looked so cute that In-gong found it hard to hold back his laughter. Karak clicked his tongue. Prince, stop acting like this. And Princess, don't worry. Prince is just playing. At Karek's words, Felicia's eyes widened, and she started hitting In-gong with her fan. In-gong just laughed along with Karek. It was a common sight, so In-gong's party was used to it. Delia, who had accompanied Felicia, coughed and they stopped their game. After releasing Green Wind's solid state, In-gong faced the High Priest. The High Priest said, "Dragon Warrior, I've prepared a meal. It will recover your strength." It had been a good story. However, instead of accepting the meal, In-gong asked something else. "High Priest, there is one thing I want to ask you before that. Do you know about the dragon word's magic?" It was something In-gong had acquired after seeing Torres' memory. He had a new secondary occupation of Dragon Warrior. And Dragon Words was a skill of that occupation. The High Priest smiled pleasantly at In-gong's question and explained. "Draken Kechatala. Finally, the Dragon Warrior has returned. I will happily lay the foundations. And Dragon Words is a powerful magic that Dragon Warriors can use, but..." After the meal, the High Priest guided In-gong to a large room with nothing in it and explained in a calm tone. Felicia, Delia and Karma, who could be called the magicians of the party, sat in a corner of the room and gazed at him with excited expressions. Karek was also curious about the Dragon Warrior. The High Priest continued. Dragon Words is the mysteries created by words. It uses the power of language to create power in the world. There is a famous story that the magic in the demon world originates from dragon words. The power that only dragons could use was reassembled so that other species could use it. It was a story In-gong had heard in Knight Saga. But magic relies on the strength of the magic power. It is a precise formula that can create miracles. According to the records, the great dragons of the past enjoyed using the newly created magic. In-gong nodded. The few dragons he encountered in Knight Saga had used magic in addition to dragon words. Dragon words can be called raw magic. Compared to the magic that has been refined over many years, it is rugged and simple. But there is one thing that distinguishes it from ordinary magic. Felicia's eyes shone with curiosity. The High Priest spoke slowly, giving Delia time to write it down. Draken Kechatala, the Dragon Warrior, Dragon Words contains your feelings and will. Even if it is the same word, depending on how strong your feelings and willpower are, you can emit a totally different force. Depending on the caster's thoughts, the form of that power can change as well. In-gong was reminded of Locke's techniques. In Knight Saga, some of the unique spells Locke could use were influenced by his emotions and will. The High Priest took a big breath and pointed to himself. It is weak, but dragon blood also flows through me. Thanks to the knowledge inherited from my ancestors, I can speak a few words. Dragons learned to use their words naturally, just like birds knew how to use their wings. However, those with the dragon's blood were different. They couldn't speak the dragon words until they realized they could do it. Dragon words is close to innate power. Dragon Warrior, you are much closer to a dragon than I am, so you will soon learn the trick. It made a lot of sense. Moreover, In-gong was also the Conquest Knight. So, he was confident that he could learn it. Draken Kechatala, I will now teach you Fire Breath, which is the basics of dragon words. Fire Breath? That's right. As the name suggested, you will pour out a breath of fire. But Dragon Warrior, the name isn't important because Dragon Words is the expression of power and will. It is important to secure the best image of fire and put your will in it. I will demonstrate once. The High Priest grunted, turned in a direction where no one was present and exhaled. At the next moment, he exclaimed in a loud voice. Fire Breath. Shortly after the High Priest shouted, a strong breath of fire poured from the High Priest's mouth. Fire Breath is one of the most basic dragon words. Fire itself is easy to imagine as it is the power of primitive destruction. It is common to learn Ice Breath or Wind Breath after becoming accustomed to Fire Breath. In-gong nodded silently. He thought he could do it, even though he had only seen it once. Draken Kechatula, would you like to try it once? You don't have to shout fire breath. Just form a solid image of fire with a strong will behind it. Fire breath. There was only one thing left to do. Shutra took a deep breath and opened his mouth slowly, speaking his first dragon words. And, Prince, what is that fire? Well, it is like it seems. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Chapter 34, Gathering Number 2. Chapter 172, Chapter 34, Gathering Number 2. Prince, what is that fire? Well, it is like it seems. In-gong responded lightly to Karak's puzzled question. He used dragon words directly like the high priest had said. It was possible to use it without speaking words, since it was transformed and reinforced through the will and emotions of the user. In short, it does what I want. He realized why the dragons continued using magic despite the dragon words. Dragon words was a tough and crude power. It was more convenient to use magic for various purposes. But it was definitely strong. Moreover, it was easy to use during close combat because it moved through his will. It goes along with dragon style. No, I feel like I've come to know the true use of dragon style. If dragon words was putting will and emotion into magic, dragon style was putting will and emotion into aura. That's why he became aware. His understanding of aura had become stronger. In-gong looked at his status window for a while before investing most of his remaining skill points into dragon words. Dragon words LV4. Although it was lower than the level of aura, which was close to 10, In-gong's main strength was aura, not magic. Furthermore, dragon words was a higher concept of magic. So, LV4 wasn't that low. Okay. In-gong nodded lightly and used ice breath and wind breath. It was almost the same as fire breath, and it wasn't difficult because the level of dragon words was now higher. The high priest's eyes widened as In-gong used 2 more types of dragon words after succeeding in fire breath. He forgot the majesty of his position as high priest as he smiled with admiration and confusion. Indeed, Draken Kechatula, you acquired dragon words so quickly. You are truly blessed. The situation was similar to how it had been with fire breath, but ice breath and wind breath were different. The high priest had told In-gong of their existence but never taught them. A scam. Felicia spoke like had she witnessed something absurd, but she was smiling. It was a very proud expression. She laughed while covering her face with her fan and then spoke in a coy voice. High priest, dragon words isn't the only thing that Shutra can do. Do you know he can shoot dragon breath? Dragon breath? The high priest was dumbfounded. Despite his majestic atmosphere, he was impressed like a child would be. Yes, he can also use dragon fear. Felicia added, and the eyes of the high priest shook. He breathed deeply before looking back at In-gong. Then the high priest gulped and asked. Don't tell me. Draken Kechatula, are you actually a dragon? That would explain why he had learnt dragon words so easily. Felicia laughed. High priest, that isn't possible. Shutra is a Gandharv. Well, it is true that he is amazing. If Chris were there, he would be asking, why is Noonim acting so proud? Unfortunately, he wasn't in the dragon temple but in the far north of the demon world. Karak laughed instead of saying something, while Delia, Felicia's aide, was happy and had no intention of stopping it. In the end, In-gong coughed with embarrassment and told the high priest. High priest, I am a Gandharv. Also, can I learn the rest? I understand. I will do so. The high priest replied and enthusiastically demonstrated more dragon words. And it had been 1 month since In-gong's group arrived at the Dragon Temple. In the heart of the temple, Surrounded by a large collection of books, In-gong closed his eyes and concentrated. He had learnt 6 dragon words in the past month. Although he had learnt them instantly, he needed time to master them. This was his first long vacation since opening his eyes in this world. He had never stayed more than 1 month in one place because he had always been wandering around here and there. Of course, it wasn't really a vacation. For this month, In-gong didn't just train in dragon words but all his techniques. Aura, magic power, divine power, and psychic power. Compared to the previous 2, psychic and divine powers were lacking, but everything still had room for a lot of improvement. In-gong took a long breath to calm his impatience and thought about something else. Warrior Locke. He was obviously a dragon warrior, the Draken Kechatella raised by Guardian Kayan. I wonder if he is an ally. In Knight Saga, Locke had been an enemy of the demon world. Most of Zephyr's subordinates had died at Locke's hands. It had also been Locke who had taken Vandal's life. However, he had never attacked first. It had just been a fight against the demon world's invasion. It would be best if he became an ally. Locke was strong. He was the owner of a unique SS rank weapon and SS technique. So, it would be reassuring if he was on the same side. However, the future of having him as ally wasn't certain. After all, In-gong himself was a prince of the demon world. It was unknown if Locke, a patriotic warrior of the human world, would cooperate with him. I have to take advantage of my training in this temple. Locke's adventure in Knight Saga had started in the summer of year 514. There was more than a year left until Locke would leave for his adventure. In-gong focused his consciousness on his dragon heart. Ankel's magic power was warm. Locke is the dragon warrior. Then what is Zephyr? Zephyr was a dragon humanoid, but that was because he was a draconian. He wasn't a dragon warrior. Zephyr Ragnaros. He was already special. He was recognized as the strongest royal child of the Demon King's palace and led one of the 3 major factions. However, it was the same in Knight Saga. In Knight Saga, he was the worst prince in the demon world. Warrior Locke wouldn't be exactly the same as he was in Knight Saga, but he was still a dragon warrior and the enemy of the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. If so, wouldn't there be something about Zephyr? Did he have any connection with the 4 Knights and the 4 Riders of the Apocalypse who were longing for the end of the world? In fact, it was an unfolded speculation. This world wasn't exactly the same as Knight Saga. The surface history and personal history of the characters were almost the same, but it was up to there. Many things had changed since In-gong first opened his eyes in this world. The 4 Knights of the Apocalypse, who hadn't appeared in Knight Saga, were causing incidents in various places. Although Zephyr was the main character of the demon world in Knight Saga, that didn't mean he had a connection with the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse. However, why? Something told In-gong that there was a connection, and his intuition was good. It is unfounded. Zephyr was already an enemy. So, it was an honest speculation to add something else. In-gong shook his head slightly. Then at that moment, he heard a voice from behind him. Shutra. Really, is concentrating on training all you need to do today? It was Felicia. Her temple outfit was a little more comfortable today. Not only were there colored jewels shining from the gold ornaments, but she was also wearing a headdress made of large bird feathers. In-gong instantly checked the clock at the corner of the mini-map. There is still a lot of time left. It isn't a good thing to become older. Today was the last day of year 512. In a few hours, it would be year 513. In the Demon King's palace, he would become older every time his birthday passed. However, the demon world had various species, and not everyone counted their age the same way. There were a few species who increased their age by 1 year at the beginning of each year, and the Dark Elves were one of these species. Felicia narrowed her eyes as she stared at In-gong. What? A 14-year-old is complaining about getting older? Felicia wanted to grow up quickly. In-gong nodded at Felicia's words. Isn't Nuna the same? I'm not. Then what? Felicia responded with a coy smile. Shutra, Nuna is only 18 years old. I still have a long time to go before I am afraid of getting older. So, stop training and get ready quickly. The high priest is conducting a ceremony to celebrate the new year. This is the duty of the royal family. For dark elves who lived for hundreds of years, 18 years old was a young age. Yes. I understand. In-gong replied playfully, no longer discussing a woman's age. The New Year's celebrations were held outdoors. The lizardmen priests had built an altar in front of the entrance of the dragon temple and lit a large fire. The flame seemed so bright that it was like another moon had emerged. The priests moved around the altar. The high priest stood before the great fire and poured dragon words toward the sky, a blessing. The priests sang along to the words of the blessing. It was a sacred hymn filled with divine power. Magic power and divine power tangled together and danced into the night sky, becoming a light shining among the stars. The light grew, and in accordance with the great cry of the high priest, it divided into hundreds and embellished the night sky. It was like a spectacular fireworks display. Felicia blushed as she stared delightedly at the colorful feast of light. In-gong, who was equally impressed, turned his head and looked at Felicia. It had been barely 6 months since they had first met. However, they had been together quite a lot. He had been together with her since their first meeting during the Red Lightning Tribe mission. In-gong remembered that first moment he encountered Felicia. He had used his body to defend her from a fire arrow cast by an orc magician. I hadn't been thinking at the time. Thanks to this, his relationship with Felicia had deepened. In-gong closed his eyes for a moment, then something popped into his head. It was the Felicia's death which he had seen in Knight Saga. He felt horrible just imagining it, and his breathing became rough. Shutra? Felicia's gaze turned to In-gong. Her eyes were asking why he was acting like this, but she was still smiling. In-gong just laughed. The horrible sight in his head cleared as he said, Nuna, I'll protect you. No matter what happens, and by all means. Felicia blinked at In-gong's words, then she opened her fan. What are you saying all of a sudden? However, her voice was very pleased. She fanned herself a few times before shrugging. Although, good. You are reliable. Why am I feeling so relieved? Felicia smiled widely behind the fan before quickly correcting her expression. Instead of saying anything more, In-gong laughed and looked up at the night sky. And the year 513 began. And the demon world side of Knight Saga had begun. After spending 10 more days at the Dragon Temple, In-gong headed to the 12th base because Anastasia had called him. While In-gong spent more than a month at the Dragon Temple, Anastasia and Victor had recaptured most of the western and northern parts of Curtis. The morale of the rebels was very low. The rebellion had turned over the moment the Piran clan rejoined the Demon King's palace. As expected, the western barbarian king, Actius, had chosen to escape, instead of fighting. He returned to beyond the limit line as fast as the wind. Actius' rapid departure destroyed the morale of the rebels completely, and they were on the verge of collapse. In the case of the Central Fortress battle, Actius could be called the secret to suppressing the rebels. Of course, among the rebels, there were still those crying for war. It was difficult for them to survive even if they surrendered. Post-battle work included disposal of the ones who surrendered and suppressing the remaining rebels. All of these were mixed up, and there wasn't enough time in a month. It would need a few more months to completely clear up the situation in Curtis. In the midst of this, Anastasia had called In-gong and Felicia, but it wasn't for a task. There is a command to return to the Demon King's palace. We can't postpone a direct report about this uprising any longer. As soon as the cleaning up of the Red Lightning tribe was over, he had returned to the Demon King's palace. So, this situation wasn't much different. Anastasia, who he hadn't seen in a while, was still graceful, but there was fatigue in her voice which she couldn't hide. Felicia gazed at Anastasia with anxious eyes and asked, "By the way, Uni, are the transportation formations restored yet?" "Not yet." "So, Sylvan is coming in his flying ship. He will arrive in 2 days." If Sylvan was coming with a flying ship, that meant it could only be the Black Flame Dragon. He had filled it up with crew members at the territory of the Dark Elves. Anastasia smiled while Felicia's face turned red. There seemed to be an envious edge to her smile. Victor Orobioni will stay in Curtis to stabilize the situation. This time, only the 3 of us will return to the Demon King's palace. There were a few reasons for Victor to stay behind, but In-gong didn't ask. He could guess the reasons to a certain extent. 2 days later, the Black Flame Dragon with Sylvan on board arrived at the 12th base. And Felicia, your dear Appa is here. Won't you kiss me on the cheek? 2 or 3 times will be good. Ah, come on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Chapter 34, Gathering Number 3. Chapter 173, Chapter 34, Gathering Number 3. Felicia. As soon as they boarded the Black Flame Dragon which had settled at the 12th base, they encountered Sylvan's excited face. Sylvan showed a remarkable speed, even by In-gong's standards, as he hugged Felicia and turned her round and round. Felicia, your dear Appa is here. Won't you kiss me on the cheek? 2 or 3 times will be good. Ah, come on. Felicia tried to push Sylvan away, but it didn't work. Felicia, who was blushing from embarrassment, suddenly made a complicated expression before turning and kissing Sylvan's cheek. It was a brief one. That was it, but the effect was amazing. Heek. Felicia really kissed me. Sylvan was embarrassed, despite asking for the kiss, and didn't know what to do. Felicia grinned at his overwhelmed appearance and kissed Sylvan's cheek again. Okay, are you satisfied now? Sylvan blinked in shock at Felicia's question. It wasn't the normal flow which occurred around Sylvan and Felicia. Are you sick? Is this a gift for the new year? Sylvan asked with sincere worry, and Felicia just laughed. It's not like that. It's just that sometimes, I think it's good to do this. Despite everything, she only had one brother. Moreover, it must never be said again, but she had been worried. Felicia never forgot about Sylvan. When she thought about what had happened on that day, she could kiss his cheeks a few more times. Please stay healthy in the future. That is the best gift for me. Felicia. Sylvan was moved to tears, and Felicia smiled as she touched his cheeks. Then Anastasia, who had been staring at the 2 of them, let out a long sigh. This is embarrassing to watch. You too, there are other people on the ship. Anastasia's cheeks were red from embarrassment. As Felicia became aware that she and Sylvan were not alone, she hurriedly pushed him aside. This time, Sylvan released Felicia instead of holding onto her tightly. Anastasia Noonim. Sylvan. As Sylvan and Anastasia exchanged greetings, Felicia spread her fan and covered her face. Well, the 2 people have changed now, with Sylvan still being one of them. She muttered in a small voice, but there was no one listening. In-gong laughed at the festive atmosphere and approached Sylvan. It is good to see you, Hyung. Is your body okay? Thanks to you, it was very good. Sylvan was still wearing an eye patch over his right eye. It wasn't for sealing the fairy like before, but for camouflage. If he stopped wearing it suddenly, people would be suspicious. The existence of the fairy itself had been a secret. As he shook hands with In-gong, Sylvan wriggled his eyebrows up and down. The atmosphere with Anastasia Noonan isn't bad. Yes. It was definitely a much better atmosphere than at Baikal's tea party. Anastasia had been angry at the transfer of Felicia and Sylvan, making her quite hostile toward Shutra. Shutra is truly amazing. Sylvan mumbled before dragging In-gong into a hug. It seemed like Sylvan quite liked showing affection. Sylvan, I'm sorry to say this as soon as you arrived, but can we head back straight away? Anastasia asked Sapphira, who was standing behind Sylvan and shaking her head with embarrassment. Noonan, it is difficult no matter how I look at it. My crew needs some time to rest. We can depart in a few hours. This is better for safe piloting. Originally, Sylvan would have entered Anastasia's faction with Felicia. Therefore, his relationship with Anastasia was quite good. Then it can't be helped. Anastasia backed down without any stubbornness. Waiting a couple of hours wouldn't make a huge difference. It was at this moment that there was a voice in In-gong's head. Shutra, can I share information with Anastasia Noonan? It is news about our other brothers and sisters. In-gong coughed with a surprised expression. He heard a voice in his head, indicating it was message magic. Sylvan Hyung, have you learned message magic? Due to fear of the fairy running wild, Sylvan had lived by building a wall around magic, not using it at all. So, he was someone who couldn't even use basic magic. Yet he had just used message magic. It had only been 2 months, so it was indeed amazing. Hoo. Shutra, it is natural. Now, I am a magic swordsman from the heavens. His face was so handsome that he gave off a charming atmosphere despite his words. In-gong coughed again and barely managed to control his expression, focusing his mind on answering the first question. Sharing simple information with Anastasia. That wasn't a bad thing to do. At first glance, Sylvan seemed like the kind to not think about anything, but ultimately, he was still a prince of the Demon King's palace. If he hadn't intended to share information with Anastasia, he wouldn't have said anything in the first place. I think it should be fine. I believe that Hyun will filter any important information. Thank you for believing in me. Sylvan thanked In-gong with his eyes before looking at Felicia and Anastasia. He had been looking at In-gong silently for a long time, so both Felicia and Anastasia wondered what Sylvan would say. Sylvan shrugged and said in a pleasant tone. This time, I came to pick up the 3 of you because I got a return order. Sylvan as well? Anastasia asked with a frown. It was the first time she had heard of this. Anastasia, In-gong, and Felicia were to return to the Demon King's palace to report on the rebellion in Curtis. In other words, there was a reason to receive a return command. However, why had Sylvan received a separate return command? Felicia thought it was strange as well. The separate commands weren't just for moving the party to the Demon King's palace. Sylvan's eyes shone with satisfaction from their reactions. It isn't just me. Chris and Caitlin received the command to return. The 2 of them as well? Yes, the 2 of them. Sylvan responded lightly to Felicia's question before looking at Anastasia, who narrowed her eyes. Then she opened her mouth after some slight hesitation. Sylvan, was Baikal Orabioni also asked to return to the Demon King's palace? 6 of the 9 royal children had been ordered to return. With the exception of Victor, who had a definite reason to remain in Curtis, it was natural to ask if Baikal and Zephyr would return as well. However, Anastasia couldn't hide the expectations in her voice. Sylvan shrugged and replied. Noonan, I'm sorry, but I know that Baikal Hyungnim doesn't have a return order. There is a rumor that Baikal Hyungnim and Zephyr Hyungnim will soon receive a relocation order. Relocation? It seems like they don't have to go that far. If they had to move to a distant place, then it would be better to go through the Demon King's palace. The Demon King's palace was connected to all the major parts of the demon world through the transportation formations. If they were moving to a place other than the north, it would be much faster and more efficient to pass through the Demon King's palace. Doesn't the flow seem similar to the last time? Felicia frowned and asked. It was similar to the court gathering where all the children of the Demon King had gathered together. In-gong had a similar idea. Anastasia nodded as well. Maybe they are trying to position all the children of the demon in the north. That would explain why a return order hasn't been issued to Baikal or Abioni. It would be faster to move from the north to somewhere else within the north, rather than going through the Demon King's palace. Felicia bit her lip and turned toward Anastasia. Uni, are you talking about the Aegis Gate? If all the children of the Demon King were being sent to one place, it would be there. Anastasia's voice and expression became overcast. At that moment, Master, what is the Aegis Gate? Green Wind appeared in reality and asked In-gong. Felicia had already become accustomed to Green Wind's intrusions, but Sylvan and Anastasia weren't. Sylvan stared at Green Wind with curiosity, while Anastasia replied in an elegant voice. It is the absolute line of defense in the north of the demon world. Absolute line of defense? Green Wind looked back at In-gong. Instead of answering, In-gong turned Green Wind back in Anastasia's direction. He was going to leave the explanation to Anastasia. Anastasia smiled like she liked Green Wind and added. The demon world is incredibly huge. Due to that, the area that we call the north is quite vast. Baikal and Zephyr were active in the north, and Anger Plains, which could be called Green Wind's hometown, also belonged to the north. Sylvan, can you show me a map? Of course. The crew members immediately responded to Sylvan's command to bring a large map. It was a map of the demon world. The Aegis Gate is the northernmost area of the north. It is the region with the most battles. Anastasia pointed to the very top of the map. Felicia subsequently said. Green Wind, the limit line near the area where Uni is pointing is special. The strength of the barbarians and creatures there is superior, and their numbers are enormous. Aegis Gate is the name of the fortress which was built to stop the enemies in the north. Aegis Gate was an absolute line of defense. Anastasia opened her mouth again and said briefly. 500,000. 500,000? Green Wind's eyes widened. Then Anastasia responded. That is the number of barbarians who passed away during the Great Invasion 12 years ago. Abamama, at that time, the Demon King headed to the north himself. The scale was completely different from the west and the east. Green Wind had spent almost all her life at Anger Plains, so she was shocked at the number. Felicia added. The attacks of the creatures couldn't be ignored. Apart from the barbarians, the creatures also caused a considerable headache. There are some incredibly strong or huge monsters which can be considered an army on their own. It was the same in Knight Saga. If other regions were in normal mode, the vicinity of the Aegis Gate was hell mode. Master, do we have to go to such a place? Green Wind asked in a voice which was filled with concern. She disliked the thought of In-gong being in danger. In-gong stroked Green Wind's head and said, The Demon King's palace pays careful attention to the Aegis Gate. Isn't it called the absolute line of defense? It is as the name suggests. It is a place where the captains are often present. One of the reasons why the Demon King's palace couldn't dispatch the 5 army captains everywhere was the presence of the Aegis Gate. The 4 commanders, except for Reinhardt who served as the Demon King's guard, usually served at the Aegis Gate for a quarter of the year. Oh, I wonder if there are signs of an invasion. I don't know. Sylvan stroked Felicia's head with an expression of regret. Once again, Felicia showed no signs of pushing him off. Anastasia folded her arms and said, Even if there isn't a big invasion, it is a place where big and small battles never end. The group attacking all over the demon world may be aiming for the Aegis Gate this time. The Death Knight and the War Knight. In-gong agreed that the possibility was high. However, at that very moment, Green Wind blocked In-gong's mouth with her hand. Master, don't say it. Master's words have a strong effect, so you definitely shouldn't mention it. In-gong couldn't help laughing at her desperate voice. Felicia shrugged and responded. Yes. Isn't that quite plausible? The heavy atmosphere lightened to a certain extent. Then Anastasia let out a large sigh and said, I have received one piece of information. Uni? Anastasia leaned back against a wall before replying lightly. There is a rumor that Altesia, the saintess of the Erebos Church, will soon be in the north. The saintess of the Erebos Church? Erebos, god of the night and darkness, was the god of the most powerful religion in the demon world. Sylvan patted Felicia's head again. Felicia, don't worry. Appa thinks that Felicia is much more beautiful than the saintess. Oh, come on. That isn't the point. Felicia pushed Sylvan's hand away and said to Anastasia. If the Dark Saintess is moving, then the Knights of Erebos are also moving. Is something really happening in the north? It really seemed to be true. Anastasia replied with a frown. For now, it seems to be a sick visit. They are moving around with making any noise and are visiting several places. There were believers of the Erebos religion everywhere in the demon world. They couldn't ignore the possibility that the visit to the north was simply to console those who were ill. Orc, what do you think? After hearing Felicia and Anastasia's conversation, Greenwind suddenly directed a question to Carrick. Carrick's eyes widened at the sudden question while Anastasia cocked her head. Felicia saw Anastasia's reaction and quickly opened her mouth. It is worth listening to Carrick's opinion. Anastasia made a strange sound. Felicia was familiar with Carrick, since she had been together with him for a long time. However, Anastasia felt uncomfortable at the fact that he was an aide as well as an orc. Despite this, Felicia's intervention sparked curiosity, rather than displeasure, in Anastasia. As Felicia sighed in relief, Carrick pondered for a moment before saying, I can only think about Prince's position. So, for now, I don't think Prince should be worried about the situation in the north. Then? It was a fairly fresh opinion, so all eyes focused on him. Carrick shrugged and replied. We are returning to the Demon King's palace. There will also be a court gathering. I am more worried about what will happen there. There had never been a court gathering which passed quietly. The previous court gathering, which had been the quietest one, was an unexpected event with the visit of the third and fourth queens. Yes. Indeed, Carrick, your words are correct. Felicia smiled and nodded, and for some reason, Anastasia agreed. Indeed, Disturbance Shutra is famous. It is the new specialty of the Demon King's palace. I am full of expectations now. Until now, she had been watching from a distance. There was a slight difference between then and now. Well, we will all know once we return to the Demon King's palace. In-gong ended the conversation easily, and everyone nodded. In particular, Sylvan clapped and exclaimed in a loud voice as he looked up at the sails of the Black Flame Dragon. Now, lift up the anchor and spread the sails. It is time to move to the Demon King's palace. He shouted nicely, but the Black Flame Dragon didn't move. In the silence, Sapphira muttered in a small and embarrassed voice. Your Highness, the departure time is in 2 hours. Sylvan had said it himself. After a moment of silence, Anastasia smiled, while everyone else burst out laughing. And the sunshine was dazzling. After escaping from the caves which were a buffer zone between the human world and demon world, the youth smiled as he saw sunlight for the first time in a week. The young man wasn't handsome. Rather, he was more on the plain side. However, there was something about him which caught one's eye. It was a type of charisma he had been born with. He had blackish-brown hair and sky-blue eyes. His face was one which showed his youth. Maybe it was more appropriate to call him a boy, instead of a young man. He wore armor made of dragon scales and held a sword filled with divine power. Accompanying him, there was also a beautiful young girl and a middle-aged man with complicated expressions on their faces. Fatigue, relief, fear, and curiosity about the unknown were displayed openly on their faces. The Saintess Beatrice and mercenary King Karlov. They were heroes of the human world and experts in their respective fields. The young man looked back to the front, then he took a deep breath and smiled. Now, is it the demon world from here on out? Warrior Locke. The Draken Kechatula who had been raised by Guardian Kaian. He had reached the demon world. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Chapter 35, Battle. Chapter 174, Chapter 35, Battle. The wind blowing from the limit line was cold and dry. However, those on the battlefield didn't feel that cold. A much colder and ruthless breath swept through the battlefield. Shwa-ah-ah. The ice-filled dragon breath poured down from the sky. Even a zombie drake wouldn't be able to resist a direct hit from it. The air around them froze and shattered into pieces. The sight of 20 zombie drakes being frozen and destroyed in an instant was truly spectacular. The dragon breath spread out in a fan shape to cover dozens of meters on both ends. It was like a natural disaster. The aftermath of the cold air influenced the atmosphere on the ground, and the cold air seemed to turn their blood cold. The owner of the breath was the ice dragon, Quanta. She was an evil dragon in the vicinity of the northern limit line. Covered with blue scales, she burned with a violent anger. It wasn't just anger at those who dared to challenge her, the anger contained an impatience and anxiousness which couldn't be concealed. A breath was shot out. Bypass. A soldier outside the range of dragon breath shouted. As an Orcan junior general, he couldn't even dream of being a match against a dragon. However, he was now facing a dragon, and he wasn't alone. There was a leader. Brig, the junior orc general, sped up on his boar as he stared at Quanta. Following him, there were dozens of soldiers with crossbows. Papa-papa-pack. There was the sound of arrows penetrating the cold air, but it was unreasonable to pierce a dragon's scales with crossbow bolts. The difference in size was too big. Brig knew that, but it wasn't useless. Pay attention and disperse. Bother it. The soldiers fired the crossbows again. It was the same with the units deployed on the other side. 300 cavalry members fired crossbows in different directions, filling the sky with arrows. The ice dragon, Quanta, felt annoyed. She flapped her wings and used dragon words, scattering the arrows with a strong gust of wind, while a rain of icicles fell onto the cavalry. Screams burst out as one group of the cavalry was practically wiped out. However, Brig smiled despite his fear. He looked at a place above Quanta's head. Qua-quang! A huge explosion occurred above Quanta. It was the power of the energy shots fired by the Wyvern Strike Force. Quanta, who had been attacking the cavalry on the ground, couldn't escape the energy shots, and the explosion on her back pushed her down to the ground. The length from her head to tail ran for hundreds of meters, and her weight was also terrifically heavy. The earth shook when Quanta fell, and the frozen ground cracked and broke. Trivial things dash. Quanta burst out. The cavalry with a relatively close proximity to her couldn't withstand the fear and collapsed. However, there were those who weren't affected. The Wyvern Strike Force once again used the energy shots, and there was a deafening roar as the explosions covered Quanta's head. Smoke emerged and disturbed the soldiers' view of Quanta. Noom. Aim for the throat. The cries of Quanta and the intermediate General Paragra rang out at the same time. On the left and right sides of Quanta, several huge harpoons were fired. They were terrible objects with a length of 7 meters. The harpoons were trump cards which had been hidden before the battle began. Quanta instinctively felt a sense of urgency and cast a defensive spell using dragon words, but it was useless. The army had no intention of piercing Quanta's scales in the first place. Curve. The soldiers instantly used telekinesis. The harpoons, which had been flying in a straight line, changed course around Quanta's neck. They circled Quanta's neck repeatedly, trapping her neck with the thick chains at the ends of the harpoons. Quanta was confused. The Demon King's army hadn't broken, and Paragra, who was also a powerful magician, commanded the magicians to cast their spells. 20 magicians aimed spells at the chains. Quack! Quanta screamed as chains coiled around her neck, and there was now a different magic running along those chains. The combination of water-based magic and lightning magic created a powerful synergy. There were curse magic, to lower Quanta's magic resistance, and amplification spells, to amplify all the magic. Even the ice dragon, Quanta, couldn't hold out against all of this. Quanta shrieked. In the meantime, new chains were wrapping around her neck. Pull. There was no magic in the new chains, but frost giants were holding the ends of these new chains, and all of them were undead. The frost giants, who had been in hiding previously, rose up at the same time and pulled the chains with tremendous strength. Quanta screamed as her head was forced to the ground. The wyverns fired their energy shots again. Their purpose was to prevent Quanta from using magic by distracting her. However, Dragon Words was different from normal magic. Quanta's scream soon became magic, and the violent spell Dragon Words created surrounded the chains with a strong chill which was Quanta's very essence. Just as the magic of the soldiers reached Quanta, her cold was also running along the chains. The frost giants, holding the ends of the chains, froze in an instant. The magicians casting a different type of magic suffered considerable damage as well. It was an expected attack, so they rushed to avoid it, but almost half the people were swept away by the cold. However, that didn't stop the army. The ballistas used for destroying gates and giant monsters hit Quanta's back. Attacks were aimed at her body constantly. Quanta felt a sense of crisis. She couldn't determine the number of soldiers from the Demon King's army, nor did she have any idea of how much preparation had been put into this battle. However, she knew it had been a planned encounter, and that she needed to escape. Quanta's body trembled as that thought popped into her head. She couldn't bear the shame and anger. However, she had to run away. Despite being battered by attacks, Quanta focused her mind. She used dragon words to change her appearance, and her body shrank by hundreds of meters as she became a Gandharv female with blue hair. This was the usual appearance that Quanta enjoyed. The chains which had been wrapped tightly around Quanta's neck loosened instantly. The attacks simply hit the ground with the loss of their target. Quanta gasped for breath and prepared to use a spell to fly into the sky. Then at that moment, someone approached her through the bombardment. Quanta felt his presence when the distance between them was less than 10 meters. That was how fast his movements were. Ka! Ramus! The person moved forward boldly. It was the roar of dragon style. Quanta had shrunk. Her blue eyes saw a red man, with red hair and eyes, and a sword in his hands. Even though she was currently in the form of a Gandharv, he was using dragon style to try and defeat a dragon. She knew it the moment she saw this man. This person. He had planned all of this. He had used the army to push Quanta into a situation where she needed to transform into a Gandharv. It had been for the purpose of reducing her size so he could attack her. Quanta pulled out a sword like lightning from the air. It was a sword created from her teeth. However, the man in front of her, Zephyr, who was called the strongest magic swordsman, was faster. He raised his sword instantly and blocked Quanta's. It wasn't a simple sword. Quanta was able to tell the moment their swords collided. The common power of a draconian wouldn't be able to win. Quanta reinforced her muscles using aura, while her body was strengthened by magic. There was also the addition of telekinesis. As she moved her arm which held the sword, Zephyr didn't slow down and wielded his sword in rapid succession. Quanta's sword-holding hand was cut off and thrown into the air. Quanta shrieked as blood spurted out like a fountain from her arm. Her blood had a sweet scent, but that was because she had shifted to a Gandharv. She went on to try casting several spells at the same time. Her scream was filled with enchantment magic. It was powerful enough to force the one wielding his sword at Quanta to put his sword down and beg for forgiveness. Quanta would buy some time with this enchantment. Then she would transform into something more warlike, instead of a Gandharv. However, all of this was just a wish. Her opponent wasn't enchanted. Zephyr must have a mental resistance beyond imagination, as his expression didn't even change. Zephyr's left hand dug into Quanta's abdomen. His uniquely sharp draconian nails ripped through Quanta's abdomen easily. Quanta wasn't used to feeling pain. She screamed once again, but this time it wasn't dragon words. Zephyr exploded the aura in his left hand and wounded Quanta's insides. He didn't forget to use the various curse scrolls hidden in his magic pockets. Once Zephyr pulled out his left hand from her abdomen, cursed blood poured out. Zephyr didn't stop there. As he pulled out his left hand, he swung his sword and cut Quanta's neck. He deliberately used enough strength to only make her bleed. Cough. Quanta covered the wound on her neck with her one remaining hand. Now, she couldn't even scream, so Zephyr was satisfied. After the consecutive strikes, he pushed off against the ground and did a sharp spinning kick. Quanta couldn't endure it. The world seemed to be turning upside down, and her back soon struck the ground. As Quanta squirmed on the ground, Zephyr's knee held her down. He broke her ribs instantly and pressed against her heart. Zephyr then used telekinesis to strike Quanta's hand, which was covering the wound on her neck. He put away his sword and grabbed Quanta's neck with his right hand, whispering as he poured magic power into her. "This is going to be painful. But don't give in too quickly. If you can't endure this much, you won't be worthy of being my subordinate." Quanta's eyes widened. What was he talking about right now? Become his subordinate? She who had reigned over the earth for 700 years like a god? She couldn't say it. The miserable scream in her throat was suppressed before it could emerge. In the meantime, Zephyr continued his work. A spell of obedience was spoke at the same time as he used telekinesis. The 7 swords Zephyr carried on his back flew into the air and fastened her arms, legs, abdomen, and the rest of her body to the ground. The different elemental spells, which had been stored in advance into the swords, tormented Quanta. It was a gruesome attack which would have killed an ordinary Gandharv dozens of times over already, but Quanta was a dragon. So, she didn't die. She just felt tremendous pain which made her feel like she was dying. The soldiers of the Demon King's army watched as Zephyr overpowered Quanta. Most of them had grown up on these lands, so they knew about Quanta. She was famous for her strength and being a disaster from the sky. Yet that Quanta was now being suppressed. Everyone was overwhelmed by Zephyr. They admired him and understood why he was called the most powerful prince of the Demon King's palace. There was also someone who was thrilled in a manner different to the soldiers. War. One of the 4 riders of the apocalypse. She watched Zephyr through the eyes of a warrior. The amount of darkness inside Zephyr was enough to cause her pleasure. War had seen everything. Zephyr had used his soldiers to hunt Quanta. He showed a precise and thorough insight. Aside from his individual strength, he was also perfectly capable of commanding soldiers. It was attractive. Then war came to a conclusion. That was Zephyr Ragnaros. The second prince of the Demon King's palace, the most powerful prince. Both his soul and body were tough. War now understood why Death was paying attention to him. It is more than enough. That man can do it. War shook with pleasure once again. She was in just as much awe as the soldiers while she watched Zephyr make Quanta submit to him. At that moment, one of the swords stuck in Quanta's body was pulled out and flew at a fast pace. The cheering soldiers focused on Quanta didn't even notice the sword had struck someone's neck. The same was true for War's warrior. He couldn't react and lost his head. The head of War's servant then fell to the ground. The connection was closed. War could no longer look at Zephyr. However, she still felt a great joy. The last thing she saw before the connection was broken had been the face of Zephyr, who was staring at War with cold eyes. He had an intense aura and magic power wrapped around him. She was thrilled. Zephyr was beautiful, charming. War liked what she saw, and she desired it. In the darkness, she lifted her head. She could feel something in the south, heading toward the War Knight in the north. Guardian Kain. It was the Draken Kechatula. He had prepared a human warrior. There was also another one, the Conquest Knight with the power of a dragon. He was a child of Conquest, who had been corrupted by the hateful Ainkel and Torres. War smiled faintly. The time was approaching. And Master, the talking raccoon has become a pig raccoon. Fat. No. I just became slightly overweight from relaxing and sleeping a little bit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Chapter 35, Battle Number 2. Chapter 175, Chapter 35, Battle Number 2. After leaving Curtis, In-gong's group was able to reach the Demon King's palace in 10 days. It was an incredibly long time compared to using the transportation formation, where they could move in the blink of an eye. However, according to Sapphira, they arrived quite quickly. She stated she had been able to reduce the time by 2 days thanks to good weather. There was a welcoming crowd at the flying ship airport, with a very good face at the front of the crowd. Shutra, Felicia Uni, Caitlin. As the stairs of the Black Flame Dragon were laid out, Caitlin spread her arms open, and Felicia hurried down the stairs. Then Caitlin dragged Felicia into a hug like she couldn't wait anymore. The two of them had become really close since the Red Lightning Tribe event. Caitlin buried her face in Felicia's chest before approaching In-gong and opening her arms. Caitlin's intention was clear, so In-gong hugged her. As In-gong was now taller than Caitlin, it was no longer awkward for him to hug her. After a short hug, Caitlin looked up at In-gong's face. I've heard the story. Weren't you very active this time? Her golden eyes seemed to shine like lanterns. In-gong felt better and asked. Yes, Nuna. Aren't I amazing? At In-gong's implicit request, Caitlin's eyes widened but only for a moment. Then she smiled brightly and shouted. Amazing! The darkness in In-gong's mind dissolved. It was like cleansing magic being used on the undead. Who, I have to admit it. The amazing princess is really amazing, but Greenwind admitted defeat in his ears, while Felicia covered her face with a fan and laughed. Noisy. An elegant voice interrupted the bright and lively atmosphere. Caitlin looked up at Anastasia, who was slowly descending the stairs. Anastasia Uni. Caitlin's voice subsided somewhat because their last encounter at Baikal's tea party hadn't been particularly good. Chris spoke on behalf of Caitlin. Anastasia Noonan, I heard that this time was pretty dangerous. The sociable atmosphere instantly disappeared, replaced by tension. Then there was the loud sound of clapping, and Anastasia smiled slightly instead of snarling. It was dangerous. If it wasn't for Shutra, I might not have returned to the Demon King's palace again. Chris frowned at her words. He had to admit that he was confused. Meanwhile, Anastasia finished descending the stairs and looked at In-gong. Shutra, I'll be going first. I'll see you later. Felicia, Sylvan. Felicia nodded from beside Chris, while Sylvan, who was still on the black flame dragon, winked with his eye which wasn't covered by the eye patch. Other people would think he just closed his eyes, but Anastasia knew Sylvan and understood him immediately. She smiled and turned toward Caitlin. Caitlin blinked as she received Anastasia's attention, but Anastasia smiled again and spoke first. Caitlin as well. It was just a few words, but it was sufficient. Caitlin laughed again before Anastasia stepped forward gracefully. Her followers and her aide, Chandra, lined up behind her. Chris watched Anastasia's exit quietly, then he said to In-gong. Hasn't Anastasia's attitude become softer? Did Shutra do something else? Only what was mentioned. In-gong replied lightly, making Chris look toward Felicia for a further explanation. Felicia just said with a prudish expression. Well, it is a story for later. Let's move on. Chris laughed and raised his hand to In-gong's shoulder. And? You gathered here so naturally that I can't say anything. The children of the Demon King were gathered in the reception room of In-gong's mansion. It was a gathering of Shutra's faction, consisting of the 5th prince, 6th princess, 7th prince, and 8th princess. For example, it was common to scatter to their own mansions after returning to the Demon King's palace. However, this time, they had all gathered at In-gong's house very naturally. Chris said with a shrug. Shutra is our focal point. There is no better place to discuss things than your mansion. Among the children of the Demon King, it was Chris who In-gong hadn't seen for a long time. Chris seemed to have many pent-up stories. However, he couldn't listen to Chris' story straight away. It had been quite a while since In-gong had returned to the mansion, so there were a few things he needed to do first. Master, the talking raccoon has become a pig raccoon. Fat. Green Wind said with a frown as she solidified next to In-gong. Amita, who had gotten a slightly bloated, hit the ground with their tail. Although their tail was raised, the sound was softer than before. No. I just became slightly overweight from relaxing and sleeping a little bit. Raccoon, don't deny reality. You can't even run as usual. Sob. Karak's brutal assessment caused Amita to grab their chest. In-gong glanced at Daphne, who was behind Amita, to ask what happened, but Daphne just shook her head with a sad expression. Anyway, I created many things in the meantime. I will show it later. Amita said with a grunt. In-gong nodded as he visualized Amita's diet plan in his head. I understand. I have a lot to show you, so please look forward to it. What? Did you get your hand on another item of an elder dragon? Amita asked with confusion. In-gong nodded again. There is also this. The Giant King's sword and Lizardman's horn. Both of them had been made by the indigenous species 10,000 years ago. Ha, truly, you have the luck of a god. How is it that every time you go somewhere, you manage to sweep up all the goods? I don't know about good luck, but I have a guardian. In-gong stroked Green Wind's head from where she was sitting next to him. Of course, Green Wind was good but... Unfortunately, Nyatra wasn't present in the mansion to share her story. She had left the Demon King's palace more than a month ago to gather information. The task In-gong had entrusted to her had been to investigate the sin of the Gandharv. However, even if Nyatra was excellent in gathering information, it was unreasonable to expect her to figure it out in a month. It was unavoidable, so In-gong turned toward Chris. This time, he intended to listen to Chris' story. However, right then, just as Caitlin was having fun pressing her fingertips to Amita's belly. Your Highness, the 4th princess has come to visit you. Flora entered the reception room and said in a quiet tone. It was an unexpected visit, so In-gong didn't know about it. Anastasia Nuna? Chris and Felicia were surprised. Felicia, who had a good relationship with Anastasia, nodded, but Chris frowned. After a moment, In-gong replied to Flora. Flora, bring her to this room. I understand. Flora left for 5 minutes and showed up again with Anastasia and Chandra. Anastasia sat down on the couch and looked at Chris, who had a cold expression, Caitlin, who seemed lost, Felicia and Sylvan, who had a relative calm expression. Then Anastasia said in a relaxed tone, "Everybody is gathered. Did something happen?" At In-gong's question, Anastasia turned her gaze toward Felicia. "It is due to Felicia's urging. Didn't you say there should be a reward for saving me at the central fortress?" She had said that clearly. Rather than giving a further explanation, Chandra handed Anastasia a small box with a small necklace inside it. "Here." Anastasia handed the necklace to In-gong. In-gong was already wearing the tears of a dark elf, which meant he would be wearing 2 necklaces, but it still looked presentable because both were very thin. Succubus. Tears? In-gong muttered the name of the item, which popped up, and Anastasia nodded. It is similar to the tears of a dark elf, but it's different. By default, it has a strong resistance against mental attacks, but it also contains attraction. It is like a strong attraction drug. The effect is remarkable. The last part was sent through message magic. In-gong nodded automatically. The Succubus Tears was one of the so-called Tears series, a great item which contained Anastasia's attraction ability and defensive ability against mental attacks. Wah, Anastasia is actually giving this to me. In Knight Saga, he had no choice but to defeat Anastasia. In order to do that, he had to defeat the Succubus territory and take down the second Queen Titania Nekrian. Is this an item that can create a bizarre play? It was literally a love potion. In-gong touched the purple jewel at the end of the necklace and smiled. However, unlike In-gong, Felicia frowned as though she disliked it. Boony, the effect will overlap with the tears of a dark elf. Isn't there anything more helpful? Don't you think it is helpful enough? It seemed that Felicia wasn't interested in the attraction effect. Then at that moment, "Ho, everyone is gathered here." A familiar voice was heard from the terrace. The first to react was surprisingly Anastasia. "Sword Duke?" The Sword Duke, who had appeared out of nowhere, laughed instead of answering and opened the door to the terrace. He had appeared so suddenly that everyone was perplexed. In particular, Chris and Sylvan were so surprised that they were almost frozen. Anastasia was the first one to recover. She hurried to cover her armpits, but it was too late. The Sword Duke took one step and was already right in front of her nose. Kook! The Sword Duke's big hands went underneath Anastasia's armpits. Anastasia struggled desperately and shouted, "Stop!" However, he didn't listen. The Sword Duke laughed and raised Anastasia up high. "Higher! Higher! Stop it!" Anastasia, who had always been graceful, shouted with a grouchy expression. She was spun round and round toward the ceiling as the hem of her dress spread out wide. After several rounds, the Sword Duke set Anastasia down, and she staggered. The Sword Duke clicked his tongue. "You liked this when you were a child. You've changed, princess." "I didn't like it when I was a child." There was no elegance this time. The Sword Duke clicked his tongue again before moving his gaze. Felicia noticed where he was looking and shouted urgently, "Wait a minute." Felicia wasn't much different from Anastasia. She was grabbed by the waist and spun round and round in the air. "Put me down. I'm telling you to put me down." Felicia struggled like how Anastasia had done, but the Sword Duke didn't budge. After a while, Felicia landed on the ground was in a similar manner to Anastasia earlier. Felicia then sat down on the ground and muttered complaints about the Sword Duke. The Sword Duke laughed at the two princesses and turned to Caitlin. Unlike the previous two, Caitlin actually welcomed the Sword Duke. "More!" The laughing Caitlin exclaimed as soon as she was put on the ground. It was a pleasurable response, but the Sword Duke's expression only changed subtly. Well, I'm glad that you are happy, but I feel like it is less exciting. The Sword Duke finished patting Caitlin's head and turned toward the princes this time. Sylvan opened his arms in anticipation, while Chris watched the Sword Duke. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Sword Duke only greeted the two princes. It is nice to see you. I'm glad that both of you seem healthy. I greet the Sword Duke. Me too. Chris and Sylvan responded hurriedly. After finishing the very brief greeting, especially in comparison to the greeting with the princesses, the Sword Duke finally looked at In-gong. Sword Duke, did something happen? There had to be a reason for his sudden appearance. The Sword Duke took a deep breath and looked at In-gong with his unique and penetrating gaze. I heard about Curtis. So, I was wondering how much you've grown. After finishing his test, the Sword Duke crossed his arms and laughed at Anastasia. It wasn't in the direction I expected, but you have definitely become stronger. Additionally, your performance in the military was quite good. I am looking forward to the court gathering. The court gathering? They had heard that the court gathering would occur 3 days later, at the earliest. He felt a strange feeling after hearing that the Sword Duke was looking forward to the court gathering. However, the Sword Duke didn't reply. He glanced at the panting Anastasia and Felicia on the floor and moved toward the terrace in the blink of an eye. It is great to see you with Princess Anastasia. Then I will see you at the court gathering. The Sword Duke disappeared like the wind. In-gong opened the mini-map reflexively, but he couldn't find the battlefield. Indeed, the Sword Duke was a true hero of the demon world. The reception room was silent, like the sea calming down after a storm had passed. Annoying. Anastasia, who still hadn't regained her elegance, muttered, and Felicia nodded in agreement. It was a moment when the relationship between the sisters became stronger. Carrick closed the terrace door and muttered in a low voice as he approached In-gong. Then Carrick scratched his head and said, Prince, it is obvious that something is going to happen on the day of the court gathering. Yes. In-gong leaned back on the couch and agreed. He couldn't help laughing. And my appearance isn't a surprise. The appearance of the fourth queen is within the expected range. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Chapter 35, Battle Number 3. Chapter 176, Chapter 35, Battle Number 3. Sylvan, Felicia, Chris, and Caitlin returned to their mansions in the evening, with Anastasia at the forefront. In contrast to what he had expected, Anastasia only left In-gong's mansion after finishing dinner. She noticed Chris' looks before and after the meal but continued as though she didn't care. Caitlin smiled because she thought it was an opportunity to get closer to Anastasia, but Chris was different. In Chris' eyes, Anastasia was just staying to spy on them. Although his mood wasn't great, Chris didn't explain about what had happened on his mission. However, Caitlin briefly explained that he had done moderately well fighting against the creatures. Anastasia was more curious about In-gong's life among the lizardmen than Chris' life. She knew In-gong and Felicia had stayed at the Dragon Temple, which could be called the sanctuary of the lizardmen, but she couldn't understand what they had been doing there. In-gong just smiled while Felicia talked about the brilliant appearance of the Dragon Temple. It felt like the conversation at Baikal's tea party. The Dragon Temple seems amazing. Although Caitlin seemed satisfied, Anastasia and Chris didn't look that good. Chris frowned while Anastasia hid her displeasure behind her elegant appearance. Let's talk again in the future. In-gong said in a small voice to Chris, who was the last one to leave his mansion. When he was finally alone, In-gong sighed and looked up at the ceiling. Carrick asked from behind him. Prince, what is it? I still have a conversation left. Carrick made a puzzled sound, but In-gong just headed upstairs. He didn't forget to give instructions to Flora, whom he met along the way. "Master, you seem to be nervous." "Yes." In-gong took a deep breath in front of his bedroom door before opening it. "Hello." "Hello, Your Majesty the Fourth Queen." Fourth Queen Elaine Moonlight was sitting in a very comfortable position on In-gong's bed. She wore a blue dress with a narrow skirt, but it fit well with her dark blue hair. "My appearance isn't a surprise?" "The appearance of the Fourth Queen is within the expected range." In-gong laughed bitterly as he closed his bedroom door. Without opening the mini-map, he could feel Ludwig's presence on the balcony. Elaine frowned slightly before smiling at him. Did you notice that I broke into your bedroom? I am a little sensitive." In-gong responded appropriately as he stood before the window which led to the balcony. Elaine smiled once again, since it was exactly opposite from where Ludwig was hiding. "I heard about Curtis. Anastasia doesn't have the same personality as her mother." "Well, no, to be precise, there are only several layers of bark on top of the egg, at least for now." "For now?" Elaine nodded pleasantly at In-gong's question. "Isabella said so. You are an older sister killer. Don't you turn your older sisters into fools?" Elaine laughed like she found it very amusing, while In-gong gave a soulless laugh. "Ha, how interesting. Anyway, there are several reasons for me to visit today. Can you come over here?" Elaine patted the area of the bed next to her. As In-gong approached reluctantly, she pulled a necklace out of a box she had prepared in advance. This is the lycanthrope tears. It was a yellow jewel lodged in a wolf's claws. This was the first time In-gong had seen it. Is the lycanthrope tears also part of the Tears series? A total of 3 tears had appeared in Knight Saga. The tears of a dark elf gave a powerful mental defense. The succubus tears could create a love potion. And the draconian tears restored the wearer's magic power. Yet now, there was the lycanthrope tears. Could it be that there is one for each queen? It was a moderately interesting story. In-gong was able to understand why this was the first time he had seen the lycanthrope tears. In Knight Saga, Sylvan had cut off Elaine's head. Zephyr hadn't participated in the lycanthrope subjugation until the end. Zephyr's purpose had been to wipe out the lycanthropes and weaken the other children of the Demon King, not build up his own merits. Then is there a Gandharv Tears? Will something happen if I collect all 5 in the set? It was like a game idea, but it really seemed like that might happen. I'll need to check. If the Gandharv Tears existed, then there was a high possibility it would be with the remains of the 5th queen. Shutra? In-gong raised his head at the voice he heard from right beside him. He turned toward Elaine only to see her face right before him. Is there a problem? No, I was just a little surprised. In-gong responded quickly and pulled back, increasing the distance with Elaine again. Elaine stared at In-gong before leaning toward him. Then she placed the necklace around his neck. The lycanthrope tears gives the owner a powerful regenerative ability. Have it. It will be very helpful. Despite how small the 3 necklaces were, they stood out. He would switch all 3 pendants onto a single chain later. Is this why she said she would return before? Elaine had said she would return with something in exchange for killing Gerard. The next thing is about the court gathering. Elaine frowned and changed the topic. At this court gathering, the 1st queen and 2nd queen are likely to participate. Sylvia is also participating. So, in fact, all the queens of the palace will be present. 1st Queen Ashar Ragnaros and 2nd Queen Titania Nekrian. In-gong knew why Elaine wasn't comfortable. In Knight Saga, the relationship between 2nd Queen Titania and 4th Queen Elaine had been very bad. The 2 of them were an example of a cat-dog relationship. You have already experienced the court gatherings a few times, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Rather, the problem is the back issues. The court gathering was essentially a venue for publicity. Even though third Queen Sylvia had appeared suddenly at the last one, it hadn't caused a problem to the process itself. It was after the court gathering that Sylvia's tea party invitation had appeared. First Queen Ashar isn't a big problem. The problem is second Queen Titania. She isn't the same as Anastasia. She is a really scary woman. Do you understand? I understand. First Queen Ashar had a similar nature to First Prince Baikal. She was very gentle and rarely left her mansion, spending most of her time on gardening and reading books. However, Titania was different. She was a thorny rose, a poisonous flower. Elaine once again got In-gong's attention as she rose from the bed and looked down at him. She patted In-gong's head. I asked for Master Bruce to spar with you. Wait a little longer. Yes, Your Majesty the Fourth Queen. Tisk, TSK. Call me Mother. Elaine laughed as she embraced In-gong gently. She was similar in appearance to Caitlin, but unlike Caitlin, Elaine had more curves. Then that is all for today. I'll see you next time. Elaine touched In-gong's cheek gently before turning toward the balcony, instead of his bedroom door. Ludwig appeared like a ghost behind Elaine. Elaine's and Ludwig's exit wasn't as fast as the Sword Duke's, but it was faster than the wind. In-gong sighed as he stared at the open balcony doors. Why does the Sword Duke and everyone else not go through the door? In-gong murmured as Green Wind closed the balcony door. And 2 days after the meeting with Elaine, Shutra's faction, headed by Felicia, gathered at In-gong's mansion. They intended to head to the court gathering as usual. Felicia had many gold decorations on a blue dress which was as exposed as always, with her clothing being reminiscent of what she had worn at the Dragon Temple. Thanks to Chris' return, Caitlin wore a white dress which covered her shoulders. Chris smiled with pleasure, but Caitlin's frown showed she wasn't satisfied. Sylvan and Chris were wearing a colorful suit and black suit, respectively, as usual. In-gong was also wearing a white suit like he had always worn. Did you hear? There is a rumor that all the queens will be participating. Chris' eyes sharpened at Felicia's words. He approached In-gong and said in a heavy tone, beware of the second queen. Just watch the second queen. His eyes filled with flames like Elaine. Seeing this, a smile found its way onto In-gong's face. What is it? No, Hyung really is the fourth queen's son. Chris was still confused, but he didn't ask In-gong anything else. Felicia stood next to them and added, Shutra, Oma Mama told me to watch out for the second queen as well. Don't just laugh like that and be careful. Understand? I understand. Hyun and Nuna don't need to worry too much. Will the second queen be the only one at the court gathering? The third queen and fourth queen are bound to help. 2 of the 4 queens were on his side. First Queen Ashar was neutral, so she wouldn't be an impediment. Chris laughed at In-gong's words and knocked against his shoulder. Who, okay. Disturbance Shutra. I will put aside my feudal worries and proceed to enjoy the exciting court gathering. Chris was expecting an event to happen again. Felicia opposed it immediately. Hey, does it have to be exciting? Shutra, please let it be quiet this time. Nuna's heart hurts at every court gathering. Yes? Felicia grabbed her chest as she begged In-gong. She looked so serious that he was unsure if it was a joke or her true heart. Anyway, let's depart. It will be a big deal if we are late. It was Sylvan, the oldest member of Shutra's faction, who said this. Chris smiled at the tone which made Sylvan sound like an old man but prepared to leave. Just as they were planning to leave the reception room. Your Highness. Flora? Flora approached at an urgent pace and bowed before In-gong. Your Highness, the court gathering scheduled for today has been cancelled. Cancelled? Felicia cried out in an aghast tone. So far, the court gatherings had never once been delayed or cancelled. It was surprising that the court gathering was cancelled on the day it was to be held. Chris asked sharply. Tell us a little more. What is the reason? Was there some type of accident? I don't know the reason. I received the news from a guard. Flora was surprised by Chris' intimidation, but she responded in a calm tone. The court gathering had been cancelled, and the reason was unknown. Moreover, it was the guards who had informed her. Felicia and Chris gazed at each other with confusion. It was obvious the court gathering had been cancelled due to an incident, but they couldn't even guess what had happened. Sylvan and Caitlin were no different. Caitlin looked at In-gong with an expression of concern. In-gong started thinking, and thought of something reflexively. If that had happened, then it made sense. It would explain why the court gathering had been cancelled. However, the timing was too early. Perhaps. In-gong shifted his gaze in the direction of the Black Castle, which was called the True Demon King's Palace. And the Demon King, Mitra, opened his eyes. He wasn't on a comfortable bed. The Demon King recalled the situation just before he lost consciousness. The court gathering was cancelled. The queens were quite confused. Well, this is the first time it has happened. The Sword Duke spoke in a low and heavy voice. The Demon King shifted his gaze and the Sword Duke came into his sights. The Sword Duke opened his mouth to speak. Has your sickness worsened? The Demon King didn't deny the Sword Duke's worried question, but his current situation itself was the answer. He had vomited up blood and collapsed, he had lost consciousness. It was fortunate that the Sword Duke had been the first one to discover him. The Demon King had concealed his illness even from his guard, Reinhardt. The Demon King of the demon world had always been considered an absolute being. If the fact that he had a disease and was in a weakened state were exposed, then the hearts of the people, even the queens, might change. The next Demon King wasn't ready yet. Until a new absolute being appeared to guard the demon world, he had to show a healthy appearance. The Sword Duke clicked his tongue. He looked at his only disciple with sadness. Demon King, you don't need to rush. Are you going to die before this old man? If you do, then you better be prepared. I will never forgive you. The Sword Duke spoke intently on purpose. The Demon King smiled and raised his upper body slowly. Sword Duke, prepare to go to the Holy Land. The Sword Duke's eyes widened at the command. The Demon King could see the flow of destiny, so he wouldn't say this for no reason. It was clear that something would happen in the Holy Land. I understand. I will leave immediately. Maintaining the Holy Land was the greatest task assigned to the Sword Duke, and it was related to the comfort of the entire demon world. The Sword Duke prepared to leave the Demon King's side, but then the Demon King's magic grabbed the Sword Duke. The Sword Duke looked back with confusion and the Demon King said, Not alone. Take Shutra with you. To the Holy Land? The Sword Duke raised his voice unintentionally. It was a confusing order. The Demon King turned his gaze back to the Sword Duke, staring at him with calm eyes. The Sword Duke sensed that the Demon King had read the flow of destiny. So, he didn't ask any more pointless questions. I understand, I will do so. The Sword Duke replied before leaving the Demon King. The Demon King's gaze lingered on where the Sword Duke had been, then he shifted his gaze to a distant place. The flow of destiny was fluctuating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Chapter 35, Battle Number 4. Chapter 177, Chapter 35, Battle Number 4. In-gong gulped. If it was as he thought, that meant the illness of the Demon King had worsened, and he had collapsed. So fast. In Knight Saga, the worsening of the Demon King's illness and the cancellation of the court gathering had occurred in year 516. It was currently year 513, so it should have occurred 3 years in the future. However, he couldn't deny it. Things had already changed quite a bit from Knight Saga. Just looking at Zephyr, he was much stronger now compared to how he had been in Knight Saga. The court gatherings haven't been abolished yet. It had been cancelled just once. There was currently no need to assign a substitution like the Demon King had done in year 517. Shutra? Have you guessed something? Felicia asked suddenly. It was because In-gong was thinking with a very serious expression on his face. All gazes shifted toward In-gong, who shook his head hurriedly. No. I don't know. It wasn't a complete lie. The cancellation of the court gathering might not be because of the Demon King's illness. Maybe it was something else which In-gong didn't know. I'd rather be wrong. The Demon King had to stay alive. The longer his reign was, the more time In-gong had to prepare. Did something happen to Abimama? Felicia said in an uneasy voice. Just like how Third Queen Sylvia truly loved the Demon King, Felicia loved her father as well. They really were a loving family. It can't be. Chris denied the possibility immediately. It wasn't simply because he didn't want to hear such ominous words. It was because he couldn't imagine a situation where anything was wrong with the Demon King. For the children of the Demon King was an absolute being. In-gong looked at other possibilities. Maybe it was a problem with the queens, not the Demon King, which caused the court gathering to be cancelled. However, the possibility of that was low. From the beginning, the queens weren't essential for the court gatherings. Is it truly the Demon King's sickness? The moment that he thought so, a heavy wind blew past. Everyone, including In-gong, turned reflexively. There was a strong presence they couldn't resist. The Sword Duke was on the terrace, but it wasn't like when he had showed up 2 days ago. The Sword Duke's face was blank. Sylvan opened his mouth, but he couldn't speak. Chris was the same. The strong aura of the Sword Duke dominated the surrounding area completely. Prince, you have to go somewhere with me right now. This isn't an offer but a command of the Demon King. The Sword Duke ordered. The children of the Demon King gulped at the Sword Duke's brief speech. Where was he going? And why did the Sword Duke look so serious? Was it related to why the court gathering had been cancelled? I understand. In-gong replied calmly. At that moment, Felicia tried to take a step toward In-gong, in order to go with him as always. However, the Sword Duke didn't allow it. He instantly stopped everyone's movements, including Felicia. Felicia couldn't breathe. It felt like she was frozen by something. They were caught in the absolute power of the Sword Duke. It is only Ninth Prince. The declaration was like an absolute rule. Felicia gasped for breath, while Caitlin and Chris couldn't say anything. Sylvan clenched his teeth and staggered toward Felicia. The Sword Duke was no longer looking at the children of the Demon King. He only looked at In-gong as he spoke. Prince, excuse me for a moment. The Sword Duke moved in front of In-gong instantly and raised a hand to his shoulder. In-gong accepted the Sword Duke's hand instead of resisting. He looked back at the restrained Karak before taking a deep breath. Once again, a heavy wind blew past. No, it was better to say that wind was broken. The Sword Duke's technique transcended imagination. As he held onto In-gong's shoulder, he crossed a vast distance in one step. The Sword Duke only stopped when they arrived at a transportation formation. In-gong reflexively used the mini-map to check his location. They seemed to be near the Black Castle. The Sword Duke didn't explain as he triggered the transportation formation. Instead of asking, In-gong followed the Sword Duke onto the transportation formation. The place where they arrived was inside a cave. It was an artificially enlarged natural cave, with a Sura boy and girl standing in front of the transportation formation. The Sura boy and girl, dressed in the same clothes as the Sword Duke, were surprised to see In-gong next to the Sword Duke. However, that only lasted for a moment. They started speaking to the Sword Duke with desperate expressions. At first, In-gong couldn't understand, but he soon realized. It was the Sura's native language. Is the Holy Land in danger? Was this the Sura's sanctuary? The Sword Duke interrupted the boy's story. He looked at In-gong and said, "Prince, you will now be entering the Holy Land. It can also be called the Sanctuary. Is this the sanctuary of the Sura?" The Sword Duke had mentioned earlier that his residence was the sanctuary. In that case, did the Sura have a problem? Perhaps the cancellation of the court gathering had something to do with the Sura. There is no time. I will explain while moving. The Sword Duke turned around and started to run. It was fast because they were moving a long distance, but it wasn't like when he moved at the Demon King's palace. In-gong hurriedly caught up with the Sword Duke using protection of the wind. The Sword Duke watched In-gong closely before smiling and explaining. "It is true that the place where I stay is the sanctuary of the Sura. But it isn't just a sanctuary for the Sura. It can be called the sanctuary of the whole demon world." The Sword Duke's voice was directly conveyed into In-gong's head. It was a technique using aura, not message magic. Trill LV1 has been learnt. He was happy to learn an unexpected skill, but now wasn't the time to look at it. My mission is to protect the sanctuary. It is a lifelong task inherited from my master. The sanctuary had been protected for generations. The Sword Duke continued to speak. Very few people know the location of the sanctuary. Only a few of the queens and captains know the location. Even they don't know the true role of the sanctuary. The sanctuary isn't simply the home of the Sura. The reason for the sanctuary's location being known to some was to prepare for possible attacks. However, according to the Sword Duke's words, it wasn't just for that. From the beginning, the sanctuary had been a shield to cover something else. The Sword Duke briefly stopped talking there. He then changed the topic instead of explaining the true role of the sanctuary. The sanctuary is now under attack. Prince will fight with me. There was always a reason for the Demon King's actions. He didn't order the ninth prince to go somewhere for no reason. The Sword Duke ran along a snowy field with In-gong. Snowy mountains rose like a wall in the distance. In-gong opened the mini-map, but he couldn't figure out his exact location. Even if the scale was increased as much as possible, only the snowy field could be seen. "Prince, do you remember what I said before? The Demon King's palace has always faced challenges," the Sword Duke said abruptly. At that moment, In-gong felt the wind disappear. The snowy field he had been running on suddenly changed to grassland. In-gong realized that he had just passed through a ward. In-gong's gaze moved to a place far away. At the far end, a huge silver tower in the shape of a dome could be seen. Additionally, a fight was about to start on both sides. This is one of those challenges. A pretty big challenge. The Sword Duke growled. In-gong gulped as he concentrated aura on both eyes and looked at the battlefield. He saw a familiar sight. Creature Abselter. He was a formidable adversary which In-gong had always encountered when playing the role of Locke in Knight Saga. Abselter took on the appearance of a dark elf, instead of a huge creature, and was sitting on a carriage pulled by two chimeras. On his left and right, there were hundreds of blood warriors who seemed to come from hell. It isn't just Abselter. In the opposite direction was Archlich Schuttenberg. He was the creator of Zephyr's subordinate, Sectum, and as an undead commander, he was more difficult than Abselter in many ways. In-gong took a deep breath. He felt a fighting spirit instead of fear. The Sword Duke was here, and In-gong was much stronger than he had been in Evian. "Master! The enemy!" Green Wind exclaimed suddenly. In-gong looked up to see birds the size of a human body staring at him from the air. It seemed like they were Abselter's scouts which he had spread all over the battlefield. This was just before the battle, but there was still a considerable distance to the battlefield. In-gong sent White Eagle after them. He couldn't allow their position to be exposed. White Eagle shot forward and took care of the low-grade creatures in an instant. It was at this moment that your level has risen. Eh? In-gong cried out unintentionally. He had gained a lot of experience from defeating Birkentox and Arkman, so he had expected to level up sooner or later. However, he didn't think it would happen just before a fight like this. However, In-gong felt glad. Leveling up was always useful. Moreover, this level up had a different meaning. Level 40. He could upgrade an existing occupation or obtain a new secondary occupation. Confronted with such strong enemies, it really was appropriate timing. You are at the junction of growth. Please select one of the following two paths. Species change, dragon. Ancestral regression, divine humanoid Gandharv. The female voice rang out as letters of light appeared in front of him. It was an option for species selection, not occupation. Divine humanoid Gandharv? According to legend, the 8 legions were divine beings living in the heavens. It was highly likely he would awaken that divine power due to ancestral regression. In-gong didn't think about it for long. He didn't have time to worry, but it also wasn't a matter to worry about in the first place. He was arguably already a half-dragon. So, In-gong didn't feel the need to change his species to a dragon. You have chosen ancestral regression, divine humanoid Gandharv. Ancestral regression has started. The clear voice was cut off. Simultaneously, a white light whirled around In-gong's body. This white light couldn't be compared to the light of blessing which appeared every time he leveled up. Prince? The Sword Duke, who had been staring at Abselter and Lich Schuttenberg, let out a confused sound. It wasn't because Shutra was suddenly surrounded by a white light. The Sword Duke recalled the moment when divine Sura authority had been born. It felt like that time. It was a nice and creepy feeling which sent a shiver down his spine. In the midst of the light, In-gong shrieked soundlessly. His whole body was hot, and a terrible pain seemed to be tearing his body apart as his head turned white. Green Wind shouted. Then he could hear the voice of the white woman. In-gong forgot about the flow of time. He raised his head and roared loudly. The white light covering In-gong's entire body shot up into the sky. For heavenly kings, Dhritarashtra's spirit has been acquired. Heavenly Wine LV1 has been learnt. Divine Scent LV1 has been learnt. Pheromones LV1 has been learnt. Divinity LV1 has been learnt. The level of divine power has risen. The level of divine power has risen. The level of divine power has risen. Protagonist correction is activated. Protagonist body is activated. The divine power of the last flame and the divine power of the 4 heavenly kings have become one. The level of divinity has risen. One of the 4 heavenly kings, the deity of the Gandharv who protected the east. His blood flowed through In-gong's body. In-gong opened his eyes slowly. He didn't need to check his status window. All his Gandharv attributes had been strengthened. In-gong had been reborn as a divine humanoid with his own divinity. Conquest and protagonist body had joined forces. The divine power of the last flame and one of the 4 heavenly kings had been combined to create a sacred white flame. Master. Are you okay? Master has changed. You have become divine. More handsome. In-gong smiled at Green Wind's admiration. He mounted White Eagle on his left arm and looked in front of him. The Sword Duke stared at In-gong before laughing. Instead of asking what happened, he just noticed that In-gong had become stronger. Prince, I will entrust the East to you. The Sword Duke raced toward the west where Lich Schuttenberg was. A number of senior undead were guarding Schuttenberg, but they were nothing against the Sword Duke. So, there was no need to worry. In-gong stared in the direction of creature Abselter. Some of the blood warriors around Abselter noticed the abnormality and turned to this side. As In-gong closed his eyes before opening them again, the half-solid Green Wind appeared beside him. "Master," Green Wind said, and In-gong nodded. Rather than taking out the flag of light, he raised his hand to Green Wind. She was imbued with the power of conquest. Apostle appointment, Green Wind. The white light surrounded Green Wind, and her power was increased by several times. The small reindeer horns on Green Wind's head grew much bigger. Her green hair was lengthened, and instead of clothes made of leaves and stems, she was wearing a white dress of light. The conquest coat of arms on her forehead was clear. The divine power around her was more than what he had felt when he first encountered her on Enger Plains. It wasn't an exaggeration to call Green Wind a goddess of the wind. "Master." Green Wind kissed In-gong's lips. After giving him a high-class blessing and smiling shyly, she became the wind. In addition to White Eagle, she too stayed beside In-gong. In-gong took a deep breath, then he rushed toward Abselter's army. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, Chapter 35, Battle Number 5. Chapter 178, Chapter 35, Battle Number 5. 4 types of power existed in Knight Saga. One type of power was aura. Aura was the power of life, a strength which could be used to train the flesh and master martial arts. Another type was magic power, which allowed the user to temporarily impose false laws on the will of the world. There was also psychic power, an innate ability which could be called a superpower. The last type, divine power, was a strength which came from having a strong faith. There was a story which told that if all 4 powers reached the ultimate stage, a perfect harmony could be created. However, that was just an ideology. Generally, it was common for the 4 powers to resist each other, instead of creating a harmony. However, protagonist body allowed him to repress that opposition. The power of conquest did not allow for a quarrel between the 4 forces. In-gong sensed the holy power in him increase by leaps and bounds. It felt like the divine power, given to him by the last flame, had grown at least 5 times stronger. Divine power itself could be called a miracle created by faith. The stronger the faith of the believer, the stronger the God would be, which, in turn, strengthened the believer's divine power. Divine power was strong against magic power, which created false miracles. Additionally, it boasted exceptional power against the various types of beings in the natural world. Creature Abselter. He was the worst creature ever created by the Fairy King, the first fairy user. Abselter had stood on the side of the Dark Elves many times, but then the Fairy King, the only being able to control him, died. The third daughter of the Fairy King, who had been in charge of taking care of Abselter, had been the first to be killed. Abselter didn't stop there and completely destroyed several villages and cities. The Fairy King's eldest daughter, who had succeeded the throne, had been able to defeat him after making a great sacrifice. However, Abselter had merely been defeated. Instead of being killed, he had been sealed. It hadn't been very successful. However, Abselter had lost the strongest body created by the first Fairy King because of the fight with the new Fairy King. Then thousands of years passed. As the era of struggle occurred, Abselter repeated a cycle of a long sleep and awakening to create his new body. He used the corpses of various strong individuals and monsters during the era of struggle as the materials. In-gong remembered the Abselter he had seen in Knight Saga. It had been Locke and Saintess Beatrice who had completely exterminated Abselter, who had been on the verge of recreating the strongest body. Anyway, the most important thing is divine power. Abselter was a peculiar existence who was weak to divine power. Therefore Beatrice, who boasted the strongest divine power, was the key to victory. However, In-gong did not care. Even if Saintess Beatrice or Dark Saintess Altesia weren't here, he could not avoid the battle in front of him. In-gong adjusted his breathing. He figured out the number of enemies around them through the mini-map opened in front of him. Then In-gong shared his gaze with Green Wind in the sky and detected the movements of the entire battlefield. Abselter was sitting in his carriage and wasn't moving. The summoned blood warriors were the only ones moving. They divided into two. One group rushed toward the sanctuary, while the other group ran towards In-gong. Of course, the numbers of the latter group were much smaller. "Master! They are dismissing you!" Green Wind cried out angrily, but In-gong didn't care. It was good if the other side was dismissing him. He didn't slow down his running speed. "Couture! Kalala!" The blood warriors spoke in their own language. They weren't from this world and were instead demons summoned to fight. According to Knight Saga's setting, they were warriors in an endless war. The only thing they did, aside from eating and sleeping, was fight. How are they allies? In-gong was troubled by the fact that they had been summoned from another world. He stared at the blood warriors. They were all red. Although their bodies were different, all of them had an average height of 3 meters and sharp horns on their heads, shoulders, and back. Just before In-gong was about to collide with them, the heat from their breathing touched In-gong's cheek. This was because the blood warriors produced flames from their long tongues. In-gong pulled back his right fist. His stance was just like he was pulling out a sword, but there was no sword at In-gong's waist. It wasn't a common sword he had pulled out from the inventory. The space was opened, and the Giant King's sword soared from his inventory as it responded to his telekinesis. It rotated roughly and smashed into everyone in front of In-gong. Quack-a-cock-cock, dot. The lead warrior of the blood warriors was destroyed with a terrible sound, and over 20 blood warriors were thrown to the ground or into the air. It didn't end there. The Giant King's sword moved ahead of In-gong again. Under the control of his telekinesis, the Giant King's sword was the most suitable weapon for wiping out the enemy soldiers on the battlefield. The blood warriors shouted loudly again. They shot arrows at In-gong, and the power behind each one was enough to pierce through the target. In-gong didn't bother reading the trajectory of the arrows. He just looked at the front like he was ignoring them. In fact, he was actually ignoring the arrows. Battlefield protection, dot. It was a protagonist correction skill which lowered the accuracy of projectiles on the battlefield greatly. Half the arrows flew to the wrong place, while the remaining half didn't even reach In-gong. It was natural. There was a heavy wind. Green Wind had created a wind barrier which twisted the course of the arrows. The arrows flew in the wrong direction and poured down on the heads of the blood warriors like bombs. "Rise!" Green Wind commanded. Then the ground started shaking violently. The place where Green Wind was staring grew into a tree at a tremendous rate. It became a natural barrier which prevented the blood warriors from rushing to In-gong. In-gong looked simultaneously at the minimap as well as what was in front of him. At that point, Abselter's confusion could be felt, and the movements of the blood warriors rushing toward the Sura showed unrest. "Go!" In-gong waved his hand, and the Giant King's sword flew straight ahead. Abselter was no longer simply looking. The chimeras of the carriage he was riding were released, and they rushed toward In-gong. It was for the purpose of buying time. The Giant King's sword collided with the blood warriors, while the chimeras rushed toward In-gong by trampling on the blood warriors. The chimeras had the horns and body of a goat, the wings of a griffin, the tail of a snake, and the head of a lion. They were a monster which could reach 12 meters in length just by staying still, making them seem 5 times larger when they were charging. In-gong jumped over the Giant King's sword. When he saw the flames coming from the chimera's mouths, he didn't hesitate to invoke Black Spectre. The sound of hundreds of wings flapping was heard as black smoke wound around the chimeras. The chimeras screamed at the black blades which sliced their bodies, and as In-gong passed through the chimeras, he released Black Spectre. The large carriage where Abselter sat with an angry expression was in front of In-gong. As In-gong approached, Abselter rose up into the air, and his flesh started swelling. "Master!" Green Wind shouted. Then In-gong opened his mouth and fired dragon breath. Kwaong! The pillar of light extended out swiftly. Abselter, who was floating in the air, became greatly panicked. He spun his body desperately to avoid In-gong's dragon breath. Dragon breath passed by Abselter's giant body. No, it could be called a wide area attack. 2 out of the 6 wings popping out from Abselter's back were caught by the dragon breath and vanished. Abselter crashed with a scream. He now resembled a Cerberus with the heads of a wolf, dragon, and eagle as well as 6 bat wings. The ground shook the moment Abselter crashed into the ground, and it seemed like the earth was screaming. In-gong breathed out and focused magic power on his right hand. He completed the ballisticized fire arrow and added the strength of dragon words into it. Levantian. It soon became a fire sword, and the giant flames rushed forward fiercely. However, Abselter took care of it easily. Although he was hurt, he roared toward the fire arrow. At that moment, a powerful wave of magic power ripped apart the fire arrow In-gong had created. Kuhu hung. The battlefield trembled at the fearsome roar. Abselter got up from the ground. He was a giant whose size reached 20 meters in height, but his movements were agile. Shupak. A blue smoke exploded. In-gong jumped and used blink simultaneously as he thrust forward White Eagle on his left arm. Then something black emerged from Abselter's right hand and hit In-gong. Master! In-gong couldn't afford to respond. After being hit by the strong blow, he used blink just before hitting the ground. Instead of being slammed into the ground, In-gong moved to the side and used dragon breath again. Abselter looked at In-gong, and the wolf head smiled. Shupak. This time, Abselter was the one to use blink. He moved forward from where he had been standing and completely avoided dragon breath before transforming. His 3 heads combined into a giant wolf mouth which aimed at In-gong. The transition was so quick that In-gong had no way to avoid it. Abselter bit down at In-gong, but he couldn't tear In-gong apart with his teeth. His teeth were blocked by the strong wind barrier Green Wind had created. Master! Hurry! The force exerted from Abselter's body was like poison. Green Wind was touching his aura directly, so she was feeling terrible pain. In-gong tried to use blink, but it was impossible. Abselter had surrounded In-gong with magic power and was blocking it. Abselter was truly an ancient creature. Master! Green Wind was close to screaming. Abselter focused, and the power he emitted became even more tremendous. Even Green Wind, who had been strengthened through apostle appointment, couldn't withstand it any longer. It was the reason why a saintess like Beatrice was needed to defeat Abselter. Abselter's unique power could be overwhelmed by the divine power of Beatrice, who could be called the incarnation of the earth goddess. In-gong created a spark of divinity, but it was weak. The power of the flame was too weak to drive back the surrounding darkness. He had to strengthen his divinity, and In-gong had one method left to do that. Green Wind. It was a command. Green Wind could no longer resist the power of darkness. She felt doubts and fear of losing In-gong. Abselter would kill him. The force of darkness poured down suddenly on In-gong and swallowed him. At that moment, In-gong triggered a skill which could be used because he had acquired divinity. Spiritualism. For heavenly kings. Dhritarashtra, the guardian of the East, the true king of the Gandharv. At that moment, In-gong's divinity swelled, immediately burning the power of darkness surrounding him. This time, Abselter was the one who screamed. As though he had swallowed fire, he opened his mouth urgently and retreated. It wasn't just Abselter. Everyone on the battlefield felt the power of a mighty divinity. The blood warriors and Sura looked in In-gong's direction without knowing it. Beyond the boundary of the sanctuary, the Sword Duke stopped wielding his sword against the army of the Lich. Gandharv! The Sword Duke exclaimed. He remembered the sin of the Gandharv many years ago. They had intended to artificially create the strongest royal child who would leap over the second Prince Zephyr. It was an absurd ambition to have for the next Demon King. The fifth queen, who loved the Demon King more than anyone else, had agreed to this stupid plan. It wasn't because of a desire to become the mother of the next Demon King. It was instead because she couldn't bear a child and wanted to have a child with the Demon King. However, the plan had failed tremendously. Additionally, unlike the fifth queen's wish, the child hadn't been born with the blood of the Demon King. Unlike the rhetoric of the Gandharvs who had persuaded the fifth queen, the Demon King's blood hadn't been used. It was the strong divinity which the Gandharv kept. It was the last essence left behind by their great ancestor that was implanted. The child had been born without a soul, just like a breathing doll. That existence had become vitalized after a dozen years and showed an overwhelming talent when compared to the second prince. Now, yet another power was blooming once again. The Sword Duke recalled the face of the fifth queen, Shutra Ignus. He also remembered the appearance of the Demon King who had lifted up the devastated Shutra as she hugged her child, the sin of the Gandharv. On that day, the Demon King had taken the fifth queen's child as his own, and the child had been given the position of ninth prince. That's how it was, but the Sword Duke didn't care. He simply rejoiced in the prince's pure strength. The Sword Duke swung his sword again and no longer looked back. Green Wind was also affected. She stared at In-gong with a blank expression. In-gong's hair grew instantly until it reached his ankles. His hair became pitch black, and his original red eyes were dyed gold. Beautiful. She could only think of that. The heavenly aroma spreading from In-gong's body seemed to paralyze her. Master. This is a foul. So handsome. Ah, no. Beautiful. In-gong could regain his spirit thanks to Green Wind's words, well aware of the powerful divinity throughout his whole body. This was a temporary power. Just like Beatrice's great skill where she became the incarnation of an earth goddess, In-gong could only hold it for a few minutes. Moreover, it was an excessive transformation. However, it was enough. Conquer. The white woman's voice was heard. She seemed giddier than usual. In-gong formed a fist, and Green Wind blessed In-gong again. The divinity of the last flame was added, and a white spark rose from In-gong's whole body. Abselter could not approach and growled angrily. In-gong smiled as he watched Abselter. It was such a bewitching smile that Green Wind almost screamed again. The distance between In-gong and Abselter narrowed. The god and creature collided once again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Chapter 35, Battle Number 6. Chapter 179, Chapter 35, Battle Number 6. There were two things necessary to fight Abselter. One was a might divinity and the other was preparation for poison. Abselter could poison the surrounding area just by breathing. Moreover, his poisons were different from common poisons. Abselter's poisons was constantly changing in type. Therefore, unless the person knew every decryption magic, it was inevitable for them to be poisoned. The even more horrible fact was that they could still be affected by another poison, even if they were already poisoned. Once dozens of poisons overlapped, a person wouldn't be able to survive no matter how great they were. It was Abselter's poison which had taken the life of the second fairy ruler, the one who had destroyed Abselter's body. She had been poisoned by more than 100 poisons and had been unable to avoid a painful death. Abselter breathed out his poison. Not only did the serpent of the tail open its mouth, but the dragon, wolf and griffin heads also breathed out different types of poison. He had been hesitant to use the poisons because they would take the lives of the subordinates he'd brought, but there was no time to worry about that now. Naturally, In-gong knew all about Abselter's poisons. However, he jumped into the poisons without any hesitation. 1000 poisons resistance is activated. 1000 poisons resistance is activated. 1000 poisons resistance is activated. When it came to poison resistance alone, In-gong overwhelmed even Locke and Zephyr. He couldn't completely prevent damage from the poisons, but that was enough. Moreover, with Abselter changing the poison every minute, it was a good experience for In-gong. 1000 poisons resistance is activated. 1000 poisons resistance is activated. Every time Abselter used a new type of poison, a message would be triggered. It was a happy situation where In-gong would accumulate experience even if he just stood still. The level of 1000 poisons resistance has risen. 1000 poisons resistance has been promoted to 10,000 poisons resistance. In-gong's resistance to poison exploded once again. He rushed through the mist of poisons and reached Abselter, who belatedly realized the poisons had no use. A white and black aura collided in the air. Abselter moved to one side to avoid a direct strike from In-gong, before deciding to change his tactics. Masses of magic power, at least 2 meters in diameter, were launched in succession. In-gong knew this attack well. Instead of trying to rush toward Abselter, he threw White Eagle and widened the distance. Abselter twisted in the air to avoid White Eagle. His agility was reminiscent of a cat or bird of prey. However, In-gong didn't miss that. The moment Abselter turned his body, In-gong used his last dragon breath. It is no use. Abselter used the blink he had prepared in advance. His body soared up into the sky, and In-gong's dragon breath hit an empty space. However, In-gong didn't stop using dragon breath. Rather, he poured more power into dragon breath. It wasn't due to desperation. In-gong had a clear target. From the beginning, his target had been something other than Abselter. Absolute area. Green Wind called out. Dragon breath struck White Eagle in the air, reflected off, and changed direction. It now aimed toward Abselter in the air. It was impossible to avoid this attack. Moreover, the dragon breath was faster and stronger due to the effect of absolute area. Abselter shrieked as dragon breath hit him. He twisted desperately to escape the trail of dragon breath, but he was already damaged. All 4 remaining wings were destroyed, and a large hole drilled in his torso. Noom! Abselter crashed to the ground and sprang up quickly. However, it was already too late. The moment that he started to fall, In-gong stopped dragon breath and used successive blinks. In-gong ended up behind Abselter. Abselter had 3 heads. When fighting common monsters, every head should be cut off, but Abselter was different. In the first place, the 3 heads were a result of the transformation, so In-gong needed to aim for the body. He concentrated divine power and aura on his right fist. Earthquaker growled angrily but accepted the divine power. Abselter looked at In-gong and chose to avoid In-gong, instead of attacking. He abandoned his current appearance hurriedly and took the form of a huge wolf head. The wolf head was only 3 meters big, making it rather small compared to his previously huge body, but there was no way for him to miss In-gong in the air. However, that was a mistake. Once Abselter took the image of a wolf, In-gong triggered his last blink. The dark blue smoke exploded, and Abselter saw In-gong appear before him as though he had been aiming for this moment. How? Abselter couldn't move. Telekinesis had frozen Abselter's body in midair. It was a power Abselter could destroy immediately if he exerted his strength, but he didn't get the chance. This was the first time Abselter had fought In-gong, but In-gong was different. Considering the number of simulations, Abselter was an opponent In-gong had fought over a dozen times. True Destruction. In-gong used Earthquaker's super special move. His fist struck Abselter's abdomen, and a brilliant destructive force emerged. It was a divine destruction, a power which could not be tolerated. Abselter's body exploded. Kaya Ak. There was a horrible scream as a black spirit hit In-gong. It was Abselter's true body. In-gong didn't avoid the mental attack. He didn't have Beatrice's magic, but In-gong had his own divinity. Additionally, he wouldn't swap out Green Wind's blessing even if it meant two Beatrices. In-gong's divinity collided with Abselter's unique power and destroyed it. Dozens of sharp wounds appeared on In-gong's body, with blood gushing out like a fountain. However, In-gong didn't stop. He stretched out his hand and triggered telekinesis. In-gong caught Abselter's mental body as it was trying to escape. Lightning! In-gong struck Abselter in midair, and the sacred flame from his divinity burnt Abselter's spirit. Abselter was in terrible pain as he died. Instead of watching Abselter's end, In-gong paid attention to the remaining parts of Abselter's body. Abselter's heart, the nucleus of his magic to be precise, was still safe. Once purified by Saintess Beatrice, it was a magic power core which was almost as useful as the dragon heart. It would be nice if Amita could insert it into White Eagle. Your level has risen. A voice rang out. After putting the magic nucleus in his inventory, In-gong sighed. At the same time, his god status was lifted, and naturally, the black hair was cut. His hair and eye color returned to their original colors as well. Master! Are you okay, I? Green Wind cried out as she flew toward In-gong. Then suddenly, she was sniffing his body because of the oddly sweet fragrance coming from his whole body, mainly his blood. In-gong laughed as he returned Earthquaker to the inventory and extended an injured fingertip to Green Wind. Green Wind hesitated for a bit before sucking In-gong's finger like a possessed person, then her eyes shone. It was a taste which couldn't be expressed in words. After becoming a divine humanoid, his Gandharv characteristics were enhanced. Moreover, divine power had been concentrated for the final blow. So, In-gong's blood could truly be called a god's drink. A slightly dangerous light appeared in Green Wind's eyes, but In-gong ignored her. Although he had defeated Abselter, there were still enemies remaining. In-gong took a breath and opened the minimap. Then he blinked in a manner similar to Green Wind. There were almost no red dots left on the minimap. The blood warriors nearby had been killed by Abselter's poisons, while the ones far away had been wiped out by the Sura. He couldn't see anything on the other side of the sanctuary either. Indeed, the Gandharva king, the power of Dhritarashtra. A voice was heard from behind In-gong. It was shortly after the battle had ended, but he hadn't even felt a presence approach. In-gong turned back to face the Sword Duke with a little bit of surprise and discomfort. The Sword Duke's clothes were a mess. Although they weren't as badly damaged as In-gong's clothes, there were parts which were torn or seemed burnt. The more surprising thing was that his hair and clothes were actually a bit messy. However, there was no disturbance in his breathing at all. In-gong couldn't see even one drop of sweat on the Sword Duke's forehead. In-gong shouted reflexively. The Lich? Collapsed. All his alter egos meant that it took a while. Indeed, this was the Sword Duke. Come to think of it, the Sword Duke was the strongest person in the demon world, before the Demon King. Even if Lich Schuttenberg was strong, it was natural he wouldn't be an opponent for the Sword Duke. Rather. The first words from the Sword Duke circled strangely in his head. The strength of the Gandharv king, Dhritarashtra. How did the Sword Duke know that? Instead of surprise, there was a strange emotion in the Sword Duke's voice. It felt like this incident confirmed what the Sword Duke already knew, rather than surprising him with something new. In any case, it was over. This time, he had suddenly brought In-gong to the sanctuary, and the Sword Duke also seemed to know something he didn't. Rather, what is this smell? It seems to be coming from Prince. The Sword Duke said, sniffing suddenly. The surprised In-gong turned to look at his right hand and moved it behind his back. He had reached out to let Green Wind taste it, but he couldn't do that for the Sword Duke. No, that would be rather frightening. A characteristic of the Gandharv. In-gong responded before using dragon words. He washed off the blood, minimizing some of the sweet fragrance. The sword duke looked at In-gong with a gentle expression, then he smiled. Prince truly is fifth queen's child. Sword duke? In-gong heard a newfound story in the sword duke's words, but the sword duke didn't say anything else. He just laughed and spoke with an excited face. Anyway, Prince, shouldn't you take a short break after the emergency? How can I send away a guest who came from a distant place? Moreover, I have some things to talk about with Prince. The sword duke raised his hand to In-gong's shoulder and turned him around. In-gong could see the silver tower and the Sura under it. Welcome to the land of the Sura. Please note that you are the first one among the children of the Demon King to set foot in the sanctuary. The sword duke winked and hit In-gong's back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Chapter 36, Sanctuary. Chapter 180, Chapter 36, Sanctuary. There were 30 or so suras gathered in front of the silver tower. There were males and females, but the one thing they all had in common was that they were young. Are they like civil militia? Even the weakest one looked equivalent to a junior general, making them too powerful to be part of the civil militia. The inhabitants themselves were similar to villagers. As In-gong approached with the sword duke, one of the Sura came toward them at a quick pace. He was a young man with red skin. Sword duke. Indara. A slight smile appeared on the sword duke's face. Indara was dressed in almost the same clothing as the sword duke, but he was wearing gold instead of the sword duke's white. Moreover, his hair color stood out because it was a dark blonde. Prince, this is Indara, who is in charge of the militia. He is one of the rising stars of the Sura. I am Indara, and I greet the ninth prince. Indara bowed to In-gong. He gathered both hands together like a monk, in what seemed to be the Sura's unique greeting method. It is nice to meet you. In-gong received Indara's greeting with a smile. He seemed like a young man around 20 of age, but he was actually 70 years old. Is he the one who replaces Galid? Galid, the Sura captain, was the captain who was usually killed early on during the lycanthrope subjugation in Knight Saga. Immediately after Galid's death, Indara had become the head of the Sura at the Demon King's palace. Speaking of Galid, did he grow up outside the Sura village? According to Knight Saga's setting, Galid hadn't been born in the sanctuary or Demon King's palace but had been found in lycanthrope territory. His foster parent had been the late lycanthrope king and fourth Queen Elaine's father, so the lycanthrope's trust in him was very strong. He's been friends with fourth Queen Elaine since childhood, right? Knight Saga's setting filled In-gong's mind. While In-gong was thinking about this, the sword duke turned to Indara and said, Indara, please clean everything up. I will return to the village first with the prince. Leave it to me. Indara said confidently before bowing to In-gong again. In-gong said goodbye to Indara and moved with the sword duke. The size of the tower was more than what he had thought. It was an oval, not a perfect circle, but it was clear that the height of the tower was over 100 meters. I never imagined this. I am actually guiding Prince into the sanctuary. The sword duke said suddenly as they arrived in front of the doors to the silver tower. He glanced back at In-gong before pushing his palms against the door. The huge doors opened to reveal the inside of the tower. It was a moderately large village, and it looked like a rural scene with crop fields and children playing. However, the landscape of the village wasn't what caught In-gong's eye. There was a magic circle in the center of the village. It was a ward which caused a pillar of light. This was another sanctuary within the sanctuary of the Sura. According to the sword duke, this could be called the sanctuary of the whole demon world. The sword duke raised his hand to In-gong's shoulder, speaking softly as he moved forward. "Welcome to the home of the Sura, Prince." In-gong passed through the doors. The air inside the ward felt different. If it was winter outside, the inside of the ward was autumn. To his surprise, there was a sky inside the ward. The Sura farming in the fields bowed to the Sword Duke. He received them and sent back informal greetings. "Prince, the sanctuary has been attacked several times over the past hundreds of years. They were targeted attacks on the Sura and the sanctuary." The Sword Duke suddenly turned his gaze toward the ward in the center of the village. "That guy, Shutra. This is already his third attack. He doesn't come directly, but every year he sends a few clones. However, that has limitations. According to our magicians, his body receives a lot of damage every time a clone is broken." According to the Sword Duke's words, the attacks were quite relentless. Why was Shutra aiming for the sanctuary? Lich Shutra was so powerful that it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a warlord of the demon world. It was hard to imagine why he would want to attack the sanctuary. In that sense, Abselter was also a big deal. Did they have a temporary alliance because they were both aiming for the sanctuary? Or were they moving under someone else's orders? The Death Knight and War Knight entered his thoughts reflexively, but Shutra and Abselter didn't give off the auras of war or death. "Sword Duke, can you tell me about the sanctuary?" At In-gong's question, the Sword Duke took a deep breath and replied. "It is a very important place for the entire demon world. The Demon King decided to hide the sanctuary from the eyes of the world. The large wards make it hard to find the land of the Sura. It seems like Shutra somehow sniffed out its location, but I think it will be safe now for a few years. In the meantime, I hope to find Shutra's base. It was safer to strike directly against the enemy, rather than wait for them to attack the sanctuary." Indeed. In Knight Saga, the Sword Duke had the image of a wanderer. If the Sword Duke were locked to the sanctuary, he wouldn't have met Amida, another wanderer of the demon world. Therefore, the story seemed correct. The Sword Duke frowned suddenly and spoke in a slightly annoyed voice. "Prince, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you much more right now. I hope you understand." "I understand." So far, based on the stories and actions of the Sword Duke, the existence of the sanctuary was a strict secret in the Demon King's palace. Since it was the order of the Demon King which had brought him here in the first place, it was natural for the Sword Duke to be careful with his words. Thus, it was now time to wait. "Thank you for understanding. By the way, Prince, are you okay? You faced a fairly strong enemy." "He was strong. I was able to beat him due to having the right balance of skills." They weren't words of humility. It would have been really dangerous if he hadn't intensified his divinity. Only the poisons weren't a big deal. When he fought Abselter in Knight Saga, Sanctus Beatrice had often been exhausted, like Felicia after Faster Than the Wind was mobilized. In addition to the various blessings, he had been able to use detoxification magic just like breathing. "Oh, indeed." The Sword Duke stared at In-gong before turning his gaze back to the front again. He didn't ask about any of it. In-gong once again felt a sense of incongruity. Although In-gong had clearly changed, the Sword Duke didn't express any doubts about those changes. It was obvious that there was something. Perhaps he knew the secret of Shutra, rather than In-gong. As they reached the village walls, a few young Sura greeted the Sword Duke and In-gong. The Sword Duke exchanged words with one of them briefly before speaking to In-gong. "Prince, I think I need to look at the ward for a while. You should go and rest first." "I understand. Thank you." He then called out to a young Sura woman, Sindra. Sindra was a woman with long red hair and skin which was white like snow. She was a beautiful woman who seemed to be in her mid-20s. "I will serve Prince." Sindra bowed, like Indara had done, before leading In-gong to a large building nearby. It was a building he thought would be a town hall, but there was an alien feeling as everything inside was oriental. Syndra guided In-gong to a room which looked simple but tidy, then she withdrew after leaving a message for him to call her if she was needed. When he checked the mini-map, she seemed to be waiting in a small room nearby. In-gong wanted to call Syndra and ask her something, but he changed his mind. If the Sword Duke was silent, then it wasn't likely that Syndra would answer honestly. It seemed better to wait for the Sword Duke. Some time passed by. In-gong lay on a bed made of bamboo woven together and smiled. "Master, can you give it to me one more time? I will be a well-behaved guardian in the future." Green Wind sat close to In-gong. She begged cutely for one finger, but In-gong pushed her away. "No, Green Wind is already a well-behaved guardian." They were words that even Carrick would admire. Green Wind stared blankly for a moment before crying out angrily. "Master, then I will misbehave from now on." "Then no more. How can I reward a bad guardian?" Green Wind nodded unknowingly before making a panicked expression. "Hying, Master is bad. Bad. Petty, ... But am I not good to Green Wind?" Green Wind's face became grouchier at his words. Green Wind smacked her lips together a few times before hitting In-gong's shoulder and screaming, "Master is a fool." Then she disappeared into the wind. However, In-gong just smiled as she disappeared like a pouting child. Ah, how fun. It was almost as fun as teasing Felicia. I'll give it to her later when we return to the Demon King's palace. In-gong couldn't create tremendous tasting blood at any time. In order to make the blood taste the same, he had to use spiritualism. If I am going to do it, then it should be when everyone is together. It was good to share it. He also wanted Felicia, Caitlin and Carrick to try it. Will everybody be worried? He had left so abruptly that it was obvious they would be worried. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to take care of them. Well, it is something like this. Anyhow, he would give them his blood. Well, it can't be much. He couldn't give too much blood and other fluids. Shaking his head to get rid of the thoughts, In-gong looked at the clock on the mini-map. It had already been an hour since he had separated from the Sword Duke. I should have a real nap. The moment that In-gong thought so. "Prince, would you like something to drink?" The Sword Duke showed up unexpectedly at his window. He was holding a small tray which contained warm wine and a few snacks. In-gong turned to look at the door for a short moment, then he got down from his bed and sat facing the Sword Duke. The Sword Duke handed the cup to In-gong first. "Thank you for your help. Thanks to Prince, the damage was able to be minimized. Abselter's poisons would have dealt massive damage to the Sura, even if they defeated him in midair." In-gong smiled humbly. Then the Sword Duke spoke again. "Is there anything you want in return? I will do my best to get it for you." It was something In-gong had been waiting for. He had finished putting his thoughts together while waiting for the Sword Duke to return. He might reject this. That was the first thought which came up. There was a question he really wanted to ask the Sword Duke. In-gong took a deep breath before asking, "I would like to know about the sin of the Gandharv." At In-gong's request, the Sword Duke made a difficult expression and shook his head. "Prince, I need the Demon King's permission for that. I can't just tell the truth to Prince." Although it was a rejection, there were still meaningful words mixed in. Perhaps? Is there something secret about the sin of the Gandharv? Maybe a small hint was given. I have to wait for Nyatra. Instead of digging further, In-gong said another answer he had prepared. Then Sword Duke, I would like to learn more about Sura Heartlaw. HRMM, that is good. And I think Prince needs a little bit of organization. Organization? Yes. Various powers are mixed randomly in Prince's body. It seems to be organized, but, it is very disorganized. I can at least help organize your aura. In-gong used aura, magic power, psychic power, and divine power. Moreover, as the number of aura hearts increased, his system became more complicated. It was a situation where he needed to organize the traffic. Thank you. The Sword Duke raised his cup at In-gong's words and said, I think it is better to talk about it tomorrow after returning to the Demon King's palace. Now, drink some more. They exchanged a few more glasses. Then the Sword Duke suddenly asked in a sly voice. That reminds me. Between 6th princess and 8th princess, who is better? Ah, maybe you think the 4th princess is better? It was a sudden but also familiar question. In-gong recalled the face of 4th Queen Elaine, and the Sword Duke's eyes narrowed. Prince, it seems like you have received this question before. Indeed, this was the Sword Duke. In-gong shrugged and replied. 4th Queen asked me playfully. Ho, 4th Queen. The Sword Duke slowly stroked his beard. Somehow, there was a knowing expression in his gaze. What? Is there something else? Elaine's biggest weakness was Caitlin. Was this a sign that he knew about Caitlin's birth secret? In-gong thought inwardly as the Sword Duke drained his cup. The Sword Duke refilled In-gong's cup, as though saying that In-gong's concerns were unfounded. And the white woman lifted her head in the darkness. Her red and blue eyes were gazing far away. Sanctuary. It was a place which hadn't existed when the Red Dragon destroyed all civilization thousands of years ago. There was no connection to her. She couldn't relate to it, yet the white woman could feel it. A voice was calling from beyond the ward in the center of the village. It was a voice calling In-gong, not the white woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Chapter 37, Confluence. Chapter 181, Chapter 37, Confluence. 10,000 years ago, the Red Dragon of Apocalypse had destroyed all civilizations on the earth. The beautiful and glorious civilization of the indigenous species were completely lost to the world. It was strange. Draken Ketchatula, the great dragon warrior, had fought against the Red Dragon by collecting all the power of the elder dragons of that time and had been finally able to defeat it. The Red Dragon had destroyed all civilizations but not the world. There were remnants of the indigenous species all over the world. The giants and lizardmen, species created by the indigenous species to fight against the Four Riders and the Red Dragon of the Apocalypse, had lost their first appearance but their bloodline continued. However, the bloodline of the indigenous species had died out completely, they had no descendants. What had replaced them? What had happened? There was almost no one left in the world who knew this truth. And the next morning, In-gong rushed out of the sanctuary. It wasn't due to the Sword Duke but because In-gong felt some strange conquest. He was able to sense the mood of the white woman deep in his soul. She wanted to leave the sanctuary as soon as possible. The reason wasn't clear. It was still difficult for In-gong to communicate with Conquest. Sometimes he could sense Conquest's feelings, but at present, she was more difficult than usual. She closed her eyes and seemed to be trembling with anxiety. Is it because of the sanctuary? In-gong couldn't think of any other reason. He left the sanctuary with the Sword Duke and ran toward the cave with the transportation formation. They left the silver top and crossed the snowy field. There was something the Sword Duke hadn't told In-gong yet. In-gong cut off his thoughts and looked ahead. As the distance from the sanctuary increased, Conquest's mood improved. Once they arrived at the cave, the boy and girl from yesterday welcomed the Sword Duke. They talked in the Sura language, but this time, In-gong didn't feel any discomfort because he had already learnt it. The Sword Duke gave a few orders to the boy and girl before guiding In-gong to a room next to the transportation formation. It seemed to be a naturally created room, but the word training flashed through his head. Prince, please sit comfortably on the magic circle in the center of the room. I will finish organizing your aura before returning to the castle. I understand. Instead of explaining things one by one, he was going to move the aura directly. That is much better. In-gong was more accustomed to knowledge being pounded into his body, rather than learning one by one. He sat down, and the Sword Duke immediately sat behind him. Prince, take off your coat and circulate it naturally as you normally do. I will slowly intervene. After taking off his coat, In-gong started to circulate his aura. Then a white aura started to rise around In-gong's body. The Sword Duke held back a laugh. It had been only a few months since he first encountered In-gong at Thunderdoom Fortress, but the aura couldn't even be compared to that time. It had grown tremendously in quantity and quality. The Sword Duke breathed in and raised both palms to In-gong's back. Not long after, he once again felt an awe. It wasn't because In-gong's skin was very white and smooth. It was the circulation of aura occurring inside In-gong's body which amazed the Sword Duke. He already knew In-gong had several aura hearts. So, it wasn't surprising since the Sword Duke and Demon King also had many hearts. However, he was more surprised than expected when he looked directly at the circulation. In-gong had 3 aura hearts. He had a natural aura heart, the Moonlight Core, and the Dragon Heart, which was the most mysterious one. The Sword Duke hadn't realized the Dragon Heart was in In-gong's body, but the surprises didn't end there. The Dragon Heart wasn't only involved in aura circulation. Magic power poured out of the Dragon Heart and interlocked with the other aura hearts. The magic power simulated an aura heart, making it 4 aura hearts instead of 3. As the number of aura hearts grew, the benefits would increase in 2 ways. One advantage was that the volume of aura would increase. The other was that the aura would become stronger and faster by connecting 2 aura hearts. The Sword Duke adjusted the way the aura hearts were connected so that In-gong's circulation would improve. The result of the 4 aura hearts interlocking perfectly caused the Sword Duke's heart to pound. That wasn't all. The Sword Duke was once again impressed with In-gong's aura. No, this time he was surprised. There weren't just aura and magic power inside In-gong's power. There was also psychic power and divine power. The Sword Duke already knew that there were many forces inside In-gong's body. The movements of the psychic power and divine power deviated from the Sword Duke's expectations. The 2 forces should be independent of the circulation of aura. However, it wasn't like that. Both powers responded a little bit to the circulation of aura. It was only a small movement, and there was no effect on the circulation of aura. However, the Sword Duke read the possibilities. In-gong had already created a pseudo-heart made out of magic power. If so, there was a possibility for pseudo-hearts to be made out of psychic power and divine power. It might truly be possible, and if so, the aura hearts would be made up of 4 different powers. The Sword Duke swallowed his saliva. The pounding of his heart wasn't enough. He couldn't hide his excitement. Laughter emerged. It was uncontrollable laughter. Gandharv. No, it wasn't just them. It was evident that something else was involved. The Sword Duke could feel the power of an elder dragon from the Dragon Heart. It made sense since the 9th prince had some equipment of the elder dragons. The divinity of the Gandharv, the Dragon Heart of an elder dragon, and the moonlight extract of the lycanthropes. However, it didn't end there. There was still the most important thing remaining. Extreme nothingness. The essence of nothingness which contained the Demon King's achievements. The seed was lodged in In-gong's spirit. The Sword Duke was finally able to understand the Demon King. He understood what the Demon King had said about the torrent of destiny. Aura, magic power, psychic power, and divine power. If all 4 powers created an aura heart, there would be no limits. The Sword Duke broke off from his imagination. He was overly excited, but that would ruin In-gong's aura circulation instead of helping it. There is a sense of commitment. Was it because the Demon King acknowledged the child of the fifth queen as his? The Sword Duke laughed and denied it. It wasn't that. The Demon King he knew wasn't such a man. The Sword Duke concentrated his mind, and he poured his energy into arranging In-gong's aura. And... did you wake up? In-gong opened his eyes. He was still in the dim training room. The voice belonged to the Sword Duke, but the first thing he saw was Green Wind's face. She pouted as she allowed In-gong to use her knees as a pillow. Green Wind. Master, Ba. Green Wind answered before disappearing into the wind. Thanks to that, In-gong fell to the ground with a low moan. The Sword Duke laughed at the sight before asking, Prince, did you do something to make your guardian angry? It was just a little joke. In-gong touched the back of his head and raised his upper body. He saw the Sword Duke sitting with his back against a wall. The Sword Duke laughed again. I think I understand. Those with Prince have to suffer a lot. In-gong nodded as he thought about Felicia's and Anastasia's complaints. Anyway, Prince, a day has already passed. Check it once. The Sword Duke's meaning was clear. In-gong circulated his aura immediately. Not long after, admiration flashed through his eyes. The flow of aura had nearly doubled. The amount of aura had also increased. It is really amazing, Sword Duke. Prince is even more amazing. It is the first time I've ever seen a body like that. It was at that moment that the clear voice of a woman resonated in In-gong's head. Divine Sura Authority, Wind Style has been upgraded to Transformed Wind Style. Divine Sura Authority, Lightning has been upgraded to Faithful Lightning. Divine Sura Authority, Great Mountain has been upgraded to Transformed Great Mountain. Oh. From the upgrades, it was obvious that the techniques had improved. Maybe the Sword Duke had injected the techniques while adjusting his aura. Prince, I know you like it, but I think we need to hurry. This took longer than I expected. The Sword Duke hadn't expected to spend a whole day readjusting In-gong's aura. So, he was already later than planned by a day. I understand. In-gong had little reason to delay returning to the Demon King's palace. If he delayed anymore, Felicia and Caitlin's worry would only increase. The boy and girl gave a few rice balls to the Sword Duke and In-gong before preparing the transportation formation. In-gong devoured the rice balls as a light shone from the transportation formation. No more questions were needed. In-gong and the Sword Duke moved on to the transportation formation. And he opened his eyes to see the Black Castle instead of the cave. The Sword Duke stepped down from the transportation formation first and said, Prince, I will go to the Demon King. Don't worry, I will definitely tell him about your merits. I'm not worried. In-gong smiled gently. It seemed like the Sword Duke wanted to look at the Demon King's state. The Sword Duke knocked lightly against In-gong's shoulder. Go rest. Give my regards to the other princes and princesses. Thank you, Sword Duke. The Sword Duke didn't say anything else and disappeared like the wind. Instead of hanging around the Black Castle, In-gong used the newly learned transformed wind style to head back to the mansion. His speed was much faster than before. As he ran, he checked the time on the mini-map and saw that it was 8:32 p.m. It is late. Caitlin and Felicia would be resting at their mansions, so it was too late to call on them now. It wasn't midnight yet, but it had been a while since their meal was over. Let's be satisfied with seeing Carrick and Karma today. He would tell the news to the children of the Demon King tomorrow morning. As soon as he arrived at the mansion, he opened his mini-map out of habit, and his eyes widened instantly. In-gong headed toward the terrace instead of the door, just like the Sword Duke. He opened the large window of the reception room and laughed. What, everybody's gathered. It wasn't just Carrick and Karma. Felicia and Caitlin were also sitting on the sofas. Felicia and Caitlin, who were sitting down and reading books, jumped out of their seats and ran to In-gong. "Shutra! Are you okay? You aren't hurt anywhere, . Caitlin hugged In-gong, while Felicia, who missed out, shrugged and examined him with her eyes. In-gong hugged Caitlin tightly before looking at Felicia. "Were the two of you waiting here?" In-gong had spent roughly 3 days at the sanctuary. The thought of them waiting here for 3 days caused his heart to throb. "It is because you disappeared suddenly." Uni was very worried. Caitlin smiled at Felicia's words. As expected, Felicia covered her face with her fan, while a bitter voice spoke out from behind her. "Shutra, don't forget that we are also here. Can't you see us?" It was Sylvan and Chris. The two of them stared over at In-gong with sulky expressions. "Yes, Hyungs are also here, . Chris frowned at the soulless answer, while Sylvan was already used to it and just laughed. "I'll tell you just once, but we were also very worried." "I wasn't." Chris grunted angrily, and In-gong decided to go over. Then another voice was heard from the side. "Prince, we are here too. Karak and Karma." In-gong really felt at home when he saw Karak's smile, which exposed Karak's charming fangs. It was at that moment that Caitlin, who was still holding In-gong, suddenly pushed her nose against his chest and sniffed. "Caitlin?" Felicia was aghast, but Caitlin didn't stop. She sniffed some more before raising her head with bright eyes. "Shutra smells very good." Then Caitlin started sniffing again. Felicia shrugged and said, "Caitlin, Shutra is a Gandharv and inherently smells good." "Did the smell get better?" Felicia's eyes flashed. She didn't sniff like Caitlin but collected the smell using her fan. As the two sisters made a fuss, Sylvan and Chris joined, and both of them made a startled expression. "Prince, did you roll around in a flower bed before coming here?" In-gong shrugged at Karak's question before turning to Felicia. "Nuna, can you prepare a ward for that? I don't want the smell or any sound to escape from this room." Felicia narrowed her eyes, but she nodded easily as she was already familiar with this request. She prepared the ward, while Caitlin and Chris sniffed him. They really liked the scent. "It is done, . A translucent membrane wrapped around the room, while In-gong, his siblings, Karak, Karma, and Delia sat on the couch. "I want to give a gift to everyone." "A gift?" Felicia made a puzzled sound. They thought he wanted to talk about the place where the Sword Duke had taken him. While everyone was confused, Karak suddenly clapped his hands and said with an excited voice, "Prince, perhaps? I know what you are thinking, and it isn't wrong. Just wait a minute." As expected, Karak noticed quickly. In-gong used a hand gesture to calm Karak down and took a deep breath. Spiritualism, for heavenly kings. In-gong didn't care about using spiritualism at this time. As the divinity of Dhritarashtra strengthened, his hair became black and long like when he fought against Abselter. The room was filled with a heavenly scent. Everyone on the sofas couldn't help exclaiming. They looked at In-gong with charmed expressions, proving that Green Wind's words weren't incorrect. Felicia's face reddened. Chris swallowed his saliva unintentionally, while Sylvan's eyes widened. "Amazing," Caitlin muttered. It was a somewhat burdensome reaction. However, In-gong just showed an attractive smile before taking out some glasses from his inventory and placing them on the table. "It should be with some alcohol." In-gong followed up with some alcohol from the Dragon Temple. It wasn't possible for them to suck his fingers like Green Wind, and he was afraid for his blood supply. "This is almost like a drug, . In-gong concentrated divine power on his right hand, then he triggered the skill he learnt when he became a divine humanoid. In-gong wounded his fingertip with an aura blade and dropped a few drops of blood into the alcohol. As he became wounded, a new fragrance spread which caused everybody to drool. Thanks to the lycanthrope tears, there was no need for magic healing. As soon as his finger injury healed, In-gong turned off spiritualism and looked at everyone. This is special. I guarantee the taste. Carrick was the only one who had tasted In-gong's blood, so he was greatly excited. However, rather than handing out the cups, In-gong only raised one. He had already decided who would taste first. Green Wind. In-gong called out to Green Wind. She appeared with a still sulky expression and said, "Master is bad." It was as expected. In-gong said slyly, "Am I still good?" There was a long wait. Green Wind couldn't help smiling and approaching In-gong. "Still good." Her whisper was pleasant. In-gong patted Green Wind's head gently and handed her the first cup. "And so, in summary, you went somewhere that you can't tell us." "No, you became stronger?" "Yes." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Chapter 37, Confluence Number 2. Chapter 182, Chapter 37, Confluence Number 2. So, in summary, you went somewhere that you can't tell us. "No, you became stronger?" "Yes, dot." Felicia sighed at In-gong's blunt answer, then she asked again in a pleasant voice. "How long are you going to keep becoming stronger?" "I have to become stronger to protect Nuna," In-gong said shamelessly. Felicia blushed and turned her head away. "Hey, what are you saying?" Felicia covered her red face with her fan and told him not to tease her. Still, she looked fairly happy. "Felicia, Appa as well. Appa will also become stronger to protect Felicia." Sylvan jumped in and held Felicia's hand tightly. He gazed at her with truly passionate eyes. "Yes." This time, it was Felicia who replied bluntly. It was a soulless answer which didn't conceal any embarrassment. However, Sylvan just formed tight fists and became determined again, causing Chris to click his tongue. Then Chris spoke in a sharp voice. "Shutra, do you need to keep the place a secret from us?" There were hidden meanings in his words. Additionally, there were some signs of disappointment. All the people gathered here were strong supporters of In-gong. Moreover, he didn't want to keep it a secret from Felicia, Caitlin, or anyone else. However, it couldn't be helped. "This is the Sword Duke's request." "Sorry, Hyung." In fact, the Sword Duke had stated it many times. On the road to the sanctuary and inside it, the Sword Duke had stated that the other sanctuary inside the sanctuary of the Sura was the most important secret. Then it can't be helped. Chris stepped back after hearing the name of the Sword Duke. Although he didn't have an official position in the Demon King's palace, the only one who surpassed his authority was the Demon King. After finishing this conversation to a certain extent, Caitlin's hand immediately shot into the air. She looked like a young student asking a teacher something. "Shutra, how did you get stronger? Can you tell us this?" Her shining eyes were full of curiosity. Felicia, Sylvan, and Chris also looked at In-gong with interest. In-gong nodded and said, "The Sword Duke organized my aura. And my power as a Gandharv was strengthened through ancestral regression." "Sword Duke? Ancestral regression?" Two voices spoke at the same time. They belonged to Sylvan and Chris. Indeed, Sylvan and Chris. However, like Chris, Felicia and Caitlin seemed more curious about the ancestral regression. In-gong decided to explain it as concisely as possible. The members of the 8 legions, including the Gandharv, were divine beings. I became closer to this existence through ancestral regression. Although he didn't talk about the method of how he received the ancestral regression, the reason why he had become stronger was clarified. Felicia recalled the mighty divine power that In-gong had emanated and nodded. Chris made a joking expression and said with a smile. It sounds ridiculous, but I believe it if it is Shutra. This hadn't happened just once or twice. Chris had already decided to give up after In-gong received the Moonlight Core. Felicia wasn't much different. From the beginning, she was much more involved with In-gong than Chris. She was surprised so many times that her heart couldn't stand it. Should we change his nickname from Disturbance Shutra to Strange Fate Shutra? Felicia thought to herself. Caitlin raised her hand again and asked. Then Shutra, you taste delicious. Are all Gandharv delicious? Caitlin asked the straightforward question. Once again, all the children of the Demon King seemed interested. Karak and Karma also had curiosity in their expressions. In-gong was perplexed since their gazes seemed more intense than compared to when he had been talking about the ancestral regression. However, he pushed that thought away and replied. No, nothing like that. I am an unusual case. If I don't activate spiritualism and melt aura, magic power, and divine power, then I won't taste like that. It wasn't really an exaggeration. Even prior to receiving divinity, his body fluids were much more delicious than normal Gandharv. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary Gandharv to imitate the taste in his divine state. Of course, I haven't met other Gandharv. However, it was probably right. Additionally, somehow, it seemed like he would deal a huge blow to the survival of the Gandharv if he answered wrongly here. Too bad. Chris, who was the wildest beast in the room, clicked his tongue with disappointment. It seemed like he was thinking back to the taste. Caitlin also seemed disappointed as her shoulders slumped, but it was only for a moment. She shook her head and said with a bright voice. I still like Shutra's scent. Is anything other than your blood delicious? Young. In-gong coughed and blocked Caitlin's next words. In order to prevent a dangerous topic, he quickly talked about something else. Rather, I have one more thing to offer Caitlin Nuna and Chris Young. Offer? Chris's eyes narrowed as he frowned slightly. In-gong exchanged glances with Felicia before responding. Although they didn't use message magic, the two people were able to understand the meaning in their eyes. As he read permission in Felicia's gaze, In-gong let out a relieved sigh. He faced Chris and Caitlin and said, It is about a night appointment. Surprisingly, Felicia, Noonim and Sylvan are already your knights. Chris spoke in a disbelieving voice after In-gong explained. It was because of Felicia. Felicia was designated to become the ruler of the Dark Elves. It was unthinkable that she would become subordinate to someone else under a magic contract. As she read the censure in Chris' eyes, Felicia spoke in a small voice. It was to save Sylvan. And I don't regret it. It was the best choice. Although it might seem like an excuse, Chris no longer pushed Felicia. It wasn't up to Chris to worry about Felicia's decision. Chris just nodded before turning back to In-gong. Shutra, I will help you so that you can become the Demon King. I am also interested in becoming stronger as your knight. But I can't. I will be the king of the lycanthropes. I can't be subjugated by someone else. I understand, Hyung. Felicia wouldn't have become In-gong's knight if it wasn't for Sylvan's life being in danger. So, it was greedy to expect Chris to become his knight. But the story is different when it comes to Caitlin. Chris said, while In-gong tried to maintain his composure. In fact, In-gong had been aiming for Caitlin in the first place. Chris was the future king of the lycanthropes, but Caitlin's position was different. Caitlin, you can do what you want, Chris declared before burying himself deeply in the sofa. Caitlin exchanged glances with Felicia before turning to him. She took a deep breath and declared with a firm expression. I will become Shutra's knight. Thank you, Nuna. The level of the king's knights had risen at the 12th base, so there were 2 new places. One of those places would now be filled by Caitlin. Caitlin got off the sofa and knelt down on the floor. She raised a hand to her chest and bowed to In-gong. A child of the Demon King was becoming the knight of another child. It would be a strange matter if it were declared to the outside world. In-gong stood up as well and pulled a sword from his inventory. It was an ancient sword he had brought back from the Dragon Temple. "Caitlin Moonlight, I appoint you as my knight," he said as he placed the sword on Caitlin's shoulder. The power of conquest was triggered. The power of conquest went through the sword and enveloped Caitlin's entire body. It was almost like all the others, but something was different. In-gong and Caitlin could feel it. The two people were already strongly linked through the Moonlight Core and Starlight Core. Then the power of conquest was added. So, the situation turned out different from the others. "Conquer," the white woman whispered. Along with her voice, the power of conquest at In-gong's fingertips became more powerful. Caitlin didn't resist, she accepted In-gong's power of conquest. Caitlin Moonlight has been conquered. The power of the Conquest Knight has increased. The King's Knights, the number of apostle upgrades has increased to 2. In-gong felt the power of conquest strengthening. The power of the King's Knights became stronger, causing all his knights, except Chris, to become stronger. Caitlin raised her head, which was wrapped in a white light. The white conquest coat of arms appeared on her forehead. "How does it feel? Is it strange?" In-gong returned the sword and raised Caitlin up. Caitlin thought about the question before smiling happily. "Great." And by the time Caitlin's appointment as a knight was over, it was really late. All the children of the Demon King returned to their mansions, and Karma went to her room, leaving only In-gong and Carrick behind. "Well, there is something awkward, but I have to report it. There are many things that occurred without Prince." "Why are you looking like that?" "No, I'm just glad that Carrick is my aide." Carrick shivered and shrugged at In-gong's words. "Don't act like I'm one of the princesses." "Nasty." "Then please tell me the report." "Understood." In-gong and Carrick laughed before discussing what had happened within the Demon King's palace during the last 3 days. "So, it's confirmed that 3 days after the court gathering, we will be dispatched to the north?" "Yes." As 4th princess and 6th prince guessed previously, all the princes and princesses are to be dispatched to the north. I'm sure there will be an official statement from the merits department. A lot of preparation was needed before leaving for the north. They had to wait for the new court gathering, and the period of preparation could be too slow, so everyone received notifications in advance. The north. In-gong could imagine a big invasion from beyond the limit line. The movements in the north were unusual. In-gong was reminded of the Death Knight and War Knight. If a large invasion were to actually occur, then the two of them were likely to be involved. "And Prince, there is good news. General Vandal has returned to the Demon King's palace." "General Vandal?" "He seems to have finished cleaning up Evian. There was a separate letter stating that he will leave the army and move with Prince after returning to the Demon King's palace." It was good timing. If being sent to the north was truly to prepare for a great invasion, the nature of the mission would be different from all the previous ones. In-gong had to organize his own army. "It would be great if you make an army around Vandal." In-gong agreed. It was possible to create an independent unit if he used the rewards collected so far generously. "There is an organizational chart that I made in advance. Prince should review it once. I'll see you tomorrow morning," Carrick said quickly. In-gong nodded with a pleased expression and said suddenly, "Carrick." "What is it?" "I'm really lucky to have met you." Looking at In-gong's sincere voice and eyes, Carrick shook his head and said with a sigh, "Prince, you really have become someone who tries to lead people astray. Is this a change due to the ancestral regression? Well, maybe I have an incubus ancestor instead of a Gandharv?" In-gong said with a smile, and Carrick chuckled. And dot. I don't want to. Why do I have to look at it once again? I have no reason to put that heart in White Eagle. Are you trying to exploit my labor? This scammer. I will give you another drink. Leave it to this Amita. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Chapter 37, Confluence Number 3. Chapter 183, Chapter 37, Confluence Number 3. The next afternoon, In-gong visited Amita's workshop. There was the matter of modifying the fourth Elder Dragon equipment, El Ragra, but he also had some things he wanted to entrust to Amita. However, Amita started rampaging as soon as In-gong brought up a new request. I don't want to. Why do I have to look at it again? I have no reason to put that heart in White Eagle. Are you trying to exploit my labor? This scammer. In-gong had two new requests. One was to repair the Giant King's sword, while the other was to insert Abselter's heart into White Eagle. Amita looked quite angry as they tapped their tail on the ground, but In-gong still had a relaxed expression on his face. He knew this was going to happen and had given Amita the heavenly wine in advance. Moreover, Amita was also peeking at him during their tantrum like they had been expecting it. In-gong smiled villainously and said, I will give you another drink. Leave it to this Amita. Amita jumped up and was ready to begin work immediately. It was the most ambitious In-gong had ever seen them. What a fearsome power. Looking at the present situation, it seemed like he would be able to keep using Amita, even if he didn't use the excuse of the last flame. It is like when I knew they liked sweets. In-gong nodded and turned toward Daphne next to him. She was dedicated to taking care of Amita. I will also prepare a share for Daphne. You have gone through a lot of trouble. Not at all. I am always happy to help Prince. Daphne said with red cheeks. The tips of her toes wriggled as though she too wanted to jump around with joy, like Amita. In-gong laughed and took out the Giant King's sword and White Eagle from his inventory. Then I will leave it to you. Just leave it to me. Amita smiled as their tail waved. It was the first time In-gong had ever seen Amita like this. Is it because they have a strong appetite, or is the heavenly wine truly so great? It felt more like the latter. So, I shouldn't abuse it. He would give a small bottle to the third queen and fourth queen, but that was it. It was better to hide the recipe as well. It will be a problem for me, but it will also be a big deal if the Gandharv are damaged. Ordinary Gandharvs had a good smell. Although their body fluids weren't as delicious as In-gong's, he didn't know if it would add some flavor. In-gong nodded as he remembered some wildlife which had become endangered due to overfishing. He could be overreacting, but it was always better to be careful. Carrick, Felicia, and Delia were waiting at the entrance of the workshop. Is it done? Yes, I have never seen Amita look so passionate. In-gong smiled as he explained. Felicia shook her head like it was ridiculous. Ha! Oh, my God. Shutra, you let them drink it this morning on purpose? Felicia knew that Amita's morning breakfast had included the heavenly wine. In-gong shrugged and replied. Well, a little bit? Shutra, you are terrible. Felicia shook her head in disbelief and sighed. Although In-gong's heavenly wine wasn't bad, there was a lot of room for abuse. In-gong asked Felicia. Nuna, do you want more? He had made quite a lot yesterday, so he still had some to spare. Carrick and Delia's eyes shone at In-gong's suggestion, but Felicia's reaction was different. It is okay. I want to drink it, but I can bear it, dot. It was Delia who was the most shocked at Felicia's words, but no one noticed it except for Carrick. In-gong made a questioning sound and asked. Why? If it were Felicia, In-gong wouldn't add any conditions like he had done with Amita. Felicia opened her mouth several times before finally speaking. It isn't that easy to make the heavenly wine, right? You have to use spiritualism and then melt divine power and divinity. You also have to shed blood. No matter how delicious it is, I don't want to force Shutra to do anything unreasonable. Felicia was a good magician and knew about the meaning of blood. Blood was the essence of life and the soul. It wasn't just a simple body fluid. After saying this, Felicia exhaled. Her heart wanted to taste the heavenly wine every day, but she had to endure it. It was at this moment that In-gong suddenly took hold of Felicia's hand. Shutra? Felicia asked with surprise as In-gong stared at her. Then he dragged Felicia into an embrace. I only have Nuna. Felicia, Nuna is the best. Who else would give up the heavenly wine for him? Even the dignified Green Wind had asked him for more. HRMM. Felicia reacted like she had always done, but she didn't push In-gong away. Instead, she just smiled. I also don't want Master to do anything unreasonable. Green Wind whispered in In-gong's ears. However, instead of saying thank you, In-gong replied bluntly. Aren't those just words? Hying. Green Wind's past actions contradicted her words. After teasing Green Wind a few more times through their mental connection, In-gong released Felicia from his arms. She looked disappointed, while Kara clicked his tongue and said, Prince, it is impressive, but it is now time to move on. Of course. Let's go to the merits department. There were many things to prepare before the next court gathering. Felicia tidied up her clothing and said, Are we supposed to meet Caitlin and Chris at the merits department? I have decided to meet the fourth queen after the work at the merits department is finished. Fourth Queen Elaine Moonlight was currently staying at the Demon King's palace. However, it wasn't just her. All the other queens had also decided not to leave the Demon King's palace until the next court gathering, due to the unusual cancellation of the previous one. HRMM. Felicia thought for a moment before asking. Shutra, if we are going to the north, do you want to go through the territory of the Dark Elves? It would be a good idea because we will be able to get some support from the Dark Elves. She brought up the idea she had suggested before it had been decided that he would be sent to Curtis. The home of the Dark Elves was in the north, so it was possible to go through there like Felicia said. That isn't bad. I want to go to the palace of the Dark Elves. Okay, then it is decided. I will tell Oma Mama. Felicia nodded at In-gong's answer. She wanted to make sure that it really happened. Princess is the reason why Prince looks so good. Carrick said with a laugh, and Felicia quickly opened her fan. Delia just smiled like she had already given up. Then Nuna, what do you think about the organizational chart that Carrick made? In-gong asked Felicia as they walked towards the entrance of the mansion. She had been talking about it with Carrick while waiting for In-gong. Not bad. I think it is pretty good. It feels like a high mobility unit? It is to take advantage of Prince's maneuverability skills. The army needs to be very fast to follow Prince. Carrick added. Felicia agreed with Carrick's concept. The first condition was that all the members would be mounted. She couldn't help laughing as she recalled Faster Than the Wind. It felt like she would be exhausted again when they headed to the northern limit line. Felicia turned toward In-gong and spoke once again. A high mobility unit can be created using the golems that can only be found at the Demon King's palace. The number of them will be small, but is that really so bad? I think it would be good to have a small number of elites. But there is one problem. The cost? That's right, if you want to implement a unit like this, you will need of merits and riches. Carrick had planned an independent unit consisting of only 100 people. Considering the size of the armies at the Demon King's palace, the number itself was small, but each one of them would need to be an elite. They would also need extraordinary equipment normal soldiers wouldn't be able to afford. In fact, when In-gong first saw the estimated cost then, he had thought it was impossible. However, when he looked carefully, he saw that it was viable. I'm not lacking in merits or wealth if I count all the treasures I've collected. I've explored a few ruins with Nuna. There is also Amida to create the equipment. It was also possible to use the equipment taken from Thunder Dune Fortress. In-gong had gained many merits with every mission. Moreover, the gap between achievements was short, so he hadn't spent the merits on many things. I couldn't do this in Knight Saga. He had gained merits in several months which would have taken him a few years in Knight Saga. Felicia nodded with satisfaction at In-gong's words. She had accompanied In-gong on almost all his missions, so she was as familiar with his merits as Carrick. Okay. I like it. Will the commander of the independent unit buy Vandal? Yes, does Nuna agree? Yes. Being the leader of an independent, high-mobility unit was the best position for Vandal. Vandal said that he will arrive at the Demon King's palace tomorrow morning. Carrick interrupted with important information. Then In-gong boarded the carriage with Felicia and suddenly recalled Sectum, one of his 3 most loved subordinates in Knight Saga. In-gong currently had Nyatra and Vandal. However, he didn't know the whereabouts of Sectum, the last one. I have to find Sectum. In-gong wanted to obtain him. After worrying about it for a little bit, In-gong then arranged his thoughts. Now that he had a lot of power to mobilize, it was time to concentrate on the search for Sectum. The carriage In-gong and Felicia were in headed to the merits department. Then the next morning, Vandal arrived at the Demon King's palace. And Zephyr's gaze moved to a place far away. He was riding a nightmare while Sectum and Quanta were standing behind him. The nightmare here uses a different Korean word, so it is different from the succubi and incubi. Unlike Sectum, who was in a relatively free state, Quanta was heavily restrained. She still looked like a Gandharv, and all her limbs were restrained. She couldn't see due to being blindfolded and she was gagged. The only freedom she was allowed was her hearing. Sectum followed Zephyr's gaze. There was a group approaching. They wore cloaks which signified they were knights from the Erebos church. Everyone was wearing thick armor and helmets which covered their entire faces, so they couldn't be distinguished as male or female. However, there was one person among them whose age and gender were both recognizable. A young woman was riding on a black unicorn. Sectum had never met her before, but he could figure out her identity with one glance. Dark Saintess Altesia. She was dressed in gold and had long, beautiful black hair reminiscent of the night. Sectum couldn't see the color of her eyes because they were covered with a black cloth. However, according to rumors, they were golden like the moon in the night sky. Her pale white skin emphasized her beauty, and there was a small smile on her face as she gazed at Zephyr. Altesia bowed slightly like they were close acquaintances, while Zephyr frowned and drove the nightmare toward her. Altesia spoke first. Isn't this too stiff? I am still your fiancé. Sectum's eyes widened at the lively voice. The Saintess of Erebos was engaged to the second prince? However, instead of kissing his fiancé's hand, Zephyr frowned. I have no memory of an engagement with you. The great Erebos has decided it. You are the protagonist that the oracle mentioned. Altesia spoke again, and Zephyr sighed. After turning to look at the 20 knights behind Altesia, he asked her in a loud voice, Are you going to join me? I will join you. Altesia replied happily. She had ridden to the far north to be with Zephyr. Erebos' oracle had pointed toward him. Zephyr allowed Altesia to join his group, then he headed to the north with her. And the Death Knight looked toward the south. The War Knight was approaching. Death felt war's presence. Famine's power was also growing, despite still being weak. It wasn't just the 4 riders of the apocalypse who were gathering. From the far south, the dragon warrior raised by Guardian Kaeon was heading to the north. One of the singularities, second Prince Zephyr Ragnaros, was also approaching the northern area called the Aegis Gate. And the last one, the Conquest Knight, chosen by the loved and hated Conquest, was also heading to the north. The Death Knight was patient. So, he waited a little bit longer. He had already been waiting 1,000 years for this. The northernmost area of the demon world. The protagonists were gathering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Chapter 38, Dispatch. Chapter 184, Chapter 38, Dispatch. The day of the court gathering was bright. The fact that all 4 of the existing queens were participating attracted the attention of many, but the cancellation of the first one was an unusual event which made it even more interesting. What does Uni know? Is Abimama okay? Felicia asked as she sat on a chair in the waiting room. Anastasia, who was more graceful than anyone else there, turned gently and faced Felicia. Anastasia was dressed in a light blue dress and had her usual calm vibe. Her hair, reminiscent of the sky, was raised and fixed with a white hairpin, exposing a long white neck which would cause any man to gulp. I don't know anything. It was a very simple answer, but it was special due to her elegant gestures. However, no one in the waiting room blinked an eye at Anastasia's elegant charm. Chris snorted and spoke in a growling voice. Rather, Anastasia Noonan, why are you using the same waiting room as us? Caitlin's and Felicia's expressions changed subtly at his hostile attitude. Anastasia shrugged and stared straight at Chris with her purple eyes. Chris, is it strange to want to use the waiting room of my dear siblings? She spoke gently, like it was strange that she would need any justification to be there. Anastasia's appearance, voice, and gestures had the power to control the mood. As expected from the head of a faction. In armed forces, Baikal and Zephyr outnumbered Anastasia. However, they weren't her opponents in the political field. Anastasia had the largest number of concubine children on her side. Chris didn't have any words to refute Anastasia because she had brought about a strange atmosphere. Anastasia smiled gently at Chris before shifting her gaze. This time, it fell on In-gong and Karak, who were sitting side by side on a sofa. By the way, Shutra, you smell very good. No, the scent seems to have become deeper? As a succubus, she was very sensitive to smell. She seemed to have noticed the pheromones hidden in In-gong's scent. Instead of explaining, In-gong just smiled, while Caitlin spoke up. Anastasia Uni, Shutra doesn't just smell good. Really? Then what else? Anastasia replied warmly, instinctively aware that Caitlin wanted to become closer to her. She placed her hand on Caitlin's back, and that seemed to break down the wall in Caitlin's heart. Caitlin laughed and said, Shutra is D-dot. Da? Anastasia smiled as Caitlin looked desperately at Felicia. Fortunately, Caitlin had realized her mistake as soon as she spoke and forced herself to change the words. It is better when he smells like delicious food. Huh, dot. Anastasia replied with a confused expression. Felicia sighed with relief and jumped up from seat, forcing Anastasia's gaze to turn toward her. Just then, a voice came through as though someone was helping Felicia. It was news that it was time to enter the court gathering. Wah, it is time to enter. Everyone hurry. Felicia spoke awkwardly, but all the children of the Demon King, except Anastasia, responded quickly. They got up and headed toward the door, forcing Anastasia to set aside her curiosity for the moment. As usual, the court gathering was carried out in order of age. As Anastasia entered the court gathering, In-gong let out a sigh. He had already experienced it several times, but he still couldn't help the pounding of his heart every time he entered. Ninth Prince, Shutra Ignus. He entered the court gathering as he heard Isabella's voice. In-gong stepped forward slowly with Carrick. There were more people than usual because the queens were participating. In-gong naturally moved the focus of his aura to strengthen his eyesight, observing the Demon King on the podium as he walked forward. Was it not too bad? The Demon King's appearance looked almost the same as the other court gatherings. He was watching his children with an expressionless face. It seemed like his illness hadn't reached a serious level yet. It is fortunate. In-gong was sincerely relieved as he bowed to the Demon King and queens. Then he moved to his position on Caitlyn's right side. Isabella started announcing In-gong's merits. Since there were so many merits, there were many things to announce. Therefore, In-gong focused on observing the queens. Due to fairness, the queens were sitting side by side on a lower podium, instead of to the left and right of the Demon King. Since they were sitting in order from first queen to fourth queen, In-gong didn't get the first queen and second queen confused. Just like in Knight Saga, first queen Aesar Ragnaros gave off a very calm impression. Regardless of whether it was because first Prince Baikal Ragnaros and second Prince Zephyr Ragnaros weren't around or because she had no interest in the court gatherings in the first place, the first queen was just sitting quietly with a downward gaze. Her hair was blood red like Baikal's and Zephyr's, and the horns above her pointed ears were dark yellow. The pearl dress she wore was just as modest as Anastasia's, but the first queen was reminiscent of a slender flower on top of a cliff. Second queen Titania Nikrian was completely different from the first queen. If first queen Aesar was the calm autumn, then second queen Titania was the passionate summer. Titania looked similar to Anastasia, but the impression she gave off was quite different. It was just like Caitlyn and her mother. Unlike Anastasia, who gave off a graceful and noble impression, Titania wore a violet dress and seemed to be the personification of sensuality. Titania moved her long blonde hair as she gazed down at the Demon King's children. There was a strange power in her purple eyes which could enchant the mind. The tears of a dark elf, which boasted absolute defense against mental attacks, was unable to stop the succubus queen Titania's bewitchment. Titania had the fearsome power to beguile a person just by looking at them sternly. However, due to the succubus tears Anastasia had given him, In-gong could turn his eyes away easily. In-gong glanced toward third queen Sylvia Doomblade and almost laughed. Unlike the other queens who were watching the children of the Demon King, Sylvia kept on glancing back at the Demon King. She seemed to be concerned for him. Cute. In-gong arranged his expression and looked toward fourth queen Elaine Moonlight. She glanced his way and greeted him by slightly moving her hand on the armrest. She didn't care about the gazes of others. Rather, she was making the behavior obvious. The eyes of the second queen turned to the fourth queen. Fourth queen Elaine just laughed as though she was happy to receive the second queen's attention. Their eyes clashed over the third queen, who was busy watching the Demon King. That concludes the report of Ninth Prince's merits. At that moment, Isabella's announcement of the merits was over. After that, it was the same as usual. And it is as we had expected. The children of the Demon King will gather in the north, Chris said with a ferocious smile as they returned to the waiting room. His two beast-like eyes seemed to be seeing Baikal and Zephyr, who were already in the north, instead of everyone else in the waiting room. Felicia was usually the one to reply to Chris, but this time she remained silent. She sat on the couch and gave a long sigh of relief. I'm glad that Abba Mama seems well. She had watched the Demon King throughout the entire court gathering. In-gong couldn't help smiling, and Caitlyn blinked at the sight. Shutra, what is it? No, it is just really similar. While Anastasia and Caitlyn were quite different from their mothers, Felicia was really similar to third queen Sylvia. Chris spoke again. Anyway, Shutra, when are you going to start? This time, we don't need to rush because the time period is quite long. They only had to arrive at the north within a month. As far as missions went, it was the one with the most generous preparation time so far. Felicia recovered her spirit at Chris' words and spoke in a loud voice. Shutra is going to the Sky Forest with me. So, we will be leaving a little earlier than usual. Chris' eyes widened at her words. The home of the Dark Elves? The Sky Forest was the home of the Dark Elves and the land where the first Fairy King had found the fairy a long time ago. Yes, it is a previous promise. I've already told Oma Mama. Felicia, don't forget that this Appa is going with you. Sylvan declared boldly after Felicia spoke, but no one paid attention to him. As poor Sylvan was left to sulk alone, Chris opened his mouth to speak again. I see. So, I'll go with you. What? This time it was Felicia's eyes that widened. However, rather than facing Felicia, Chris patted the head of Caitlin, who was sitting next to him. Caitlin, do you want to go to Felicia Noonan's home? Yes, I want to see it. Caitlin smiled brightly at Felicia. Felicia flinched at the pure eyes, and Chris continued the offensive. Felicia Noonan, surely you won't be so cruel as to refuse to let Caitlin come along, will you? She hesitated as Chris used Caitlin as a shield, but it couldn't be helped. Felicia nodded at Chris. Of course, you can come. In the first place, they were part of the same faction. Anastasia had left instead of coming back to the waiting room, so Felicia and Chris weren't afraid to express their feelings. After watching the conversation between the two, In-gong asked Chris. Is it okay, Dot? It was a short question, but Chris understood his meaning. He patted Caitlin on the head again and replied. Of course. It is Oma Mama's command, and I've been separated from all of you for too long. Sometimes, we should stick together. The Fourth Queen's command? Instead of that, how is the unit that Shutra is forming? I heard that General Vandal will be the leader. Chris changed the topic. In-gong's eyes narrowed, but he followed Chris' topic. It will take some time to receive the troops from the Merits Department. General Vandal has been busy with all the procedures. The earliest it will take is probably 3 days? In-gong had barely been able to see Vandal for 10 minutes. A senior general wanted to leave the Demon King's army, so the process was bound to be complicated. I see. Then what will you do today? The court gathering was over, but it was still early afternoon. In-gong leaned back in his chair and said with a pleasant face. I have to negotiate. And in relationships, the one who fell in love first had the disadvantage, while it was the opposite for business. Amita stepped toward In-gong and gave a long explanation. Recorder Torres El Ragra is still being converted. It is small, so the work is a bit tricky. But it will be completed sooner or later, so don't worry. Shouldn't it be easier if it is smaller? Karak interjected. Amita frowned and knocked against the ground with their tail. That is just what you think, orc. However, this little ring contains 10 times the magic patterns that went into your armor. Doesn't that sound really hard? Amita was working on El Ragra, but that didn't change the fact that it was a ring. Then has there been no progress? Amita flinched at In-gong's nonchalant tone. No, that is impossible. This Amita rushed to improve White Eagle. Amita moved swiftly and placed White Eagle in front of In-gong. The originally smooth White Eagle now had an emerald gem embedded in the middle. I put the heart that you obtained into White Eagle. Now, it can produce its own magic power as well as adjust the size and hardness in the field. Thanks to that additional magic power, it is possible to use a new means of attack. Amita jumped up again and turned White Eagle around. There was a long barrel installed at the bottom of the shield. This muzzle can shoot magic bullets. It is possible with both White Eagle and Black Eagle. Additionally, there is a further separation option added to Black Eagle. I call it Alpha Black Eagle and Beta Black Eagle. It was the completion of the trinity which Amita had first envisioned when reconstructing White Eagle. White Eagle could now separate into three and had a ranged function, so In-gong couldn't help laughing. Green Wind, can you steer it? I will try. I can do it. The semi-solid Green Wind appeared and made a fist. Instead of paying attention to Green Wind, Amita just looked at In-gong. That isn't all. White Eagle can give you additional magic power. Ooh. Amita sighed with relief at In-gong's admiring sound. Then she suddenly hesitated and said, That, some time is also needed to improve the Giant King's sword. It will take a while to work on El Ragra, so I can't finish both in 10 days. It was common for everyone to be weak when asking for a deadline extension. Instead of complaining, In-gong smiled warmly at Amita and said, You've worked hard. Thank you. Hum. Amita stroked a beard they didn't have and watched In-gong. Once again, it was a transparent act. Master, the fat raccoon has become the transparent raccoon. Green Wind whispered, and In-gong barely suppressed his laughter. He coughed a few times before saying to Amita, Amita, I've already heard about this from Daphne. Once you've completed all of it, I will give you the bottle. Amita's tail waved happily, but In-gong didn't let that happiness last long. By the way, Amita, will you go with us to the north? In-gong was scheduled to leave the Demon King's palace in a week, at the latest. There were a few more things Amita needed to give him, so it was better to take Amita with him. Amita fidgeted before saying, Hum. That, how about a separate bottle for the travel expenses? 1 cup. In-gong said. Amita shook their head, and their tail struck the floor as they shouted. 3 cups. Half a cup. In-gong's expression was cold. Amita started pleading. Why are you decreasing it? It is normal to increase it. Then 1 sip. It was reduced even more. Amita flopped on the ground like someone who had lost their soul and shouted in defeat. 1 cup. 1 cup. I will have 1 cup. Good. Then 1 cup is decided. Indeed, In-gong held the upper hand. He then tried to comfort Amita. I'm sorry. I want to give you a lot, but this is a really precious thing. I don't have much stock. The children of the Demon King, standing behind him, stared in disbelief at his words, but In-gong wasn't fazed. Amita didn't know the recipe of the heavenly wine, so they just nodded. Sob. Yes, I admit it. It has that type of taste. Thank you for understanding. Master, you are like a raccoon trainer. Green Wind whispered in his ears again. In-gong pretended not to hear her and turned toward Felicia and Caitlin. I have something for both of you. Ha! Instead of explaining directly, In-gong signaled to Amita. Amita used telekinesis to hand a blue box to In-gong. Then In-gong opened the lid of the box and said, This is the full set of ornaments that I gave to Amita. Amita adjusted them so that Nuna can use them. Aren't you making me work too much? Just like Sylvan's cries, Amita's plea didn't reach anyone in the room. In-gong took out the ornaments in the box and handed them to Felicia and Caitlin. Now, these earrings are for Felicia Nuna. The necklace is for Caitlin Nuna. The earrings given to Felicia were defensive objects, which created a defense ward that enveloped the owner's entire body. On the other hand, Caitlin's necklace was more geared to attack as it increased the wearer's overall physical ability as well as the aura recovery speed. I have a way to handle Amita, so I can commission a full set from them. While In-gong was busy thinking about how to exploit Amita, Chris asked with a dour face. Shutra, do you have anything for me? No. Chris' face darkened even more, while Sylvan stroked Amita's sword, which Felicia had given him, with a happy expression. You are really like the Sword Duke. Amita said suddenly, as In-gong looked at Felicia and Caitlin with a gentle expression. Then 3 days later, In-gong's independent unit, led by Vandal, was completed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Chapter 38, Dispatch Number 2. Chapter 185, Chapter 38, Dispatch Number 2. In-gong moved through the Demon King's palace with Karak to inspect the newly formed independent unit. There was a law which dictated a group of only 30 people could be stationed at the Demon King's palace. Even the princes, princesses, and queen's soldiers were no exception to this law. Therefore, it was common for the Demon King's children to have their independent units stationed outside. Anyway, the independent units were more needed outside the Demon King's palace. It is only when there is no treason. The most basic thing about the day of Massacre was to have troops stationed near the Demon King's palace. So, he made some justification for the troops to be stationed there or secretly infiltrated his troops into the palace. In-gong had no intention of rebellion, but due to this rule, he compromised by keeping his troops on the outskirts of the town inside the Demon King's palace. Since the size of the independent unit was relatively small, In-gong was given permission just this once. He would need to move his troops somewhere else after a certain period of time. I can divide them between Felicia and Caitlin's homes. The best thing was to have them stationed in the Gandharv territory. But that was impossible for now. I hope that Nyatra finds good information. Her information-gathering information was the best in Knight Saga, but it was a situation where Nyatra had already left the Demon King's palace. She had already been investigating for a month, so perhaps she had unraveled all the secrets. Shall I give her some heavenly wine? It was a truly fraudulent item. The production cost was quite cheap, but the effect was really great. Speaking of that, what if I added the love potion made by the succubus tears to my blood? Will it become more effective? The heavenly wine, which In-gong created by melting together divine power and magic power, didn't simply have a good taste. There were many addictive effects thanks to the power of divinity. If this was combined with the love potion of the succubus tears, then a synergy effect was likely to be created. A love potion. In Knight Saga, its main purpose was to cause betrayal in the other side. If he could use it, then the targets would be Zephyr's subordinates. Zephyr has competent subordinates. He didn't want to use the succubus tears straight away, but there was nothing to lose by thinking about it. After examining the male subordinates and then the female ones, Nyatra was the first one to come to mind. However, Nyatra was already In-gong's subordinate. In-gong smiled with pleasure, while Karak, who was watching from next to him, asked bluntly, "Prince, what are you thinking about?" "I was thinking meek and lucid thoughts." Karak immediately snorted at In-gong's words. His sharp eyes didn't miss anything. "Don't lie. Prince looks similar to when you used the lucid dream pillow." In-gong coughed as he recalled his most recent use of the lucid dream pillow. Karak chuckled. "Anyway, Prince, I'm glad that you are having good thoughts instead of dark ones. It is bad for your mental health if you are always thinking bad thoughts." Instead of responding, In-gong just toyed with Maybach's reins. Not long after, they were able to pass through the gates of the Demon King's palace. "Master, there they are," Green Wind whispered in his ears. She was talking about a camp where a group of soldiers were stationed. There were exactly 100 of them. It was In-gong's independent unit, so there was no need to open the mini-map and count them. "Prince! General Vandal." Vandal realized that In-gong had arrived and came to greet him. In-gong jumped down from Maybach and they shook fingers as usual. As Vandal looked down at In-gong's hand which was grabbing his finger, he said, "You have become stronger. It is incomparable to the first time that I saw Prince. I am doubting what my eyes are seeing." Ninth Prince, who hadn't been better than Villager, had become stronger than a senior general in less than a year. I had a growth spurt. It was a ridiculous excuse, but Vandal didn't dig any further. This was the first encounter where Vandal sensed that In-gong was stronger than him. The speed of his growth was beyond imagination, but Vandal was happy to see it. In-gong stood next to Vandal. There were a few familiar faces among the 100 independent unit members, who were mainly ogres. A few of my guards joined me when I left the military. Thanks to that, the procedure became somewhat complicated, but the fourth queen resolved it well. In-gong nodded silently at Vandal's explanation. He once again saw the advantages of having a benefactor. The independent unit consisted of 20 ogres, 60 heavy cavalry, and 20 golems. The heavy cavalry started with orcs and had various species mixed in. After examining the troops, Vandal invited In-gong back to his barracks to talk a bit more about the composition of the troops. However, In-gong and Vandal didn't have to rummage through paperwork. Instead, Carrick and a familiar lizard man beside Vandal came forward. He was a soldier from the 7th base in Evian. While Carrick and the lizard man reviewed the documents, In-gong had a chat with General Vandal. It was mainly about what had happened in Evian after In-gong's departure. Vandal, who had been telling his story for a while, turned toward Carrick's documents and changed the topic. "Prince, I heard that you will soon be going to the Sky Forest." "That's right, I will be leaving in 3 days. General Vandal will train the troops here and then move to the north." "Are we joining you at the limit line?" "That's right. Please look after the troops." There was no reason to take the independent unit to Sky Forest. It was a newly completed unit, so it needed time to practice. Therefore, it was more efficient to have them join at the limit line. I understand. Then Prince, can you name the unit before you leave?" I will think about it until we meet up again." "I also want to ask you to do something for me." In-gong asked, instead of giving a command. Vandal nodded with a serious expression. "Whatever you say, I will be sure to pull it off. It isn't anything big. Do you remember Nyatra? If she returns after I leave, please take her with you to the north." Vandal searched through his memories after hearing In-gong's words. They had been together in Evian, but the two people had rarely met. "I remember. She is the pink-haired succubus." "I understand. I'll do that." Vandal replied, then looked at Carrick. The review of the documents was almost over. In-gong also looked at Carrick, then he stood up and reached out to Vandal. "I'm glad to welcome you once again." "Goodbye, Vandal." "Thank you, Prince." They shook fingers once again. And time flashed by. A week after the court gathering, In-gong stood in the garden of the mansion and faced everyone who was leaving. They were the children of the Demon King who belonged to Shutra's faction and their aides. "Spread the sails. Pull the anchor. Black Flame Dragon, ho! Toward the Sky Forest." Sylvan smiled and shouted. Sapphira blushed naturally, like she was now used to being embarrassed. In-gong understood Sylvan. His dear sister and several siblings were returning to his home. However, there was one thing that In-gong had to tell him. "Hyun, we are going using the transportation formation." The home of the Dark Elves was directly connected to the Demon King's palace via the transportation formation. There was no need to travel for a few days on the flying ship when they could get there in an instant. Sylvan was visibly panicked at In-gong's words. Then he turned hurriedly toward Felicia, who laughed brightly. "Bye, Sylvan. I will see you there." "Bye, Appa. I'll be waiting at Sky Forest." Sylvan's eyes became moist as Caitlin said goodbye as well. Sylvan was the captain of the Black Flame Dragon. So, unless it was an emergency like last time, it was unimaginable for him to use the transportation formation instead of the black flame dragon. In the end, Sylvan's shoulders slumped with a crestfallen expression on his face. Felicia sighed at his pitiful appearance and said, "Come on, Sylvan. It's a joke, a joke. We have already decided to ride the black flame dragon. There is plenty of time anyway." Sylvan's face brightened again as In-gong confirmed it. Sylvan grinned and dragged Felicia into an embrace. "Felicia. Appa believed in you. Ah, come on." As Felicia pushed against Sylvan's chest, Chris approached with a sour expression like he didn't like the scene occurring before him. "Shutra, will the third queen be there as well?" Currently, the queens did not stay for a long time at the Demon King's palace. Except for First Queen Ragnaros, the other three queens were the leaders of their species. "That's right. I decided to go to the Black Castle in a short while to meet her." "The Black Castle?" "It is to say goodbye to the Demon King." Third Queen Sylvia Doomblade had a deep love for the Demon King. Chris nodded, seemingly convinced. "I see. Okay, I am coming with you. I believe that Oma Mama is probably there as well." The fourth queen, She doesn't want third queen's health to decline. They will be working together anyway. Chris knew fourth Queen Elaine Moonlight much better than In-gong did. So, In-gong nodded and turned back to Felicia. She was still in Sylvan's embrace. 30 minutes later, In-gong gulped inadvertently as he stood in one of the rooms of the Black Castle. However, it wasn't because fourth Queen Elaine was with third Queen Sylvia as Chris said. "It's great to see the Demon King." At the same time as Sylvan's greeting, all the children of the Demon King bowed. It was really unexpected. They had never imagined meeting the Demon King outside of court gatherings. The Demon King was nearby with the third queen and the fourth queen. He got up from his seat and stepped within reaching distance. In-gong had already met the Demon King before, but this atmosphere was different from that time. His heart started pounding. "Raise your heads." All the children of the Demon King looked up at his words. Unlike during the court gatherings, the Demon King was currently making a very soft expression. At first glance, he appeared emotionless, but there was a slight smile on his face. Chris and Sylvan couldn't hide their confusion, while Felicia and Caitlin had no idea about what to do. In-gong looked at the third queen and fourth queen beside him. The third queen was sticking close to the Demon King with a happy expression, just like when Sylvan hugged Felicia, while the fourth queen was smirking like she was enjoying this. The Demon King opened his mouth to speak. "I heard that you will be going to Sky Forest before heading to the north." All of the Demon King's children, except In-gong, flinched. It was the first time they had heard the Demon King's voice from such a close distance. "Felicia, Sylvan. Have a good trip." Sylvan breathed deeply, and Felicia bit her lip at the Demon King's words, feeling like she would cry at any moment. "Chris and Caitlin as well. It is good to see my children getting along with each other." Unlike the excited Dark Elf siblings, Chris and Caitlin looked at the Demon King with relatively calm expressions. Then the Demon King finally looked at In-gong. In-gong was reminded of his previous meeting with the Demon King. At that time, the Demon King had looked and sounded similar to this. It had been the Demon King who delivered the seed of extreme nothingness to In-gong. Why had he wanted In-gong to go to the sanctuary? In-gong still didn't have a clear reason, as he hadn't seen the Sword Duke after that day. "Shutra, I will be expecting a lot from you in the north." In-gong bowed to the Demon King. The stabbing sensation in his chest was difficult to explain. It was at that moment that, "Oh, Abba Mama. We will be back. Stay healthy." Felicia came forward and bowed. Her voice was trembling. "Yes." The Demon King replied briefly and reached out to stroke Felicia's head. This time, Chris and Caitlin gasped with surprise. "Go well, my children." The Demon King ended the short meeting, and the spellbound party exited the Black Castle. And he. Ho hoo, ho hoo hoo. The first voice was Felicia, and the second was from Sylvia. The two people stood on the deck of the Black Flame Dragon and laughed wildly. A family of fools. Fourth Queen Elaine said while clicking her tongue. She had known that the third queen and sixth princess wanted to become closer to the Demon King, but she hadn't thought it would be so severe. The Demon King is so insensitive. They had reacted like this to just a few words of greeting. Of course, Elaine didn't let it disturb her. Elaine shrugged and concentrated on In-gong, who also stopped looking at the third queen and Felicia. He turned his gaze toward Elaine instead. Elaine moved closer to In-gong and said, Shutra, once you go to the north, please visit Galid. He will be your strength in the north. I understand, Your Majesty. 3 of the captains were currently stationed in the north. 2 of them already had factions they supported strongly. Richard was the captain of the Draconians, and Yekaterina was the captain of the Succubi. It was clear that the 2 of them wouldn't support him. Galid was a Sura captain who advocated neutrality but not anymore. It was clear that he would support In-gong as a candidate for the throne. Elaine didn't explain why Galid would support him, and In-gong didn't bother to ask why. The external justification was that Galid was 4th Queen Elaine's childhood friend. Moreover, In-gong now had the support of the Sword Duke. If the Sura Galid supported In-gong, it would look like it was because of the Sword Duke. Elaine told him a few more things before turning to look at Chris and Caitlin. And Shutra, please be more vigilant with Chris and Caitlin. Look after them well. Chris young? In-gong asked with surprise, and Elaine smiled mischievously. Omo, were you only thinking about Caitlin? She is your Nuna. Her face resembled Caitlin so much that he had nothing to say. Elaine laughed before getting back to the topic. Shutra, you know this already, but Sylvia is in kind. Her children, Sylvan and Felicia, are also good. But even so, it is the territory of another species. Addition, Chris has some hostility toward the Dark Elves. Please control him so that he doesn't go too far. I can't say this to Felicia and Sylvan, so you are the only one I can ask that. Elaine said she was worried about the Dark Elves, but In-gong thought it was Sylvan. His relationship with Felicia was quite good, but Chris was still distant towards Sylvan. No, it felt like he held no sentimental feelings towards Sylvan. Perhaps In-gong would find out the reason during this journey, as Chris and Sylvan would be together at the home of the Dark Elves. I understand. Yes, then go safely. Elaine hugged In-gong like he was her own child, and In-gong didn't react like before. Shutra, I won't be washing my head for a while. Felicia said with a rapt look from the deck of the Black Flame Dragon. If the Demon King had hugged her, she might not even take a bath anymore. Instead of answering, In-gong looked at Carrick, who replied like the faithful aide he was. Then, Princess, you will smell. That's right, Mooney. It is a little. Caitlin added, and Felicia flinched. Still, she was delighted by the fact that the Demon King had stroked her head. Indeed, she's the one who was envious that my name was called at the first court gathering. A few years ago, the Demon King had kept a distance from the queens and his children. The reason behind that was probably to cover up his illness. The Demon King Mitra, the man who had told In-gong to become strong enough to be the Demon King. After Amita and Daphne arrived, the crew of the Black Flame Dragon raised the anchor. They brought up the stairs and started to open the sails. In response, Sylvan raised his sword and shouted, "Spread the sails! Black Flame Dragon, ho! Let's depart, dot." The Black Flame Dragon spread open its black sails. Magic wind blew into the sails, causing a truly spectacular sight. The Black Flame Dragon rode the wind. Its destination was the Sky Forest, the home of the Dark Elves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Chapter 39, Ghosts. Chapter 186, Chapter 39, Ghosts. The Sky Forest, the home of the Dark Elves, was the land that the first fairy king had set up in the distant past. Looking down at it from the deck of the Black Flame Dragon, In-gong let out sounds of admiration, and Chris and Caitlin weren't much different. The home of the Dark Elves was reminiscent of a huge forest covered in fog. The fog was at a fairly high level, with the ends of the tall trees barely visible, while the high-rise buildings looked like skyscrapers popping up through clouds due to everything underneath being covered by fog. Isn't this good? It looks like a forest in the sky, which is why it is called the Sky Forest. Yes, yes. Amazing. Caitlin responded to Felicia's description with a wide smile. It really was a fantastic sight. In-gong had admired the Sky Forest when he visited it several times in Knight Saga. The sky of the Sky Forest was truly dreamlike in reality. But how can it play the role of the capital? Chris asked in a twisted tone. Admiration couldn't be seen on his face, but that was just Chris' nature. Felicia seemed to have already anticipated this question as she replied quickly. The fog isn't present all day. So, the three of you are rather lucky. Such a sight isn't something that the residents here often see. There are only a few days a year when it looks like this. Ho! Chris didn't sound angry because he didn't have any bad feelings toward it in the first place. As Felicia said, it was a sight that couldn't normally be seen. The fog spread wide in the distance, so it was like watching clouds being lit up by the sun at sunset. The chilly wind was pleasantly cool. Felicia arranged her hair, which was blowing in the wind, and leaned back against the ledge. She looked down at the forest and said with a shrug, "Well, Chris' words are true to a certain extent. It is inconvenient to live here sometimes due to such a widespread fog. Quite frankly, there aren't many Dark Elves living in the Sky Forest itself. The Dark Elves live in other forests or cities around here. This is closer to being a spiritual capital." "Aren't you being quite honest?" Chris asked aggressively with a surprised expression. The old Felicia might have been angry about his words, but things were different now. She knew that an aggressive smile was an ordinary smile to Chris. Insisting stubbornly is something that only fools do. Additionally, you are the other person. There was some shame in the last words. Chris frowned like he was confused while Caitlin just laughed. Uni is so good. This child. Felicia didn't resist hugging Caitlin. It was a different reaction from when Sylvan hugged her, but it was a heartwarming sight. In-gong watched the two people with a relaxed expression as Chris asked again. But I am also curious. Why did the Fairy King establish his kingdom in a place like this? Was it to hide it in the fog? The first Fairy King had established his kingdom during a terrible time when the many species were at war. When deciding on the capital, it had been natural to choose based on defending against external attacks, rather than the convenience of traffic. The massive scale of the fog was capable of hiding the residences. However, Felicia said that the fog didn't cover the Sky Forest 24 hours a day. Moreover, the Dark Elves resided elsewhere. Even if the Sky Forest didn't exist, there would be many places to hide. This isn't an ordinary fog. Shutra? It was In-gong, not Felicia, who replied, so Chris glanced at him in surprise. Felicia, who was hugging Caitlin, was also surprised. However, In-gong faced the two people with a relaxed expression, and Felicia nodded. As always, the answer was, because it is Shutra. Shutra is correct. You will discover the special feature of the Sky Forest fog once we descend. Felicia shrugged, while Caitlin turned her head away from Felicia's chest and toward the ground. The Black Flame Dragon glided to the ground smoothly. And in the middle of the Sky Forest, the palace of the Dark Elves rose high into the sky. There were a wide variety of buildings built on what looked like plates, to the left and right of the central building. The black flame dragon landed on the lowest placed plate, where it was dense with fog. The crew members folded the sails and lowered the anchor as In-gong's party looked around. Then he heard Green Wind's voice. "Master, it is strange. I seem to have become stronger." He was startled by Green Wind's voice and shook his head. It wasn't because of her semi-solid state, but because he had woken up from a type of trance. It didn't end there, and Chris looked around with confusion. Ghosts? There were shapes in the fog, and they were spirits of the wind in a semi-solid state. There was also the figure of a woman and a beautiful animal. There is also that. Caitlin pointed to a distant place where a bunch of fire spirits were swirling around in the mist. In-gong exchanged looks with Felicia, who explained. "The concentration of magic power in the fog is great. Those children weren't summoned here. Thanks to the power of the fog, they made themselves." Green Wind nodded. It seemed like the area was so rich in magic power that she unknowingly took a solid form. "Now, do you know why this is the capital of the Dark Elves?" Felicia asked again, and Chris nodded. Indeed. The Dark Elves have a huge affinity towards spirits, so this land is like a blessed fortress for them. This is a story from when the first fairy king was still guarding us. The land where the first fairy king established his kingdom had been the home of the Dark Elves for thousands of years. The tomb of the past kings were also on this land, meaning they were guarded by their ancestors. After talking about the fog, they were ready to disembark. As soon as the stairs were set up, Chris wanted to descend straight away, but Felicia stopped him. "Noonim?" Instead of answering, Felicia turned to look at Sylvan walking out of a room with Third Queen Sylvia. "We will go down first." Felicia winked before joining Sylvan and Sylvia. They descended the stairs at a quick pace under Sylvan's guidance and then turned back toward the black flame dragon. By this time, In-gong could see what Felicia, the Queen of the Dark Elves, and her children were planning to do. Felicia and Sylvan stood with Sylvia in the middle, then dozens of Dark Elves surrounded them. It was a welcoming ceremony. "Children of the Demon King, who are like my own children, welcome to the land of the Dark Elves." Sylvia opened both arms widely. It was a welcome from the Queen of the Dark Elves. In-gong smiled at the sight of Third Queen Sylvia, Sylvan, and Felicia quickly descending the stairs just for the welcoming ceremony. They were a really cute family, a really cute mother and children. And after the welcoming ceremony, a magnificent dinner party was prepared. The interior of the Dark Elves' palace was decorated like a forest, with high ceilings which strengthened the feeling of walking through a forest. In the middle of the spacious hall, there was a large wooden table with a huge number of plates on it. Unlike the elves, the Dark Elves weren't choosy about what to eat, and the food on the plates ranged from greasy meats to sweet snacks. It was a buffet-style party where everyone could pick the food they wanted to eat. The highlight of the party was Amita, who looked cute and pathetic when they couldn't reach the food they wanted to eat on the table. "Amita, I will help you. Please sit on my knees." Daphne stepped forward, but Amita jerked back and said, "It's okay. The more hungry I am, the more delicious the food will be." Daphne should also dig in. Then Amita turned and moved the food with telekinesis. They were consuming stamina using telekinesis while eating, which made them more hungry. "Master, I can feel the atmosphere of an expert eater from the raccoon." Yes. Consuming stamina to make sure they had more room in their stomach. It was enough to give Amita a new title. Since it was a dinner party which had started late, it was natural to go to bed after it was over. "Everyone should rest for today. I'll show you around after you've unpacked," Felicia said before personally showing In-gong, Chris, and Caitlin to their guest rooms. Everyone was given one large room with a small one attached where their aides could stay. The children of the Demon King were each assigned a room close to each other. "Well, it is good that we don't have to go back and forth. Carrick smiled while arranging In-gong's bed. Even though his hands were rough from army life, it wasn't an exaggeration to say they looked different when grabbing the bedding. "Ha! Prince, when did you use the lucid dream pillow so much?" Carrick suddenly asked when he saw the pillow. The surface of the lucid dream pillow indicated the number of times it had been used, and that number had changed from before. In-gong flinched, while Carrick took the posture of a nanny and started scolding him. "Prince, I know your mind is active when sleeping, but..." "Carrick!" In-gong jumped up and shouted, but it wasn't to prevent the sermon. An ordinary orc wouldn't react, but Carrick was different. As soon as he realized that In-gong's cry was strange, he rushed away from the place where he was standing. At that moment, In-gong used dragon words. Ku-paha. The dragon words didn't stop the shaking in the air. The dark gray beings which had appeared above Carrick's head scattered. "Ghosts?" Carrick asked urgently, while In-gong opened the mini-map. The number of red dots were increasing. "They aren't spirits. Banshees. The female ghosts?" They were a representative monster of the ghost species. Instead of answering, In-gong gave an order to Green Wind. The first thing to do was to get rid of the banshees forming in the room. Green Wind. At the same time, a green wind swept through the entire room. After filling the room with her power, Green Wind took a solid form and told In-gong urgently. "Master, White Eagle is strange. Abselter's heart feels different from usual." White Eagle was like a house for Green Wind. In-gong instantly took White Eagle out of his inventory. Indeed, an extraordinary light was emitting from Abselter's heart in the center of White Eagle. Resonance. The heart itself wasn't causing the light. It was a light caused by other forces. If so, what had stimulated Abselter's heart? The Fairy King. It was all he could think of. Abselter was a creature created by the Fairy King. So, it was natural if his magic power stimulated Abselter's heart. Is this abnormality due to the heart? In-gong shook his head at Carrick's desperate question. No, it is the opposite. Abselter's heart isn't the cause. It is just part of the phenomenon. Master, the flow of magic power is strange. The fog is becoming thicker. Green Wind spoke with a pained expression. In-gong closed his eyes and focused on the glow of magic power. Yes, the density of magic power was indeed growing thicker. It obviously wasn't an ordinary situation. This sort of thing had never once occurred in Knight Saga. The fog started to pour inside the building. As the screams of the banshees could be heard in the distance, Abselter's heart shook more ominously. What was happening today? Why had the status quo suddenly changed? Is it because Prince showed up? He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't. It was because the timing was too complicated. Kaya. At that moment, he heard a scream from afar. The voice was so familiar that he couldn't not notice it. Felicia. In-gong no longer delayed and shot forward like a thunderbolt. He broke down the door and threw himself into the hallway. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.